Book 21 Chapter 12, The First Display of Power. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 12, The First Display of Power. Although he was shocked, Teresia then only let out a cold laugh. He sent out through divine sense, Beirut, Linley, and that crimson-browed fellow. What, the three of you actually dare to leave the Yulan plain? Do you now have something up your sleeve that allows you to go dare battle the chief sovereign of light? Teresia wasn't afraid at all. He knew that Beirut had, in total, 4 sovereign sparks. The 3 in front of him were merely lesser sovereigns. He, Teresia, was a lesser sovereign of wind. Sovereigns of wind were skilled in speed to begin with, and he was also a paragon. Amongst lesser sovereigns, it could be said that there was no one who was faster than him. The only one amongst these 3 who was comparable to me in speed is that sovereign of fire. Teresia was absolutely confident. If they join forces, they are indeed stronger than me. Unfortunately, if I want to escape, they won't possibly be able to catch me. With this self-confidence, Teresia was naturally in no rush to flee right away. The chief sovereign of light? Naturally, we fear him. Beirut smirked, then sent back with a laugh. However, you aren't the chief sovereign of light. Teresia laughed coldly. At the same time, Teresia sent his divine sense to the number 1 expert of the divine wind plane, the chief sovereign of wind. Chief sovereign, Beirut is leading 2 lesser sovereigns and charging towards me. From the looks of it, they harbor ill intentions. Sovereigns flew at a speed that was hundreds of times faster than paragons. Even in a place as vast as in the infernal realm, sovereigns could traverse the plane in half a day. From this, one could imagine how fast they were. 100 million kilometers? To Linley's group of 3 sovereigns, less than 5 minutes would be necessary. Linley, Teresia seems quite confident. Blue fire chortled as he spoke mentally. He actually isn't fleeing. There is no one amongst lesser sovereigns who exceeds him in speed. Linley sent back. However, that was in the past. Now that you, a fusion sovereign, have appeared, you have destroyed all the previous rules. If Teresia had immediately fled, there might be hope for him. But now, there won't be enough time for him. Beirut chortled as well. Clearly, they all felt as though they could already see Teresia's end. Right at this moment. Beirut, why have the 3 of you come here? A cold, icy voice rang out in the minds of Beirut and the other 2. Lord Dia. Beirut immediately sent back. Linley was intrigued. The speaker should have been the chief sovereign of wind, Dia. According to legend, the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, was a divine beast, a jade-winged gold-light hawk. Jade-winged gold-light hawks were wind-type divine beasts that were born with tremendous innate speed. After becoming the chief sovereign of wind, his speed had reached a truly monstrous level. Those who had been able to acquire the 11 high sovereign sparks in the past were all tremendously powerful. The likes of the chief sovereigns of death and destruction were born with tremendous, incomparable power. Others were comparable to paragons as soon as they became high gods. The 11 chief sovereigns all had their own unique strengths. Beirut, you are also one of my sovereigns of wind. That cold voice rang out. I don't wish for internal warfare to begin amongst my sovereigns of wind. Mr. Dia. Linley sent back. Teresia tried to act against me on multiple occasions. Back then, if it hadn't been for Grandpa Beirut and Blue Fire, I probably would have died. This time, I have come for revenge. I am only a lesser sovereign as well. I trust that this doesn't violate the pact between sovereigns. The chief sovereign of wind, Dia, hesitated momentarily, but then sent back with anger, Linley. You have just recently become a sovereign. You had best act more properly and in accordance with the rules. This is the divine wind plane. I am the master here. Apologies. Linley sent back with a smile, and then he stopped paying attention to the angered rebukes that the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, was delivering. Beirut sent to Linley, "We are still 2 million kilometers away from Teresia. We should arrive soon. Teresia truly is bold." Linley swept his gaze forward. Atop an island mountain. Teresia's slitted gaze turned cold, and he cursed softly, "Beirut's group of 3 is truly insane. Although they won't be able to catch me, I can't just wait here for them to attack. Oof. I'll first let them be smug for a period of time. Soon, the news that they have appeared in the divine wind plane will definitely make its way to the chief sovereign of light. By then, it'd be strange if Augusta didn't come." When the two were 1,000,000 kilometers away from each other, Teresia finally fled. Swoosh! A ray of light shot towards the southeast at high speed. The speed at which it moved vastly surpassed the pursuing speed of Linley's group. Linley and Bluefire, after all, had to accommodate Beirut, who was the slowest of the 3. "Ha, Teresia, so you aren't a fool after all." Beirut sent with a smirk and a laugh. "Oomph, Beirut, you can be smug for now. In a short while, you won't even have the chance to cry." Teresia replied disdainfully. Linley and the other 2, in hot pursuit, exchanged a glance. Beirut sent mentally, "It's about time. Linley, time to move." "Linley, we'll just watch from over here." Bluefire sent as well, laughing. "Don't worry." Linley was completely confident, and his speed suddenly increased. Right at this moment. How can this be? Teresia's face changed. Linley is even faster than me? But I'm a paragon, he's a paragon as well. But how could he be so fast? Teresia pondered momentarily, but then he guessed at a possibility. Can it be? Beirut, you madman, you let Linley fuse both of the sovereign sparks by himself? Teresia was now truly frantic. Generally speaking, if a sovereign was to fuse with 2 sovereign sparks, even though the sovereign wouldn't be able to use fused sovereign power, the sovereign's soul would gain another portion of will. He was a paragon to begin with. Given that he is fused with an additional sovereign spark, he definitely is a bit stronger than me. Teresia was now panicked. He fled at high speed towards the southeast. There was a teleportation array in the continent to the southeast, and by traveling through it, he would be able to flee at high speed. However, they were still more than 1 billion kilometers away from the teleportation array. Linley, however, was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from him. In addition, the distance of 1,000,000 kilometers was rapidly shrinking. By the time Teresia had flown an additional 10 million kilometers, Linley had already appeared within his line of sight. Chief Sovereign. Teresia sent frantically. Linley, you want to kill a sovereign in my divine wind plane? The chief sovereign of wind, Dia, said angrily. Linley just sent 2 words back. I apologize. And then, not slowing down at all, he continued the pursuit. In reality, Linley was still hiding the majority of his true power. If he were to use his fused sovereign power, his speed would be much faster. Beirut is insane, and this Linley is also insane. Teresia could tell that he wasn't going to make it. He let out a low curse, and then slashed one hand backwards. Crackle, an enormous tear in space appeared, and Teresia immediately charged into the spatial rift. Linley immediately charged straight into the exact same spatial rift. From this, one can imagine how close the two were to each other. Beirut and Bluefire, seeing this through their divine senses, shared a laugh. Let's go take a look as well. Beirut chuckled as he slashed open a spatial rift, then entered chaotic space alongside Bluefire. Within the void of chaotic space, they were able to effortlessly find Linley and Teresia through divine sense. Within the void, countless flows of energy of random colors fluctuated randomly. At the moment, one sovereign was in pursuit, while the other was fleeing. Linley, don't go too far. Teresia bellowed angrily through divine sense. What, you've forgotten how far you went in the past? Linley snickered. If it hadn't been for the Bloodridge Sovereign and the others, Linley probably would have died long ago. Even now, Linley was just toying with Teresia. He had only revealed part of his power, but despite that, he was still able to have Teresia right where he wanted him. And yet, in the next instant, Linley instantly caught up to Teresia. Feeling a figure draw close to him from behind, Teresia grew frantic. So what if you fused with two sovereign sparks? I refuse to believe that you are much stronger than me. Teresia bellowed, and that enormous sickle appeared in his hands. He delivered a reverse-handed blow towards Linley. Silently, soundlessly, the sickle blade tore through the surrounding space. A lesser sovereign who was also a paragon was indeed terrifying. Faced with this heaven-shattering blade, Linley casually launched a chop backwards. World Breaker. Linley had fused 5 of the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, and had developed quite a few techniques. Since he normally wished to hide his power, he naturally would end up using these techniques now. Clang! Rumble, the giant sickle in Teresia's hands trembled, then began to shatter, inch by inch. Teresia himself was knocked flying away by that wild explosion of power. A single blow from the sword had shattered a sovereign artifact? Ugh! Teresia was shaken so badly that he vomited out a mouthful of blood. This is impossible. Teresia stared at Linley in disbelief, and then his gaze locked upon the jade longsword in Linley's hand. That holy, sacred aura that emanated from the sword caused one's heart to tremble. Teresia instantly identified this weapon for what it truly was, and Teresia all but screeched, "Overgod weapon!" And then, he stared at Linley in terror. Right. This is an overgod weapon. Linley smiled as he looked at Teresia. Teresia stared at Linley in terror. He immediately said, "I understand. It was you. You definitely acquired all 3 of the Overgod talismans. You accomplished the mission of the Overgod of Life, which is why you received an Overgod artifact." Teresia had previously wanted to make a fight out of it, but upon seeing the Overgod artifact, he fell into despair. Even if they were equal in strength, the side that had an Overgod artifact would hold an absolute advantage. In his case, he was weaker than Linley to begin with. Linley, in the past, I was the one at fault. Now that you have acquired the Overgod artifact, I no longer pose a threat to you. Teresia now, finally, wanted to beg for mercy and ask for forgiveness. Linley, no need to waste words with him. Hurry up and eliminate him. Beirut's voice echoed in Linley's mind. Linley didn't hesitate at all. His face sank slightly, and the Life Overgod sword in his hand shot out like a blur, stabbing straight towards Teresia. Bang! In the direction where the Life Overgod sword was pointing towards, a spatial rift suddenly appeared that was only as thick as a fist, but which was infinitely long. As for Teresia's head, a small, fist-sized hole appeared within it. Laws of the Earth, World Disintegrator. Teresia's eyes were still filled with disbelief, shock, and rage. And then, he powerlessly toppled over and his sovereign artifacts fell out. Without the protection of his will and his sovereign armor, his corpse was instantly reduced to dust by the chaotic streams of energy. A semi-translucent jewel floated out, emanating a faint green light in every direction. A lesser sovereign spark of wind. I'd best fuse it right away. If I delay, other variables might come into play. Linley's expanded divine sense had already discovered that the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, along with other sovereigns of wind, had entered chaotic space. However, those sovereigns of wind were still quite far away from Linley. Those sovereigns had clearly discovered that Linley had just killed Teresia as well. Linley, the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, was angry now. Linley paid Dia no attention. He immediately made a drop of blood fly out from his finger, then drift towards the wind-type sovereign spark. Linley, these sovereigns of wind were all rather angry now. He had killed a sovereign and was now about to fuse with his sovereign spark? This sort of behavior was simply going too far. Right at this moment, the chaotic energy flows around Linley began to change. A limitlessly dense gathering of wind elemental essences began to condense, and large amounts of green liquid began to manifest and swirl about Linley. In this moment, Linley had already changed into his divine wind clone, and the wind-type sovereign spark slowly sank into Linley's forehead. The fusing of a sovereign spark was extremely fast. Those sovereigns weren't able to stop it at all. Beirut and Bluefire, who had already flown over, simply laughed. Previously, Linley was already comparable to a chief sovereign, thanks to his overgod weapon. But now, after having refined another sovereign spark, Linley's power should have surpassed that of the chief sovereign of light. Beirut and Bluefire were both incredibly happy. They now no longer feared even the chief sovereign of light. What, then, did they have to worry about? Finally, the three sovereigns of Yulan would no longer have to hide within the Yulan plane. Within the void. Just moments later, Linley, who had already fused with the wind-type sovereign spark, smiled and opened his eyes. Success! My will grew stronger yet again, and my fused sovereign power is now much more powerful. By now, Linley had already fused 3 types of sovereign sparks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 13, Punishment. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 13, Punishment. Within the vast, empty void of chaotic space. 2 streaks of multicolored light shot through the void, towards a blue-robed figure. Grandpa Beirut. Bluefire. Linley laughed as he looked at the two of them. How do you feel, after fusing the sovereign spark? Beirut sent while asking urgently. The nearby Bluefire also asked, rather worried, how much did your power increase? This mission's goal was to allow Linley to become strong enough to surpass the chief sovereign of light. I feel excellent. Linley had a hint of a smile on his face. After fusing the third sovereign spark, the power of my will grew stronger yet again. After fusing 3 types of sovereign power, my fused sovereign power is 100 times more powerful than normal sovereign power. Just via my will and my fused sovereign power alone, I surpass an ordinary chief sovereign tenfold. Indeed. Linley's 4-way soul mutation had bestowed upon him 1 portion of will. Compared to ordinary lesser sovereigns, Linley had fused 2 more sovereign sparks, and so had gained 2 additional portions of will. All combined, Linley had gained a total of 3 additional portions of will. Lesser sovereign to intermediate sovereign to high sovereign. Generally speaking, the difference between each level was 100-fold in power, which was roughly equivalent to 2 portions of will. But for Linley, his fused sovereign power also made him 100 times stronger. And thus, without even taking the profound mysteries in account, the strength of his will and his body's energy made it so that Linley was 10 times stronger than an ordinary chief sovereign. The chief sovereign of the 4 edicts have paragons among them, and their over-god artifacts are suited to their nature. I'm not completely confident in being able to defeat them, but I'm at least confident in being able to stay alive in front of them. Linley sent back. As for dealing with the chief sovereign of light, Augusta, his over-god artifact isn't suited to his element. I'm confident in being able to kill him. Overgods were only divided into 4 edicts. Overgod artifacts were thus only divided into 4 types as well. But of course, neither Linley nor Augusta were perfectly suited to the nature of their overgod artifacts. Beirut and Bluefire exchanged glances, then couldn't help but laugh. They laughed in a very happy, excited manner. Nearly 20,000 years. Beirut was so excited, he couldn't control himself. It has been nearly 20,000 years since I became a sovereign. This entire time, I've turtled in the Yulan plain. Finally, I finally will be able to freely depart. There's no need to fear Augusta any further. Bluefire let out a long sigh as well. Augusta. Linley had a hint of killing desire in his heart. The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, had to be killed at some point. Augusta's death would make it so that nothing would stop Linley from saving his mother. He trusted that the other sovereigns of light wouldn't dare bar Linley's way. As the three sovereigns of Yulan were celebrating happily together, the distant chief sovereign of wind, Dia, had an extremely ugly look on his face as he was flying over at high speed. Dia had long, blazing golden hair. His long hair flowed with a faint green light, and his eyes were as fierce as a hawk's. His true form was, after all, the divine beast, Jade-winged Gold-Light Hawk. Utterly impudent. Dia was enraged. I shouted at him repeatedly to stop, but this Linley actually dared to forcibly kill Teresia. In addition, that weapon he used just now. A dark light flashed through Dia's golden eyes. Dia's divine sense range was extremely vast. Naturally, he had already discovered Linley's life over God sword. That is an over God artifact. And it is life attribute. There are no other possibilities. The seventh over God mission that has been issued since the creation of the universe was completed by him. The over God artifact is in his hands, but it is wasted there. If I had it, given my power. Dia couldn't help but feel a desire to seize the treasure. This wasn't his fault. At the chief sovereign level, very few things were capable of attracting their interest. Over God weapons, however, were chief amongst those things. Chief Sovereign, Linley actually killed Teresia and fused his wind-type Sovereign Spark. His behavior goes too far. The other sovereigns of wind sent towards Dia. Chief Sovereign, as I see it, we should take down Linley and have the chief sovereigns of the four edicts punish him. There were a total of 7 sovereigns of wind. Dia was the chief, and so naturally he was the leader of this element. Generally speaking, when chief sovereigns spoke, the other sovereigns would respectfully obey. Even someone as unruly and untamable as Teresia was incomparably respectful to the chief sovereign of wind, Dia. After countless years of this, Dia naturally had grown accustomed to being a high, lofty figure. Only the other 10 chief sovereigns were his equals. Linley had ignored his command. This naturally caused Dia to feel rather embarrassed. He had killed Teresia. Fused the Sovereign Spark. Without question, Linley's behavior was akin to slapping Dia in the face. Given the additional lure of the Overgod artifact, Dia came to his decision. Such impudence, such domineering behavior. He slaughtered another sovereign. His behavior goes too far. The rest of you, hurry and transmit this information to the other sovereigns, especially the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. You must deliver the message, this Linley has violated the Pact of Sovereigns. It should be the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts who punish him. The chief sovereign of wind, Dia, gave the order. Yes, chief sovereign. The other sovereigns all slashed through the void, returning to the divine wind plane. They began to quickly spread the word, informing the various sovereigns of the other elements. This Linley, the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, stared with his golden eyes into the distance as he continued to slash through the void. The multicolored flows of chaotic energy and chaotic space rushed about wildly at high speed, but Linley and the other 2 just stood there, laughing and chatting. The chief sovereign of wind, Dia, has arrived. Linley sent to Beirut in blue fire. Right at this moment, a green light leisurely shot over from far away. In virtually a single instant, roughly 100 meters away from Linley, it halted and transformed into a tall human figure. Dia's entire body was covered with a jade robe that was embroidered with golden threads. His jaw lifted slightly, and he swept his icy gaze towards them, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Linley, do you admit to your crimes? Dia said icily. Admit to my crimes? What crimes have I committed? Even if I did commit crimes, what does that have to do with you, Dia? Linley stared straight back at Dia, showing not a hint of subservience. Dia was instantly infuriated. Linley, you have fused a wind-type sovereign spark, and are now a wind-type lesser sovereign. As a sovereign under my authority, what sort of an attitude are you now displaying towards me? Dia rebuked angrily. Dia's words were correct. 7 elemental laws, 4 edicts. Every trillion years, there would be planar wars. Each planar war was arranged by the chief sovereigns, and the sovereigns under their control would be quite obedient. After all, their difference in power was obvious. Any chief sovereign of any attribute could be considered the leader of their respective attribute. Soldiers would naturally need to be respectful to their leaders. Sorry. I, Linley, haven't just fused a wind-type sovereign spark. I've also fused an earth-type sovereign spark, and also a water-type sovereign spark. Doesn't this mean that I'm simultaneously a sovereign under the control of the chief sovereign of earth and the chief sovereign of water as well? I, Linley, am a single person, and yet I have to be divided up amongst 3 chief sovereigns? Linley laughed as he spoke. 3 sovereign sparks? Dia was surprised as well. Fusing an additional sovereign spark represented an increase in the power of will. Linley's strength could thus be imagined. After fusing 3 sovereign sparks, his will is comparable in strength to an intermediate sovereign. That overgod artifact isn't aligned to his nature, he won't necessarily be a match for me. Dia instantly came to this conclusion. What, after killing a sovereign, you still dare be so brash? Dia rebuked angrily. You had best surrender and give yourself up. Follow me to go see the chief sovereigns. Surrender and give myself up? Forgive me for not being able to do this, just as Linley began to speak, and before he finished. Humph, you've already fused 3 sovereign sparks. Given your unfeeling, ruthless personality, as I see it, you will continue to slaughter other sovereigns. Since you won't surrender, then, the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, gave a cold snort, then his body transformed into a ray of green light as he shot towards Linley. Beirut and Blue Fire hurriedly parted, moving far away towards 2 sides, for fear of being struck by any remnant power. I'll let you be my first test. Linley mused to himself. He stared calmly as the enemy charged towards him. The chief sovereign of wind, Dia, wielded a long spear in one hand and a short spear in another. Moving at tremendous speed, Dia suddenly began to spin, then the golden short spear in his hand shot out at high speed. The short spear spun as well, causing a spinning series of spatial ripples to appear in the space around it. The strange thing was, space didn't shatter or tear apart. His power is focused and not yet released? Linley was secretly surprised. No chief sovereigns could be underestimated. The Life Over God sword appeared in Linley's hands. Not hesitating at all, he moved forward like a dragon leaving his cave. Although the tip of Linley's Life Over God sword was very minute, it pressed down like a mountain. Quite precisely, Linley's Life Over God sword's tip struck straight against the tip of the short spear. Bang! In the instant they collided, the energy contained within the spear instantly exploded forth, but so too did the power of Linley's Life Over God sword. Laws of the Earth, World Imploder. After 5,000 years of training, with respect to the laws of the Earth, Linley had fused 5 profound mysteries, then developed 3 techniques that were able to build off each other in power. Generally speaking, Linley wouldn't use his fused law attacks. These 3 techniques were meant for normal use. They covered up his true power. They were World Breaker, World Imploder, and his most powerful, World Disintegrator. Whoosh! The golden spear was struck and sent flying back, while Linley himself was knocked backwards as well. You actually blocked my attack. The chief sovereign of wind, Dia, grinned coldly, then shot forward at high speed. He swiped forward with one hand, seizing that golden short spear. A spear in each hand, Dia continued to draw close at lightning speed. Linley focused his attention. Screech! Very suddenly, when Dia was roughly 100 meters away from Linley, he emitted a piercing screech. Behind him appeared the illusion of a terrifying divine hawk that was 10,000 meters in size. That golden, crested divine hawk seemed incredibly arrogant, and it stared icily with its golden eyes towards Linley. Innate divine ability, Demon Song. Ah! Linley felt as though a heavy hammer was smashing viciously against his soul. This attack was so powerful that cracks appeared on even the scaly soul membrane created by the coiling dragon ring. Die! Dia, after unleashing his innate divine ability attack, appeared in front of Linley, spinning like a tornado and striking towards Linley with both his long spear and his short spear. Annihilator. Dia unleashed his most powerful attack. The two spears bit down towards Linley like a pair of venomous dragons, but right at this moment, Linley, whose gaze had grown dim, suddenly stared back, his gaze instantly becoming as sharp as a knife. Ring ring ring, the life over God's sword began to shudder. What's going on? Dia was greatly shocked. He could sense a terrifying restrictive power bind him down. The most powerful of the three attacks was World Disintegrator. It could be said to be the advanced version of Microcosm. This attack involved 5 fused profound mysteries. Compared with Linley's sword intent attack, it was almost on par. Clatter clatter. A colliding sound rang out repeatedly. Within 10 meters, the space within a spherical region completely collapsed. Dia was knocked back flying, while Linley himself was also sent flying back. You actually, Dia was truly stunned now. Humph, Linley stared coldly at Dia. You want to kill me? This Dia's innate divine ability was a very unique, pure sound attack that struck directly against the soul. Especially when paired with a chief sovereign's will, the power of the attack was so great that even the defensive membrane of the coiling dragon ring was cracked. Fortunately, Linley's spiritual energy came from his triple-fused sovereign power, and was 100 times mightier than ordinary sovereign power. And so, Linley had withstood it. An ordinary sovereign, even a chief sovereign, would be in mortal danger from Dia's attack. First the innate divine ability, and then his strongest material attack, Annihilator. The chief sovereign of wind, Dia, clearly had used this double attack with the intention of killing Linley. Oof. I didn't imagine that after fusing 3 sovereign sparks, by relying on your over-god artifact, you would be able to block my attacks. Dia let out a snicker, but in his heart, his thirst for the over-god artifact grew only stronger. 2 consecutive techniques. This really is an incredible killing technique. Linley stared at Dia, then let out a cold laugh. Dia, you've unleashed your supreme attack, but I haven't displayed mine yet. Dia's face couldn't help but change slightly. He couldn't help but flash backwards, retreating 1,000 kilometers away. Oof. Linley calmly watched Dia retreat. Actually, if he wanted to kill Dia, Linley would have done so long ago. Just now, from start to finish, during his battle with Dia, Linley had only used Earth-type sovereign power, and not his fused sovereign power. The power that Linley had just displayed was a mere 100th of his true power. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21 Chapter 14, The Gathering of the Sovereigns. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 14, The Gathering of the Sovereigns. This Dia is indeed cautious. Linley mused to himself. At this moment, Beirut and Bluefire flew over from far away. Beirut sent mentally, Linley, were you holding back your power just now? Based on what Beirut and Bluefire knew, given Linley's power, killing Dia should be fairly easy. After all, of the 7 elemental chief sovereigns, the chief sovereign of light was the strongest. If he couldn't even kill Dia, how could he kill Augusta? Just now, I didn't use my fused sovereign power. Linley sent back. Indeed. Bluefire and Beirut both let out relieved sighs. For now, it is best to hide your power. I imagine that after you killed Teresia, the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts will come shortly. Hide your power for now, that will make it easier to bluff your way through later. Beirut sent. Linley was planning to do precisely this. I don't want to reveal my power and frighten Augusta into fleeing. Linley stared into the distance. Dia has already returned to the divine wind plane. Let us go as well. It is time to face the chief sovereigns. Beirut and Bluefire agreed as well. He had killed a sovereign. He had to at least have a reason or an excuse for it. At the very least, he couldn't violate the Pact of Sovereigns. If you had an excuse, but fled after committing the killing, even if you did have a reason for what you did, most likely the chief sovereigns of the four edicts would be angry. Upon being pursued and attacked by the four mighty chief sovereigns of the edicts, that would be disastrous. Even the current Linley wasn't confident he could defeat the four of them. Whoosh. Linley flew towards the borders of the divine wind plane, then ripped an opening in it. Linley, Beirut, and Bluefire, these three sovereigns, flew through. The divine wind plane was vast and boundless. Linley's group of three withdrew a metallic lifeform and changed it into a ship that hovered above the sea. The three thus leisurely chatted aboard the ship, quietly awaiting the arrival of the chief sovereigns. Linley actually dares to stay here. Dia's divine sense had located Linley, and in his heart, he felt a hint of rage. Time-wise, the four chief sovereigns of the edicts should have received the news by now. Given the speed at which they travel, in half a day or so, they should arrive in my divine wind plane. Dia currently had a belly full of fire. Actually, this was understandable. First of all, he was the chief sovereign of wind. Linley was a sovereign of wind, and yet was so unruly. The chief sovereign of wind's dignity had been violated. Naturally, he was dissatisfied. Second, before his very eyes, and even as he shouted, Linley had killed Teresia. How could Dia not be unhappy? And third, he wanted the overgod artifact, and yet hadn't acquired it. Fourth, Linley's power made him feel threatened. This fourth point is what caused him to feel enmity towards Linley. Although he felt enmity towards Linley, Linley didn't care about Dia at all. The infernal realm of the four higher planes. Deep in the chaotic sea. Chief sovereign of destruction, that new sovereign Linley, Beirut, and a sovereign of fire arrived at our divine wind plane. Linley chased after and attacked Teresia, all the way into chaotic space. He killed Teresia, and then fused the wind-type sovereign spark. Linley has completely violated the pact we set down previously. A voice traveled across 10 billion kilometers and directly entered the depths of the chaotic sea. Linley killed Teresia? Amusing. A figure clad in black light shot out, instantly emerging from the depths of the sea. It has been so long since I've met those three. It's time we had a good chat. The blurry figure flew directly towards the closest teleportation array. The divine light plane. The air above the Godscale sea. Swish! A ray of white light instantly pierced through the heavens, so fast that even high gods couldn't see it clearly. Augusta's dazzling golden hair fluttered, and a hint of mirth was in his eyes. I truly didn't expect that Beirut, Bluefire, and Linley would dare leave the Yulan plain, and even dare to chase and attack Teresia. This truly is an opportunity bestowed to me by the heavens. Augusta, upon hearing the news, had instantly hurried towards the teleportation array. However, according to this news, Teresia actually was killed. This Linley was strong enough to kill Teresia? Augusta was rather puzzled. The news that had come from the divine wind plane hadn't stated that Linley was in possession of an overgod weapon. Swoosh. Augusta shot towards the distant teleportation array. Linley became a sovereign? He actually killed a sovereign and fused his spark? The sovereigns who received this news were all stunned, one after the other. They all hurriedly moved at full speed towards the teleportation arrays, hastening towards the divine wind plane. Those who received the news the earliest and who moved the fastest were naturally the four chief sovereigns of the edicts. Next came the other chief sovereigns. Lastly came the various sovereigns. Sovereigns were normally quite bored. Their long, leisurely lives had made it so that they had unlimited amounts of time to waste. For one sovereign to kill another sovereign and then fuse the sovereign spark? The effect was similar to a murder occurring in a small town of mortals. One could imagine how much attention it drew. All the sovereigns who received this information, without exception, hastened towards the Divine Wind Plane. The Divine Wind Plane. One of the 3 teleportation array areas, the peak of Windflow Mountain. Rumble, a blurry aura lit up. A blurry figure emerged from the array, very naturally emanating a terrifying aura. Who is this? The surrounding soldiers held their breaths, feeling the pressure from this aura. All of them stared in surprise and terror towards the blurry figure within the teleportation array. As soon as the light of the teleportation array vanished, the blurry figure suddenly soared into the skies, and in a flash, departed, moving so fast that even the high god soldiers nearby couldn't see what happened clearly. This was a sovereign. Definitely a sovereign. Speed that even I couldn't see clearly, it could only be a sovereign. All of them cried out in surprise. At this moment, far away, in midair, there was a beautiful young maiden with fiery red hair, whose entire body was covered by a violet robe. She was staring towards the northeast. She laughed, and 2 little cute dimples appeared on her face. In a few thousand short years, I didn't expect that Linley would not only become a sovereign, he would even kill another sovereign. This little fellow, amusing. From the day he was born until now, most likely less than 10,000 years have passed. This little fellow's rate of improvement truly is miraculous. The beautiful red-haired maiden smiled as she spoke to herself. Given the age of the chief sovereign of death, for her to refer to Linley as a little fellow was indeed quite reasonable. The beautiful red-haired maiden turned to look. What a coincidence! She actually arrived at the same teleportation array as I did. Hurry up a bit. The beautiful red-haired maiden sent mentally. Don't be impatient. The other 2 haven't arrived yet. A gentle voice rang out, and a jade green light instantly appeared by the side of the beautiful red-haired woman. This was a beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in a long green robe. Her eyebrows were shaped like crescents, while her eyes seemed to glitter like the stars. Her smile was more than enough to intoxicate anyone. The strange thing was, she didn't emit any spiritual aura at all. Her spiritual aura was completely contracted. One could imagine how profound her accomplishments were with regards to the soul. She was one of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, the chief sovereign of life. Elder sister. The chief sovereign of life smiled and said, "Long time no see." Right, it has indeed been a long time. The last time we met was during the previous planar wars, 1 trillion years ago. Right, Wawaya, let me warn you in advance. This matter involves Linley. I personally watched this little fellow grow up. Unless it is necessary, don't kill him. The beautiful red-haired maiden said. Don't worry. The smile of the chief sovereign of life was always that graceful. However, if Linley's actions completely violated the pact, then there's nothing I can do either. Right. I won't put you in a bad position. Hey, those 2 have come as well, one after the other. However, they didn't come through the same array as we did. The beautiful red-haired maiden looked into the distance. Come, let's head out first. Immediately, the 2 females of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts flew at high speed towards Linley's group of 3. Upon discovering that the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts had entered the divine wind plane, the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, naturally immediately went to receive them. In terms of power, the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts vastly surpassed the 7 elemental chief sovereigns. In terms of status, the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts also were far above them. When the other 7 chief sovereigns encountered the 4 of them, they would all salute. From this, one could tell how high their status was. Dia stared into the distance at the 4 rays of light flying over. He immediately went to salute them. Greetings, your excellencies. Of the 4 newcomers, 2 were women. The chief sovereign of death, who looked like a beautiful maiden, was actually as old as the netherworld itself. After all, she was the very first living creature of the netherworld. This was why the chief sovereign of life addressed her as elder sister. Most likely, amongst the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, only the chief sovereign of destruction was comparable to the chief sovereign of death. Dia, come along with us. A white-haired, white-robed elder laughed calmly. Of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, the chief sovereigns of life and fate were able to completely contract their auras. If one shut one's eyes, one would be completely unable to sense these two as being present. Yes. Dia humbly followed behind the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Above the sea, the metallic lifeform, in the shape of a vessel, was extremely stable. The 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts have arrived. Lindley stood up and stared into the distance. Beirut and Bluefire raised their heads and looked over as well. The 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Were they able to detect your divine sense, Lindley? Beirut sent and asked. They shouldn't have been. Just now, I first used my fused sovereign power to make a test. The 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts didn't react at all. And then, I used Earth-type sovereign power, only then did they notice me. Lindley sent back. Although he had an advantage in divine sense, Lindley was still very wary of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. As far as power was concerned, not a single one of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts was weak. They are coming. Lindley's gaze was already focused on 5 figures in the distance. A beautiful red-haired maiden, a gloomy, black-robed man, a beautiful middle-aged green-robed woman, and a white-haired, white-robed elder. These 4 were the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. The chief sovereign of life and chief sovereign of fate, their auras are completely retracted, and not a hint of them leak out. It seems as though they have both reached the paragon level in the profound mysteries of the laws. Lindley felt very vigilant. The current him was most likely not yet a match for them. The chief sovereign of death was the first living creature to exist in the netherworld. Her innate divine ability probably is not any weaker than Beirut's. The chief sovereign of destruction, judging from the attitude the other 3 chief sovereigns have towards him, he most likely isn't the weakest of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Lindley's heart was filled with astonishment. Every single one of these 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts was unfathomable. Greetings to you, chief sovereigns. Beirut immediately saluted. Chief sovereigns. Lindley and Bluefire saluted as well. When faced with the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, even the chief sovereigns of the 7 elemental laws would salute. At this point in time, Lindley didn't act with arrogance and try to put himself on the same level as the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Lindley, we meet again. The beautiful, red-haired maiden laughed as she looked at Lindley. The first time we met at the Abyssal Mountain, you had just barely reached the commander level. The second time we met, you had already become a paragon. This third time, you've actually become a sovereign. Lindley should have trained for less than 10,000 years by now. The white-robed, white-haired elder of the 4 smiled as his gaze fell upon Lindley. It seemed so amiable. You truly are excellent. Lindley hadn't expected that as soon as he encountered the 4, 2 of the chief sovereigns of the edicts show him favor. This caused the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, to feel worry and anger in his heart. Chief sovereigns, this Lindley killed Teresia, Dia said hurriedly. The beautiful red-haired maiden smiled slightly. More and more sovereigns are coming. Let's wait for them to all arrive before we speak. Right at this moment. The other sovereigns arrived. First came the sovereigns of wind, then the various chief sovereigns of the other elements such as Augusta. Then came some other sovereigns as well. Less than an hour passed between the first and final arrivals, and during this period of time, more than 60 sovereigns arrived. It must be understood that there were only 77 sovereigns to begin with, or, to be precise, sovereign clones. For example, Lindley had 3 sovereign clones by himself. Aside from a few sovereigns who were on material planes or within their own divine planes, all the sovereigns who had received the news had come. So many sovereigns. In the past, I've never seen so many sovereigns gather together. Beirut sent with a laugh, and Linley looked around as well. The sovereigns were clustered together in groups of 2 or 3, either floating in the air or standing atop boats. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 15, Covetous Intent. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 15, Covetous Intent. Rumble, the waves of the sea continued to roll forward gently. Linley raised his head, sweeping it past Augusta and Dia. The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, and the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, both looked back at Linley with gazes that held malice in them. In his heart, Linley just snickered. Humph, Augusta probably still has a desire to kill me. After that last battle, Dia probably feels enmity for me as well. Dia I can ignore, but as for Augusta, I'll let him live happily for a bit longer. After the other chief sovereigns leave, I will kill Augusta. The other chief sovereigns wouldn't just watch Linley kill Augusta and do nothing about it. He had already waited for thousands of years. What was another moment? Linley. Beirut. At this moment, the Redbud sovereign and the Bloodridge sovereign both flew over, laughing while waving to him. Linley, you really know how to make trouble. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed as he spoke mentally to him. How short a period of time has it been? And yet, you've killed Teresia Adat. If you killed him, you killed him. However, Linley, you should have prepared an excuse for when the chief sovereigns question you, yes? The Redbud sovereign looked at Linley. Linley laughed and nodded. We'll have to trouble the two of you to help, soon. Beirut laughed while speaking mentally to them. We won't be able to help out that much. Everything is up to the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. The one right next to you, that's the blue fire you mentioned to me last time, right? The Bloodridge sovereign looked towards Bluefire. Bluefire, I am called Boson. Mr. Boson. Bluefire said modestly. How often did 60-plus sovereigns have the chance to all gather together? The conversation between the various sovereigns right now was quite lively. Alright, it is time to discuss Linley's affairs. A cold voice descended from on high. The speaker was the chief sovereign of destruction. The words of the chief sovereign of destruction instantly caused all conversation to halt. It grew quiet. Everyone. Beirut laughed. Everyone, please, all of you, sit. After you sit, we can discuss the matter between Linley and Teresia. As he spoke, with a crackling sound, the metallic lifeform that had been in the shape of a giant boat began to transform again. The wide, spacious deck suddenly began to grow several chairs. There were 65 in total, and the chairs were arranged into an enormous circle. Because it was in a circle, there were no differences in terms of status for seating arrangements. Everyone, let's sit. The beautiful, violet-robed, red-haired maiden gave the order coldly. The chief sovereign of Death's words caused the 60-plus sovereigns to all descend from the skies or fly over from other parts of the boat and move towards the seats. Everyone casually chose their own seats and sat down. Linley, Beirut, and Bluefire were seated next to each other. The 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Linley swept the 4 with his gaze. The 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts were all seated next to each other as well. The 3 of them are all here. What a coincidence. After the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts leave, I'll kill all 3 of them. Augusta gave Linley's group of 3 a glance as he murmured to himself. Right at this moment, a gentle voice rang out. Everyone, although the 4 over-gods have not forbidden us from killing each other, fusing an additional sovereign spark means gaining an additional portion of will. If we don't limit battles amongst ourselves, most likely the lesser sovereigns and intermediate sovereigns will never have peace. Thus, in the past, the other 3 chief sovereigns of the edicts and myself set up the pact. If a lower-ranked sovereign has not offended a higher-ranked sovereign, a higher-ranked sovereign is not to wantonly slaughter the lower-ranked one. Those who violate this will be jointly pursued and killed by the 4 of us. Only sovereigns as the same level of power are permitted to fight amongst each other. The speaker was the jade-robed chief sovereign of life. The chief sovereign of life's voice was very gentle, even when discussing the pact. Her voice flowed like the waters of a spring, making the listeners feel peaceful. The sea wind blew, but the ship atop the waves was extremely stable, and the sovereigns seated atop it were all listening quietly. Today, however, Linley killed the lesser sovereign of wind, Teresia. The chief sovereign of life swept Linley with her gaze, her tone abruptly changing. However, Linley is only a lesser sovereign as well. Linley, hearing this, couldn't help but feel delighted. This chief sovereign of life seemed to be helping him. Your Excellency! Suddenly, a voice rang out. HRM? The chief sovereign of life's warm, gentle gaze fell upon the speaker. The speaker was the chief sovereign of wind, Dia. Dia's golden gaze was trained upon the chief sovereign of life, but he said with respect, according to that pact, the evaluation of a person's power rank isn't just divided up into simply lesser, intermediate, and high sovereign sparks, rather, it is based on true power. For example, any of the 4 divine beasts of the past were just lesser sovereigns on their own, but as a whole, they became referred to as being at the chief sovereign level. This was because they were powerful. When experts battled, joining forces wasn't always of great use. For lesser sovereigns that joined forces still wouldn't be able to overcome an intermediate sovereign. But the 4 divine beasts were clearly different. Thus, during that pact, it was specially established that the 4 divine beasts, as a unit, were at the chief sovereign level. As for this Linley, in terms of power, the sovereign of wind, Dia, let out a self-mocking chuckle. I'm afraid that you'll laugh at me, but not long ago, I intended to go capture this Linley, so as to allow the 4 of you, your excellencies, to interrogate him. However, I didn't expect that after Linley fused the wind-type sovereign spark, I was unable to do anything to him, even when attacking him at my full strength. How can this be? Instantly, a shocked uproar of noise. The sovereigns who had hurried here from the other planes all knew that Linley had killed Teresia, but they weren't clear on Linley's fight against the chief sovereign of wind, Dia. The main reason was, when Dia had ordered his sovereigns of wind to go spread the news, the battle between him and Linley hadn't started yet. Even if Linley fused an additional wind-type sovereign spark, he would at most have an extra portion of will. How could he be able to defeat you, Dia? The difference between a lesser sovereign and a high sovereign is very great. A chorus of disbelieving voices rang out. These sovereigns couldn't believe Dia's words. An intermediate sovereign was nearly 100 times stronger than a lesser sovereign, a difference of 2 portions of will. As for high sovereigns and lesser sovereigns, the difference was even greater. Linley didn't just fuse a wind-type sovereign spark. Prior to this, he had already fused 2 sovereign sparks. Dia said. A single person who fused 3 sovereign sparks? Even the white-robed, white-haired elder, the chief sovereign of fate, couldn't help but look at Linley. Can it be that Linley has killed other sovereigns prior to this? Some people immediately said. There are still a number of sovereigns who didn't come today. Perhaps. Linley just quietly watched this group of sovereigns chatter, while from Linley's side, Beirut suddenly laughed in a clear voice. Everyone, I am Beirut. I trust that everyone has heard of the events of nearly 20,000 years ago. Back then, I acquired 4 sovereign sparks. I and this gentleman next to me, Bluefire, each used a spark. We let Linley fuse the other 2 sparks, and so Linley has only killed a single sovereign, Teresia. Quite a few sovereigns looked towards Beirut, and they all fell silent. News of what Beirut had done nearly 20,000 years ago had spread quite quickly amongst the sovereigns. Dia, even if Linley fused 3 sovereign sparks, he would just have 2 more portions of will than an ordinary lesser sovereign, and would be comparable to an intermediate sovereign. How could he have been a match for you? A man with long blue hair and fish scales on his forehead laughed while speaking. Everyone, don't forget, Linley is a paragon. The Bloodridge sovereign smiled as he reminded them all. Even if he is a paragon, would an intermediate sovereign paragon be able to defeat Dia? The other sovereigns refuted. Everyone. The chief sovereign of wind, Dia, intentionally let out a sigh. I unleashed my supreme attack, but still couldn't injure him. In fact, I wasn't even able to force Linley to use the innate divine ability of the Azure Dragon clan. The reason why Linley is so powerful is primarily because he has an overgod artifact. An instant uproar. An overgod artifact? The sovereigns, including the many sovereigns who had only been watching in amusement and had yet to say anything, were all stunned. The chief sovereigns, Augusta included, immediately turned lightning fast to stare at Linley. It is true. Linley, faced with the gazes of these people, nodded and admitted it. A single stone which aroused a 1,000-meter wave. He actually has an overgod artifact. The sovereigns who had been treating this as an amusing diversion now completely changed their attitudes. By relying on an overgod artifact, Linley was only able to have a slight advantage over Dia. A golden-horned man with a seal of a lightning bolt on his forehead mused to himself. For the overgod artifact to fall into his hands is a complete waste. If I were to gain that overgod artifact, given my power, I would have a chance at becoming comparable to the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. This person was the chief sovereign of lightning. The chief sovereign of lightning had another sovereign clone, making it so that the chief sovereign of lightning naturally had an additional portion of will. His power surpassed the other chief sovereigns, but the chief sovereign of light had an overgod artifact. Thus, amongst the 7 elemental chief sovereigns, the chief sovereign of light was number 1, while the chief sovereign of lightning was number 2. The difference between them, however, wasn't that great. If the chief sovereign of lightning acquired an overgod artifact, he would instantly surpass the chief sovereign of light and even be able to pose a threat to the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Overgod artifact. The chief sovereign of lightning was already pondering how to take the overgod artifact away. This puny little Linley, even relying on the overgod artifact, only has average power. He is no threat. The greatest problem right now is the other chief sovereigns. I want to take the overgod artifact, but I imagine the other chief sovereigns wouldn't be willing to accept this. The chief sovereign of lightning swept his gaze across the other chief sovereigns. Indeed, the other chief sovereigns were intrigued as well. An overgod artifact. If they acquired it, they would surpass the other chief sovereigns. All of you want to fight over it? The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, laughed coldly in his heart. With me here, the only thing the rest of you can do is dream about it. However, the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts will be trouble. Augusta was also worried about the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. These simple words from Dia, exposing the fact that Linley possessed an overgod artifact, caused all of the chief sovereigns who were qualified to fight over such a treasure to be intrigued. Linley, I'm not able to kill you, but the other chief sovereigns are. Dia was very pleased with what he had wrought. Linley wasn't worried at all. He swept the 11 chief sovereigns with his gaze. I imagine that quite a few chief sovereigns harbor greedy intentions in their heart. However, after I kill Augusta, I imagine that these chief sovereigns will be so frightened, they won't dare do anything afterwards. Linley didn't feel the slightest hint of worry. He had only revealed 1/100th of his true power. All of the sovereigns present understood that the 7th overgod mission that had been issued since the creation of the universe had been fulfilled by Linley. During the previous period of time, the various sovereigns had all been fooled by him. However, nobody quibbled about this. If a high god had fooled the sovereigns would naturally be furious and take revenge. But Linley's power was now on the chief sovereign level. Who would take revenge? In addition, the situation was currently quite delicate. Quite a few of the 11 chief sovereigns felt greedy intentions towards Linley's overgod artifact. But all of the chief sovereigns knew how the others felt as well. They were afraid that they would be the first to strike, but in the end, let the benefit go to the others. Thus, all of them were extremely cautious. Linley fused 3 sovereign sparks, is a paragon, and has an overgod artifact. He does indeed have the power to fight Dia. However, the chief sovereign of life's voice grew cold and fierce. Just because you are powerful, you can murder a lesser sovereign of wind? This is completely against our original pact. Linley spoke out. Chief Sovereign, before I fused the wind-type sovereign spark, I wasn't that powerful. The Chief Sovereign of Destruction said calmly, even before you fused the wind-type sovereign spark, you had already surpassed an ordinary intermediate sovereign. To kill Teresia was a violation of the pact. Everyone. The nearby Beirut hurriedly rose. There are 2 things I must say. Originally, when Linley was still a high god, Teresia wanted to attack and kill Linley in the infernal realm. Fortunately, the Bloodridge sovereign, Bosan, stopped him. The second thing was that when Linley was passing through chaotic space to return from the Ackerland Plain to the Yulan Plain, he was assaulted by Teresia midway through. If it hadn't been for myself and Bluefire going all out, Linley would have been killed long ago. Teresia had repeatedly acted against Linley. For Linley to take revenge shouldn't be considered against the pact. The black-robed chief sovereign of destruction gave Beirut a glance. He assaulted Linley in chaotic space? Who can testify to this? Your Excellency. At this moment, a voice rang out. Although Linley and I have some enmity between us, I have to admit, back then, Teresia did in fact assault Linley's group. I saw this through divine sense. There was definitely no mistake. Linley couldn't help but turn to look. The speaker was, amazingly enough, the Chief Sovereign of Light, Augusta. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 16, The Verdict. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 16, The Verdict. Augusta is helping me? No matter how calm Linley was, he was still startled. But immediately afterwards, Linley understood the reason. He couldn't help but laugh coldly to himself. Help me? He probably is worried that I will be judged as being guilty and be killed by the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. By then, the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts will decide on what to do with my overgod artifact. He won't have the chance. Just after Augusta spoke. Chief sovereigns. Yet another person, a sovereign of fire with tousled, straw-like hair, spoke out. In the infernal realm, it is true that Teresia had made trouble for Linley, trying to force Linley to hand over the 9 soul pearls and the overgod decree. Afterwards, it was the Bloodridge sovereign, Bosan, who appeared to protect Linley. I can attest to this as well. Linley glanced at that sovereign of fire, puzzled. He is a lesser sovereign of fire. I have no relationship at all with him, and he isn't qualified to try and seize the overgod artifact. Why is he helping me as well? 2 sovereigns had spoken out in a row. The 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts looked at each other, engaging in a private discussion through divine sense. I was the one to intervene. Naturally, I can bear witness as well. The Bloodridge sovereign, Bosan, laughed. Since that's the case, the chief sovereign of life was about to pronounce the verdict. But right at this moment. Your Excellency, back then, although Teresia might have gone a bit too far, he was a sovereign, while Linley was merely a high god. The sovereign of wind, Dia, said in an unhappy, icy voice. Even if a sovereign applies a bit of force to a high god, what's the big deal? In addition, Linley didn't even die. What, do we sovereigns now have to be courteous to deities? If we offend them a bit, they will be qualified to take revenge upon us? No matter how wrongly a sovereign treats a deity, it is only natural and proper. Dia spoke in a sullen voice. The sovereigns fell silent. They had to admit that this was reasonable as well. In the eyes of sovereigns, deities were indeed nothing more than ants. Even if they lowered themselves to kill deities, it was just a matter of the sovereign losing face. There was no one who would say the sovereign was wrong. After Linley became a sovereign, Teresia didn't offend him any further. The chief sovereign of Wind, Dia, snorted coldly. Given the situation, Linley had no excuse to kill Teresia. Dia understood that his chances of acquiring the overgot artifact were low. And so, he wanted Linley to die right away. Dying in the hands of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts would be good. Linley rose to his feet, staring at Dia. With a snicker, he said, Dia, what sort of logic is this? A sovereign killing a deity is never wrong? This judgment of yours is only from the viewpoint of sovereigns. But from the standpoint of deities? If a lofty, exalted sovereign were to come kill them, wouldn't they feel hate, feel resentment? It isn't that deities refuse to avenge themselves, it is that they don't have the power to avenge themselves. Poof. Even wild beasts with low intelligence, at the point of death, will bite back, much less deities. Linley said solemnly, deities don't have the power to take revenge, and so they will naturally die with a heart filled with resentment. But if they have the power to take revenge, they absolutely will. In addition, the Pact of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts also mentioned the issue of whether or not there was enmity between the 2 sides. I ask you, was there enmity between myself and Teresia or not? Linley asked. Dia couldn't help but fall silent. Enough. An ancient, warm voice rang out. The speaker was the chief sovereign of fate. Dia's logic is flawed. Enmity is enmity. How can enmity be divided up according to time or level? When one suffers humiliation when one is weak, can it be that after they grow powerful, they cannot take revenge? This matter comes to an end here. This situation is quite clear to me. I view Linley as not being in violation of the pact. Not guilty. The words of the chief sovereign of fate made it so that the other sovereigns no longer dared to argue. I, too, view him as being not guilty. Everyone else? The chief sovereign of life smiled as she looked around. Not guilty. The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, laughed. Not guilty. A black-haired, black-robed man spoke out. Not guilty. Of the 11 chief sovereigns, aside from Dia, the other 10 all viewed Linley as being not guilty. Actually, generally speaking, as long as the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts had pronounced Linley as being without guilt, that was enough. However, face still had to be given. The 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts would still give the other chief sovereigns a chance to speak. A clear laughter rang out. It was the violet-robed chief sovereign of death. She swept the area with her gaze, then chortled, since everyone agrees, then we have come to a conclusion with regards to the matter of Linley killing Teresia. Linley has not violated the Pact of Sovereigns. Not guilty. This matter is ended. Everyone can leave now. At this moment, Linley let out a sigh of relief. Linley. This was over even faster than I thought it would be. Today, the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts didn't make any trouble for you, and aside from Dia, the other 6 chief sovereigns weren't hard on you either. There were almost no voices of dissent. They rooted sentimentally. You have to thank the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts for how easily this matter was concluded. I understand. Linley nodded. Actually, in a matter like this, whether one was found guilty or not guilty was completely up to the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Today, it was quite clear that although the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts occasionally spoke in severe tones, in reality, they were partial towards Linley. This matter was at an end. The 60+ sovereigns bade each other farewell, then left, either on their own or in small groups. However, there was something quite odd. Not a single one of the 11 chief sovereigns were in a hurry to leave. Dia was the chief sovereign of wind. For him to remain in the divine wind plane made sense. But why weren't the other chief sovereigns leaving? I wonder where Linley is going. I have to follow him and see which teleportation portal he goes through. That will make it easier to follow him. Augusta had this plan, but in his heart, he still didn't feel confident. However, the other chief sovereigns, including the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, are actually still here. None of them are in a rush to leave. Can it be that the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts are also interested in taking the Overgod artifact? Of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, the chief sovereign of life, death, and destruction all had material weapons as their Overgod artifacts. Only the chief sovereign of fate was in possession of a soul-protecting Overgod artifact. Atop the deck of the ship, the Redbud sovereign flew over, then quietly said through divine sense, "Linley, Bosun and I will leave now. We won't be able to help much by remaining here." But, by the looks of it, the chief sovereigns have remained, most likely because the majority of them have covetous desires upon your Overgod artifact. Thus, you must be careful. I understand. Thank you. Linley sent. Thank me for what? I'm not able to help you. These chief sovereigns, given your power, you will be able to deal with most of them. The ones you need to beware of are the chief sovereign of light, the chief sovereign of lightning, and the chief sovereign of fate. The other 3 chief sovereigns of the edicts already have Overgod weapons, and don't need to fight over another one. However, the chief sovereign of fate rarely fights and rarely offends others. He might not engage. And thus, you need to worry more about the other 2. Understood. Linley recognized this logic. Beirut, Blue Fire, Linley, we'll leave now. The Redbud sovereign and the Bloodridge sovereign bade Linley's group farewell, then left. Linley and the other 2 exchanged glances. Linley, what will you choose to do? Beirut sent. Can I possibly cower back at a time like this? Linley sent. Grandpa Beirut, Blue Fire, let's head towards the teleportation arrays now. You 2 will first return to the Yulan plane, just to be safe. After I kill Augusta, I will notify you. Beirut and Bluefire exchanged a glance, then nodded and agreed. They understood that by remaining here, they would only impact Linley. It's for the best. However, Linley, your true power truly has surpassed that of the 7 elemental chief sovereigns. Still, you need to be careful, the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts are truly too powerful. They are staying here as well, and I am worried that something might happen. Thus, even if you want to attack and kill Augusta, you have to be cautious and alert. Once the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts appear to have a desire to kill you, immediately flee. Beirut sent. Beirut and Bluefire didn't want to see Linley being killed by the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. After all, Linley was the pillar of the 3 sovereigns of Yulan. Don't worry. Linley laughed. Come, let's go to the teleportation array. Linley's group of 3 immediately headed out, flying towards one of the teleportation arrays. Linley is headed out. The chief sovereigns who had remained here hesitated only slightly, and then 2 of them began to follow after Linley's group of 3. Augusta intentionally hesitated for a while longer, then flew towards the teleportation array as well. Given the flying speed of Linley's group of 3, they move at less than 1/10 of my speed. Augusta, although confident, didn't dare to underestimate the chief sovereigns of the other laws. Those chief sovereigns all had their own supreme techniques. Of the 7 elemental chief sovereigns, in terms of speed, I'm the fastest. I will have an advantage in seizing the Overgod artifact. The chief sovereign of lightning turned to glance at the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Of those 4, 3 have Overgod weapons already and shouldn't intervene. As for the chief sovereign of fate, given his personality, he probably won't go fight over a treasure, but the chief sovereign of lightning also flew over, trailing after Linley's group. The chief sovereigns all began to fly away, and even the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, began to fly back to his base. Only the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts remained. The 4 of them still didn't leave. At this moment, the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts were currently chatting privately through divine sense with each other. Woedard, Wuti Eleda, you are as confident as that? The chief sovereign of death smiled charmingly towards the chief sovereign of destruction. Orloff, Aofu, do you agree or not? The chief sovereign of destruction was looking at the white-haired, white-robed chief sovereign of fate. And then, the chief sovereign of destruction let out a cold laugh. If you are afraid and won't agree, then forget it. Ha, if you were going to talk like this, and given how good the conditions we have agreed on are, how can I not accept? The chief sovereign of fate still had a smile on his face. Excellent. The chief sovereign of destruction nodded slightly. Elder sister, it seems we'll have something fun to watch. The chief sovereign of life had a smile appear on her face as well. While the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts were discussing this matter, Linley's group of 3 had already flown very far away, and were close to the teleportation array at Windflow Mountain. Windflow Mountain is up ahead. Grandpa Beirut, Bluefire, will part ways here. Linley hovered in the air. Be careful. Beirut and Bluefire both felt nervous for Linley. And then, Beirut and Bluefire both flew towards Windflow Mountain, teleporting through it and returning to the Yulon Plain. Even if battle was to erupt, the 2 of them weren't qualified to interfere. Because the only ones who were chief sovereign level figures. Poof. All 6 of them are following me. Linley easily saw through his divine sense that there were 6 chief sovereigns following him. Fortunately, the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts haven't come. Linley let out a sigh of relief. The only ones he feared were the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Moments later. The first to arrive was the chief sovereign of lightning. Linley. The chief sovereign of lightning smiled as he flew over and greeted Linley warmly. Oh, you live up to being the chief sovereign of lightning. Your speed is so fast. I'm busy, though, so I won't disturb you for now. Linley smiled as he moved away, flying past the chief sovereign of lightning. The chief sovereign of lightning's face changed slightly. Linley just drew away from him, flying directly towards the second figure that was flying over, the chief sovereign of light. Linley. Augusta frowned. For Linley to voluntarily approach him aroused his suspicions, but then, he understood. Poof. Who cares what he wants? Linley's power is just average. Even if he is a bit more powerful than I expected, he won't be a threat to me. Augusta. Linley laughed as he went to welcome him. Is there something you need, Linley? Augusta was still quite friendly. I want to thank you for your help just now, Augusta. Linley smiled. I did what was proper. Augusta laughed. Augusta, I have something important to do in the Divine Light Plane. By then, I'll probably need your help. I wonder if you would be willing to help me, Augusta? Linley said with a laugh. Augusta's heart lurched. He is going to go with me to the Divine Light Plane? Augusta was now completely puzzled. Can it be that Linley thinks that the little bit of power he has is enough to threaten me? It makes sense. In his battle against Dia, he didn't even use his innate divine ability. Since Linley seeks death, I can't be blamed. Augusta immediately laughed. Of course I can. Then let us go together. Linley laughed calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 17, Tenfold Victor's Reward. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 17, Tenfold Victor's Reward. Linley's method was quite direct, but the effect was superb. Actually, Linley wasn't worried at all. The chances that Augusta would refuse him were less than 10%. Even if Augusta was extremely cautious and refused to let Linley go with him, Linley himself could head by himself to the Divine Light Plane and search for Augusta, then kill him. Linley, why are you going to the Divine Light Plane? Augusta laughed and asked. When we arrive, you will know. Linley didn't respond. The two flew at very high speed, arriving in the air atop Windflow Mountain in the blink of an eye. Augusta also noticed the chief sovereign of lightning, not too far away. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. Such a pity. Given your power, if Linley wasn't traveling with me, you would have a chance. But now, you have no chance at all. Augusta glanced sideways at Linley. He was still rather suspicious of Linley voluntarily following him. However, due to his absolute confidence in his power, Augusta had quite generously allowed Linley to accompany him in departing. Augusta really is quite lucky. Linley is actually going alongside him. The other chief sovereigns, seeing this, were prepared to give up. But just as Linley and Augusta flew towards the teleportation array, a voice echoed within Linley's mind. Everyone, an extremely important matter is going on. All of you, hurry over. Linley, hearing this, couldn't help but turn and look towards the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. The speaker was the chief sovereign of death. Linley was puzzled. The 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts didn't chase after me, but instead stood there, discussing something. What, now they want us all to go over? What's going on? The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, frowned as he muttered something to himself. Then I'll have to wait for a bit before I can go to the divine light plane. Linley laughed calmly. Ha, I'll welcome you at any time. Come, the matters of the 4 excellencies are quite important. Augusta hurriedly laughed as well. And just like that, Linley and the group of people all turned and flew back. Rumble. The waves struck against the shoreline. The 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts were currently in the air above an island. How queer. Linley saw the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts hovering above the island. His own divine sense clearly saw that aside from himself and the 7 chief sovereigns who were flying over, no others were present. The divine wind plane has quite a few sovereigns. But, why did the chief sovereign of death only summon the 8 of us? Linley then instantly understood. 7 chief sovereigns. Linley, himself, was at the chief sovereign level of power. Everyone is here. The beautiful, red-haired maiden laughed as she looked at the 8 of them. Your Excellency. The 8, Linley included, all saluted. The 7 elemental chief sovereigns generally would refer to the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts as excellencies, in order to show respect. I still remember how, a trillion years after the universe was created, the various sovereigns were born as well. The 11 chief sovereigns were born, but of those 11 chief sovereigns, only 8 have survived. The beautiful red-haired maiden laughed calmly. Eh? Linley was secretly surprised. So, over the countless passage of years, even several chief sovereigns had fallen. Roughly a trillion years after the creation of the universe, there was once a battle between the chief sovereign of destruction, Woedard, and the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff. I trust quite a few people know the results. That time, Woedard was on a slightly lower level. The beautiful, red-haired maiden laughed. Back then, Lord Woedard and Lord Orloff had already reached the Paragon level. That battle was truly astonishing. The chief sovereign of lightning smiled. The beautiful, red-haired maiden nodded slightly. Although they have reached the Paragon level long ago, over the course of countless years, both of them have risen in power significantly. I trust all of you know very well that their power has risen. In addition, today, after countless years, they are going to once again engage in a duel. The chief sovereigns were all stunned. A duel? Linley was shocked as well. At the level of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, their duels were no longer just simple spars. If they weren't careful, they might be killed. This, Your Excellencies, you. The only woman amongst the 7 elemental chief sovereigns, the chief sovereign of water, stammered in surprise. It isn't a big deal to tell you. The black-robed chief sovereign of destruction said calmly. Orloff and I, aside from that competition long ago, also competed another time, after I acquired my overgod artifact and he acquired that reward of will. This will be our 3rd competition. The reward of will? Linley was puzzled. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, smiled. This is just a friendly competition. Let's go. We'll go to chaotic space. As he spoke, Orloff slashed his hand down. A wide, spacious spatial rift instantly appeared ahead of him. The 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts flew into it, and Linley and the rest of the 8 immediately followed and flew in as well. And then, the spatial rift vanished, completely healed. As the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, these 4 wouldn't compete casually. After all, everyone stood at the very peak. Once they fought, it was very possible that one side would fall and perish. They were all wary of each other, and so they didn't want to fight amongst each other. From this, one could imagine how rare it was for 2 of the chief sovereigns of the edicts to duel each other. The other chief sovereigns, including Augusta, all seemed quite eager to watch. Within the void, multicolored flows of chaotic energy streamed everywhere. 12 figures stood there within the void. Ha, Woedard, this time, you are the one who issued the challenge. You are so confident, eh? Don't lose again. The beautiful red-haired maiden laughed. Poof. The chief sovereign of destruction, covered in a black robe, immediately flew into the center of the void. The white-haired, white-robed elder, the chief sovereign of fate, chortled as he too flew into the void. As for the other 10, they stood far away, watching. Your Excellency, after having been rewarded with will that time, of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, Orloff should be the strongest, right? However, the chief sovereign of destruction, Woedard, has an overgod weapon. I wonder who won and who lost during their second duel. The long jade-haired chief sovereign of water asked the chief sovereign of death. Couldn't you understand what I was saying earlier? Naturally, it was Woedard who lost. The chief sovereign of death chortled. The other chief sovereigns were somewhat in disbelief. If they didn't compete using overgod artifacts, the chief sovereign of fate would be stronger. But if they did, the chief sovereign of fate only had a soul-protecting overgod artifact. There was no way for him to increase his attack power. Why, then, did the chief sovereign of destruction lose the second round? As for why he lost? That old fellow, Orloff, how much of his terrifying power have you truly witnessed? The chief sovereign of death laughed calmly. The group of chief sovereigns fell silent. A reward of will? Linley couldn't help but say. Your Excellency, what exactly is a reward of will? You don't even know about this? The chief sovereign of death looked at Linley, puzzled. The other chief sovereigns looked at him as well. I truly don't know. Linley laughed helplessly. A smile appeared on the small, pretty face of the chief sovereign of death. Ha, you've trained for less than 10,000 years. It makes sense that you don't know. The reward of will that I spoke of is the reward that the overgods will bestow upon those who win 10 consecutive victories in the planar wars. 10 consecutive victories? Linley frowned. Right. Every trillion years, there will be planar wars. Each planar wars will have 5 competitions. The 11 planes, aside from the life realm, will all compete. Every trillion years, the 10 planes will only compete a single time. The results of the battle have 3 possibilities: victory, defeat, and draw. Linley nodded slightly. He had participated in a planar war before. He knew that victory and defeat was determined by the results within the 2 corridors above the Stellar River. According to the rules, if one's plane wins 10 consecutive planar wars, then the 7 sovereigns of that plane will all receive a reward from the overgods. They will all be bestowed with an additional portion of will, comparable to fusing with an additional sovereign spark. The chief sovereign of death explained in detail. Linley couldn't help but feel startled. A portion of will? This reward was simply too extravagant. Linley. The nearby chief sovereign of life smiled and said, "Do you think it is easy to win 10 victories in a row?" No, Linley immediately understood. He had undergone a planar war. A planar war required one side to dominate 2 stellar corridors simultaneously in order for that round to be considered a victory for that side. If only one corridor was conquered, then it would simply be a draw. Last time, if it hadn't been for Linley and Magnus fighting, the Divine Darkness plane probably wouldn't have won. More than half of the planar wars end up in a draw. The chief sovereign of death snickered. Occasionally, a plane will win a round. However, 1 trillion years later, the next battle might be a draw, making the earlier win pointless. After all, only by winning 10 victories in a row would one be rewarded. Forget about 10 consecutive wins, even 5 consecutive wins is inconceivable. But even if you won 5 times in a row, if you reached a draw in the next round, or lost the next round, then you would have to start from scratch again. Linley nodded slightly. The various planes were all on par in power. Given the rules for victory in the planar wars, to win 10 rounds in a row, the chances of accomplishing it were so low as to be nearly zero. 1 trillion years each time. From the creation of the universe until now, there has been more than 1 million planar wars. The chief sovereign of death sighed. More than 1 million, Linley's heart clenched. 1 trillion years each time? How long ago, then, had the universe been created? Linley felt astonished. Most likely, the chief sovereigns who had unlimited lifespan couldn't even be bothered to calculate it. It was simply too long. They would just say countless years. But Linley, do you know how many times, over the course of countless years, a side has won 10 rounds in a row? The chief sovereign of death smirked. This, I don't know. Linley couldn't be sure. Once. Just once. The chief sovereign of death sighed. Over countless years, there have been 6 cases where a side won 9 rounds in a row. But on the 10th round of those 6 cases, all of the other planes would join forces to prevent that other side from winning a 10th time. Linley understood. The sovereigns didn't wish for other sovereigns to receive the reward of will. Thus, even if one side won 9 battles in a row, for the 10th battle, the other planes would join forces. This sole success was achieved by the higher plane belonging to fate, the celestial realm. The chief sovereign of death sighed as she spoke. Precisely because of that, the 7 sovereigns of fate were all bestowed with an additional portion of will. Because of that, the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, is naturally more powerful than us. Linley sighed to himself. The chief sovereign of fate was a paragon to begin with. Now, he had gained an additional portion of will. No wonder he was so powerful. In addition, Orloff never gets involved in mortal affairs. He is completely absorbed in training. He researches the fundamental principles behind innate divine abilities, and the reasons why a body can become powerful, the chief sovereign of death sighed. For example, Orloff's body is definitely ranked as one of the top 3 amongst the sovereigns in terms of strength. Linley was secretly shocked. This chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, an old fellow who never cared about worldly matters, was such a terrifying figure. Watch. They are about to fight now. The chief sovereign of death suddenly said. Linley hurriedly looked over, and the other chief sovereigns also focused their attention, watching rapidly. Within the vast, chaotic void, the white-haired, white-robed chief sovereign of fate was quietly standing there, staring at his opponent, the chief sovereign of destruction. As for the chief sovereign of destruction, a heart-shaking black aura surrounded him. This black aura was so pure and so black that it devoured everything around it. Even the chaotic streams of energy were devoured by the black aura. Slowly, the reach of the black aura expanded until, moments later, it reached 1,000 kilometers. Orloff is very powerful. However, this time, Woedard has developed a supreme technique as well. The chief sovereign of death sent towards Linley. What sort of supreme technique? Linley was curious. The chief sovereign of death gave a meaningful glance at Linley, then sent, in the past, the 4 ancestors of your 4 divine beasts clan had a combined innate divine ability that was extremely powerful, so much so that it could threaten chief sovereigns. And now, Woedard has developed a supreme technique that is similar to that combined innate divine ability. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 18, Divine Beast, Sable Leviathan. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 18, Divine Beast, Sable Leviathan. What? The combined innate divine ability of the four ancestors? Linley's eyes turned round. And then, Linley stared towards the chief sovereign of destruction, who stood there in the void. He mused, 20,000 years ago, the chief sovereign of destruction has obtained half of the divine beast blood essence from Grandpa Beirut. Right. 5,000 years ago, Kislason's group of four loaned to the chief sovereign of destruction 100 high gods of the four divine beasts clan. Most likely, that was also for the sake of analyzing the innate divine ability of the four divine beasts. And now, he has actually succeeded. Inconceivable. This chief sovereign of destruction is indeed a terrifying figure. An innate divine ability could never be perfectly learned, but there was hope for mimicking a similar divine ability. For example, someone like the chief sovereign of destruction, if he analyzed it enough and also utilized the blood essences of the four divine beasts, he would still have a chance at mimicking it. For example, Linley, the amethyst space of the amethyst god beasts was a very special supreme technique. Under the intentional guidance of the Redbud Sovereign, Linley finally understood the principles behind it. Although the power wasn't as great as when the amethyst god beasts themselves used the technique, the power was still tremendous. The 10 chief sovereign level experts fell silent, staring into the distance at the upcoming duel between the two mighty chief sovereigns of the edicts. Crackle! A black light spread out to 1,000 kilometers, and within the center of that black light, a blurry, sinister-looking figure continued to hover there quietly. Orloff! I've borrowed from the innate power of a unique race that exists in the infernal realm, the Tartarians. After countless years, I've finally further perfected my supreme technique. This technique is now far more powerful than it was last time. This time, take another look at my most powerful attack. The chief sovereign of destruction's voice echoed in the void. Oh. From the sound of it, it should be excellent. Make your move. The white-robed, white-haired Orloff continued to simply smile. His black robe fluttering, the chief sovereign of destruction stared coldly at his opponent. His hand waved, and a pitch-black long spear emerged in his hand. The black long spear was nearly 2 meters long. Even though he hadn't attacked with it yet, the fierce aura that it naturally emanated was causing the surrounding streams of chaotic energy to crumble. Linley and the other distant spectators were all astonished. Everyone understood that the long spear was a destruction over god weapon. Rumble, the vast amounts of black light in the surrounding area suddenly contract, completely merging into the body of the chief sovereign of destruction. This caused a true void to appear within 1,000 kilometers, without any energy being left behind at all. Rustle! A strange sound was emitted from the mouth of the chief sovereign of destruction. At the same time, behind the chief sovereign of destruction, an enormous illusion appeared. The illusion was actually an awe-inspiring 10,000 kilometers in length. This was an enormous, coiling creature that was similar to a serpent. Its soft, coiling body was covered with black scales. In addition, it had more than 10,000 sharp claws. 10,000 kilometers, with 10,000 sharp claws, and more than 10,000 sharp wings. At first glance, the countless scales, claws, and wings seemed to be made out of black steel. This monster's head was completely bald. It had only a pair of eyes, with one eye having white pupils and one eye having red pupils. Linley, watching from afar, was completely stupefied. The true form of the chief sovereign of destruction was simply too frightening. What is this? Linley whispered. Linley's divine sense was constantly active. Because of his fused sovereign power, others weren't able to sense Linley's divine sense at all. However, Linley himself was able to clearly see that after the chief sovereign of destruction unleashed this technique, countless strands of spiritual energy were bizarrely swirling towards the chief sovereign of fate. The chief sovereign of fate was like prey that had been trapped. You didn't know? The chief sovereign of death glanced at Linley, then sent, Woedard is the very first creature that was born in the infernal realm. He lives in the depths of the chaotic sea. He himself named himself the divine beast, Sable Leviathan. This innate divine ability is known as the soul cage. The chief sovereign of death, being the first creature of the netherworld, was of a similar age to the chief sovereign of destruction, who was the first creature of the infernal realm. Of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, the 2 of them were the oldest. The divine beast, Sable Leviathan. Innate divine ability, soul cage? Linley's heart trembled. Indeed, every single one of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts were formidable. However, this sort of ability won't have much of an impact on the chief sovereign of fate. Watch, the chief sovereign of death laughed softly. Linley had already seen it. As the chief sovereign of destruction has unleashed his innate divine ability, Soul Cage, he also swept over with his destruction overgod weapon at a speed so fast, it was akin to teleportation, as he charged at the chief sovereign of fate. Rumble! The black spear shadow instantly transformed into countless spear shadows, covering an area of 1,000 kilometers. They were like countless venomous vipers that spat outwards. Every single spear shadow spat out a ray of black light, and the countless spear shadows actually once more swirled around the chief sovereign of fate. And then, the countless spear shadows seemed to flood towards and deluge the chief sovereign of fate. Boom! All of the spear shadows vanished. A single sword shadow pierced straight towards the head of the white-robed elder, the chief sovereign of fate. His most powerful, supreme attack. Exterminatus! From start to finish, the white-robed elder, the chief sovereign of fate, simply faced it all with a smile. He didn't even fight back. His body was surrounded by countless rays of black light and was under extremely great compression. Ha! The chief sovereign of fate chuckled slightly, then stretched out his right now. Strangely, although his entire body was covered and compressed by rays of black light, when he lifted his right hand, he seemed to be moving in a very normal manner. With the flip of his hand, the surface of his entire palm became covered with a strange golden light. His palm rose from his side and simply slapped against the sides of the black long spear. With just a low, rumbling striking sound. Whoosh! The overgod weapon was knocked flying back. How terrifying! Linley had been stunned by the chief sovereign of destruction's attack. Now, he was stunned by the chief sovereign of fate's simple yet strong deflection. Your Excellency, how is it that the chief sovereign of fate can use his hand to strike against an overgod weapon? Linley couldn't believe what he had just seen. He couldn't help but speak mentally to the chief sovereign of death. The chief sovereign of death laughed softly. Orloff has an additional portion of will compared to the rest of us to begin with. Naturally, his foundation is superb. But that isn't the most terrifying thing. What's truly terrifying is that Orloff is a madman. Madman? Linley didn't understand. Right. Him and I have known each other for countless years, and I understand him very well. The chief sovereign of death sighed. He has no desire to fight or struggle against others, nor is he greedy, nor will he abuse the weak. In short, he can be described as a man with an extremely good temperament. If he's so good-natured, why is he a madman? Linley didn't understand. The chief sovereign of death sent with a laugh, Linley, you tell me. He already stands at the peak, but instead of enjoying the fruits that being at the peak brought to him, he only enjoys a single hobby. That hobby is increasing his strength. Increasing his strength? Linley didn't understand. How? Research. The chief sovereign of death sighed. This old fellow became the chief sovereign of fate shortly after the universe was created, and became a paragon as well. From then onwards, he began to research various unique races, research various innate divine abilities and innate powers. He analyzed where these abilities came from, and then, he used many of them on himself in order to increase his own power through such methods. Linley, hearing this, was completely stupefied. He can research innate divine abilities? Linley felt speechless. Don't think it strange. All races and creatures are formed from a soul and a body. Innate powers are generally linked to the blood and to the soul. This old fellow, over the course of countless years, has spent his time analyzing various souls in depth. The chief sovereign of Death sighed. He is a madman. Do you know? His body's strength was originally quite ordinary, but through his research, he has made it so that his body's strength isn't any inferior to mine. Linley felt shock in his heart as he heard this. A person who has, for countless years, absorbed himself in research. Who never relaxes or slackens, and who never enjoys any form of entertainment, and who never fights with anyone. You tell me, if he isn't a madman, what is he? The chief sovereign of Death asked. After listening to this, Linley couldn't help but turn to look at the distant white-robed, white-haired elder. He has neither a wife nor any kids? Linley asked. None. The chief sovereign of Death shook her head. I told you. His only goal is to increase his strength. He really is a madman. Linley couldn't help but say to himself. Even Linley himself would, at most, make his clones train hard. He would at least have his original body accompany his wife, his family, his friends. Although he, too, dreamed of reaching the peak, in his heart, his family and friends were equally important. But this chief sovereign of fate? He probably views increasing his own power as a form of amusement. Linley mused to himself. This sort of stubborn, eccentric madman who had spent countless years doing nothing besides raising his own power, how terrifying must he now be? Thanks to Orloff's influence, quite a few sovereigns have begun to research and analyze some races with unique innate abilities. Only, how could doing this sort of research be easy? It requires both ability and patience. You might spend countless years, only for all of your efforts to result nothing. The chief sovereign of Death sent mentally. The chief sovereign of Destruction, Woedard, is excellently patient. He has spent countless years deep within the chaotic sea. This time, he has come up with a truly supreme technique, and he wishes to truly defeat Orloff for once. A truly supreme technique. Linley understood that this should be the attack that was similar to the supreme technique of the four divine beasts. Not bad. The white-robed, white-haired chief sovereign of fate had the aura of a judge evaluating an entry. Woedard, this exterminatus technique of yours, by borrowing from the power of the Tartarians, this technique of yours is nearly 3 times more powerful in terms of attack power than it was last time. Very well done. Alright, unleash the supreme technique you've developed. The white-robed elder truly did seem to be an eccentric madman who had seen something he liked. His blazing gaze was focused on the chief sovereign of Destruction. The sinister, black-robed chief sovereign of Destruction cracked his lips in a grin. Indeed, I still have to use that technique in order to be able to threaten you. With a flip of his hand, the long spear within the chief sovereign of Destruction's hand vanished, and then a similar black long spear appeared. Only, this long spear was slightly longer. Sovereign weapon? Linley said, puzzled. Why had the chief sovereign of Destruction put away his overgod artifact and changed it to a sovereign artifact? Although he didn't understand, the chief sovereign of Destruction and the chief sovereign of Fate were making their moves against each other once again. The 10 chief sovereign level experts all focused their attention as they watched. Everyone knew that a terrifying scene was about to appear. Orloff. The chief sovereign of Destruction said in a slightly smug voice, "This technique of mine was developed after I spent nearly 20,000 years analyzing the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts. In addition, I was extremely lucky to suddenly have a flash of insight. If it hadn't been for that bit of luck, I probably would have spent countless years fruitlessly. But the power of this technique." The chief sovereign of Destruction laughed as he looked at the distant chief sovereign of Fate. "You must be careful. Just come." The chief sovereign of Fate's eyes were shining. The black-robed chief sovereign of Destruction immediately raised his head and let out a thunderous roar, and around his body, 4 phantoms suddenly appeared. An azure dragon phantom, a black tortoise phantom that appeared akin to a dragon turtle, a vermilion bird phantom that appeared akin to a phoenix, and a white tiger phantom. The 4 phantoms were only roughly 2 or 3 meters long, but their bodies swirled around the chief sovereign. The vermilion bird phantom was above his head. The black tortoise phantom was beneath his feet. The azure dragon phantom was to his left. The white tiger phantom was to his right. Rumble. The surrounding space within 1,000 kilometers suddenly began to tremble. In this moment, within 1,000 kilometers, the flowing streams of energy in chaotic space suddenly, completely froze. The constantly fracturing and shattering spatial tiers also froze. Linley was shocked. Impossible. The faces of the chief sovereign of death and the others all changed. The 10 chief sovereign level experts all sensed that the surrounding area had been completely locked. The 10 of them were only affected by the remnant power, and yet all of them felt bound, making their movement speed lessen drastically. From this, one could imagine what sort of situation the chief sovereign of fate, who had suffered 99% of the power from this, was in. A translucent ray of light shot out at terrifying speed, diving into the chief sovereign of fate's body. The 4 divine beasts, all lesser sovereigns, were able to threaten chief sovereigns with this innate divine ability. How powerful, then, was the chief sovereign of destruction when he used this technique? Although it wasn't the complete, perfect 4 divine beasts fused innate ability, the power of this technique wasn't much weaker. However, the chief sovereign of destruction didn't relax at all. After releasing this technique, immediately afterwards, swoosh! The chief sovereign of destruction, wielding that black long spear, immediately charged towards the chief sovereign of fate, stabbing directly towards the white-robed chief sovereign of fate with his spear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 19, Orloff's Invitation. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 19, Orloff's Invitation. Within the void, the white-robed chief sovereign of fate continued to stand there calmly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Around the torso, the legs, and the shoulders of the chief sovereign of fate, a hazy light swirled and constricted. It seemed like water that was boiling and bubbling around him. The hazy aura of light frothed atop the chief sovereign of fate, but the chief sovereign of fate's gaze was locked upon the spear that was stabbing towards him. The black spear came piercing over. In this moment, the chief sovereign of fate's gaze suddenly grew sharp. Whoosh! His right hand suddenly swept out, seemingly sweeping the heavens before him. Even the locked space around him began to tremble. Whap! Dot! The right hand of the chief sovereign of fate actually trapped the long black spear's spearhead. The chief sovereign of destruction was awestruck at this. And then, he let out a resigned sigh. I still lose. Woderd. The chief sovereign of fate's eyes were flashing with a strange light, and he hurriedly asked, "What is the name of this technique you came up with?" This was borrowed from the supreme technique of the 4 divine beasts. The name of it is Space-Time Paradox. Space-Time Paradox? An extremely powerful attack. After all these years, I finally felt the aura of death stretch towards me. The chief sovereign of fate let out a sigh. The chief sovereign of destruction let out a forlorn chuckle. Enough, Orloff. I lost. This technique, Space-Time Paradox, is definitely the most powerful attack I have ever developed. It increased my power at least 1,000-fold. And yet, this technique still is unable to overcome you. Ha! The chief sovereign of destruction's laugh contained some grief and resignation within it. Woderd. The chief sovereign of fate said solemnly, I can tell you clearly that this technique of yours was primarily focused on attacking the soul. But I have a soul-protecting over-God artifact. Thus, this supreme attack of yours, Space-Time Paradox, is ineffective against me. Aside from a soul attack component, your space-time paradox also impacts both space and time, but over the course of countless years, I have primarily focused my research on material aspects, such as body strengthening and material attacks. Despite that, I still had to use all my strength to be able to block your spear, despite that constrictive power." The chief sovereign of destruction let out a sigh. He understood as well. He immediately understood, as soon as he had developed space-time paradox. The other two chief sovereigns definitely were no match for him now. Given how space-time paradox clashed against the soul, someone who did not possess a soul-protecting over-God artifact would definitely not be able to resist it. But unfortunately, the chief sovereign of fate just so happened to have one. The chief sovereign of fate had completed the over-God mission and selected a soul-protecting over-God artifact. Many felt that he was foolish, that his choice was useless. After all, how could other chief sovereigns possibly pose a threat to his soul? But who would have imagined that at this point, it proved effective? "You should remember our agreement." The chief sovereign of fate's gaze was hot. The chief sovereign of destruction looked at him, then let out a bitter laugh. "Naturally, I will honor it." The other 10 chief sovereign-level individuals who were watching this battle from far away, upon seeing the conclusion, were stupefied. How can that be? Lord Orloff, even under that sort of constriction, he was still able to block such a quick attack. The chief sovereign of water couldn't believe it at all. Just now, the technique space-time paradox had exerted such a powerful constrictive force on the surrounding area that even the distant chief sovereigns felt it. Lord Orloff actually won. The chief sovereigns were truly stunned. Terrifying. Linley only said this single word to himself. The chief sovereign of life smiled. The combined attack of the 4 divine beasts had an impact on space and time, but it was still primarily a soul attack. Orloff has a soul-protecting over-God artifact, and so when this technique was applied to him, all it was able to do was bind him. But despite being bound, he was still able to block that spear. How useless. The chief sovereign of death couldn't help but curse softly. Linley couldn't help but look towards the chief sovereign of death. He had never seen this adorable, beautiful maiden be so irritated. "Linley!" The chief sovereign of death suddenly sent mentally to Linley. "What is it?" Linley looked at the chief sovereign of death, puzzled. "There is something which I hope you can promise me." The chief sovereign of death sent solemnly. "Please speak." Linley said hurriedly, but in his heart, he still felt puzzled. The chief sovereign of death, ask him for something? The chief sovereign of death sent, remember this. No matter what, the 3 of you from Yulon, no matter what, are not to give the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts to Orloff. Eh? Linley was completely puzzled. Chief sovereign, can you tell me why? Ugh. The chief sovereign of death let out a sigh. Linley. Do you know why, just now, Woodard switched his overgod weapon for a sovereign weapon? I truly don't. Linley had been puzzled earlier as to why the overgod weapon had been swapped for a sovereign artifact. Didn't that mean he was lowering his own attack power? The chief sovereign of death sent mentally, actually, this time, after we 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts rendered our verdict upon you, all of you left. At that time, the chief sovereign of destruction, Woodard, suggested a competition with the chief sovereign of fate. However, the chief sovereign of fate didn't agree, because the chief sovereign of fate disdains competitions. Afterwards, the chief sovereign of destruction mentioned the supreme technique that he had developed, based on the innate divine abilities of the 4 divine beasts. The chief sovereign of death sighed. At that time, we were all shocked. As for Orloff, that madman was intrigued. However, he could imagine the power of a supreme technique that was akin to the combined innate divine abilities of the 4 divine beasts. And so that madman Orloff didn't feel confident either. Thus, they made an agreement. What agreement? Linley asked hurriedly. The agreement was, once the chief sovereign of destruction was prepared to release his supreme technique, he was only permitted to use his sovereign weapon to attack. If the chief sovereign of fate was unable to raise his hand to block the sovereign weapon, that would be considered the chief sovereign of fate having lost. If the chief sovereign of fate was hit by the attack but still was able to block, then he would be considered the victor. The chief sovereign of death said. Linley understood as well. The chief sovereign of fate, by relying on his understanding of the laws and his own power, was able to use his hand to block an overgod weapon. However, once he was struck by space-time paradox, the chief sovereign of fate's speed would drastically lessen. If he wasn't able to block the attack, then if the chief sovereign of destruction was using his overgod weapon, the chief sovereign of fate would perish. Thus, when using that technique, the chief sovereign of destruction was not to use his overgod weapon. The two were simply sparring, after all. The chief sovereign of death shook her head inside. But they added a bet to their competition. What bet? Linley said, puzzled. If the chief sovereign of destruction won, the chief sovereign of fate would have to explain the principles of his supreme technique to him. But if the chief sovereign of fate won, then the chief sovereign of destruction would also have to explain the principles of his supreme technique. The chief sovereign of death let out a sigh. But Linley was rather stunned. At first, Woodard was unwilling to accept these stakes, but Orloff clearly wanted to know the principles of the supreme technique very much, and so he said that if Woodard didn't accept these stakes, he wouldn't agree to the duel. The chief sovereign of death sighed. It was Woodard who wanted to challenge Orloff, after all. In addition, he was very confident in himself, and so he agreed to the bet. Linley nodded slightly. Linley, I know, even if one understands all the principles of an attack akin to an innate divine ability, actually executing it, without the blood essence, the power would be much, much lower, even if the attack could be executed. The chief sovereign of death looked at Linley. Thus, Linley, the three of you in the Yulan branch are not to give Orloff the blood essence of the four divine beasts, no matter what. The chief sovereign of death spoke quite bluntly. I understand. I won't give him the blood essence of the four divine beasts. Linley nodded. Alas. Actually, by giving you these instructions, the chief sovereign of death stared far into the void, at the chief sovereigns of destruction and fate. Ever since he came up with that technique, the chief sovereign of destruction has surpassed me and Wawaya. The balance of power between us four chief sovereigns of the edicts is gone. Linley nodded. The chief sovereign of fate had a protective overgod artifact, but the chief sovereigns of death and life did not. Who could possibly resist the chief sovereign of destruction's space-time paradox attack? This, Linley couldn't help but look towards the chief sovereign of death. Woodard and Orloff are able to counter each other, they shouldn't go so berserk as to act against me and Wawaya. The chief sovereign of death sent with a laugh. It is much like how we four chief sovereigns of the edicts wouldn't go act against the chief sovereigns of the laws. Since we are already at the peak, if we kill everyone else at our level, won't we feel lonely? The words of the chief sovereign of death were actually meant to comfort herself. They can research. Why can't you, chief sovereign? Linley said consolingly. I don't have the patience. The chief sovereign of death let out a soft laugh. If we are to actually fight though, so long as Wawaya and I join forces, it's hard to say who will be the one to perish. At this moment, the chief sovereign of death and the chief sovereign of life exchanged a glance, as though discussing something. Within the void, the chief sovereign of destruction and the chief sovereign of fate were currently chatting through divine sense. Ha, how marvelous! The chief sovereign of fate's eyes were filled with strange colors. This space-time paradox of yours truly is extremely miraculous. Although the power is inferior to the combined innate divine ability of the four divine beasts, it just so happens to avoid the problem of the differences in the souls. Woodard, I truly admire you. Poof. The chief sovereign of destruction had an ugly look on his face. Unfortunately, this technique can only be unleashed when relying on the lineage of the four divine beasts. The chief sovereign of fate let out a sigh. After speaking, he couldn't help but turn to look at Linley, amongst the other 10 in the distance. The battle was over. The 12 chief sovereign level experts all departed from chaotic space and returned to the nearby divine wind plane. The cool, clear sea wind blew. There, above the sea, those 12 figures separated as well. Swish! Not far away, atop the sea, a metallic lifeform flew past. The deities within the metallic lifeform glanced towards the 12 in the distance. They didn't pay any attention. How could they have imagined that those 12 floating figures were 12 chief sovereign level experts? Orloff, last time, you said you were going all out. This time, you also said that you went all out. The beautiful, red-haired maiden looked at Orloff and let out a snort. Are you hiding part of your power? Orloff, that old fellow, let out a resigned chuckle. This time, I really did go all out. You have no idea, when Woutard used that technique just now, I was badly frightened. That soul attack is so strong that if it wasn't for my soul-protecting overgod artifact, I would truly have been finished. Even the distortion on spacetime was enough to make it so that I could just barely deflect that spear. Oomph, keep acting smug. The beautiful, red-haired maiden let out a snort. Linley and the others could only watch quietly. After all, the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts were on good terms with each other. It wouldn't be appropriate for others to interrupt. Linley! The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, suddenly turned to look towards Linley. Chuckling, he said, are you free? If you are, how about you come pay a visit to my Orloff Gardens in the Celestial Realm? What do you say? The Orloff Gardens, in the Celestial Realm, was viewed as the most sacred of areas. This was a massive garden that floated extremely high in the air, and it was also the residence of the chief sovereign of fate. Even ordinary sovereigns, without Orloff's permission, wouldn't dare to enter the Orloff Gardens at all. Normally, the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, spent all his time in the gardens in research. Linley, remember what you promised me. The chief sovereign of death sent to him. Not just her, even the chief sovereigns of destruction and life hurriedly looked towards Linley. As these 3 saw it, Orloff's defense could be described as unbreakable. If Orloff was to then learn this space-time paradox technique, who could be a match for him? Although they all knew that, given Orloff's nature, he wouldn't kill them, but they still didn't want for Orloff's power to rise too much. Linley laughed awkwardly, then said helplessly, Lord Orloff, I truly am sorry. I have something important to do first. Ha, no rush, no rush. When you have time, you can come find me later. Orloff smiled. All right, everyone. I'll go back now. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, chortled, then left on his own. Linley. The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, who had been silent this entire time, beamed as he looked towards Linley. He said mentally, weren't you going to go to my divine light plane? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21 Chapter 20 Fight, Kill. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 20, Fight, Kill. The divine light plane? Right. Linley sent back and laughed. Just now, when we were watching those 2 chief sovereigns battle, we had to delay that slightly. Let's head out now, then. Augusta smiled in such a friendly manner, as though he were about to invite his closest friend over. But between Linley and Augusta, there clearly existed multiple enmities. The first was that Linley's ancestors had been killed by Augusta. The second was Beirut and Augusta had enmity between them as well. The third was that when Linley was a high god, Augusta had threatened Linley to force him to hand over the 9 soul pearls, and had wanted to kill Linley. Fortunately, the chief sovereign of destruction had appeared. But right now, it seemed as though the 2 of them had forgotten all these things. Ha, let's leave together. Linley chortled, and thus accompanied Augusta to fly back towards the distant Windflow Mountain. Augusta! A voice rang out, and a figure suddenly flew over, moving like a bolt of lightning. Linley turned to look. This person had long, golden yellow hair, with the seal of a lightning bolt on his forehead. It was the Chief Sovereign of Lightning. The Chief Sovereign of Lightning chortled, "Augusta, you are going back? What a coincidence! I just so happen to have an important affair in your divine light plane as well." "Oh?" Augusta had a sudden thought, then smiled. "Linley is coming as well. Let's go together." Linley couldn't help but feel surprised, and he gave Augusta a glance as he mused. Augusta relies on his overgod artifact for his power, but this Chief Sovereign of Lightning has a sovereign clone. In terms of will alone, he is on a level higher than Augusta. In addition, he is of the lightning element, and so his speed is exceedingly quick. If he gets involved, can it be that Augusta feels confident in being able to deal with him? This Chief Sovereign of Lightning, all smiles, followed Linley and Augusta towards Windflow Mountain. Halfway over, a voice suddenly rang out in Linley's mind. "Linley, behind you, there are 5 other Chief Sovereigns who are following. There are 2 with you right now. It seems as though all 7 of these Chief Sovereigns are rather envious of your overgod artifact. How about you come to my netherworld instead?" The speaker was the Chief Sovereign of Death. Linley couldn't help but chuckle. His divine sense surpassed that of all of the Chief Sovereigns, and so he had discovered those 5 behind him long ago. What shocked Linley was that the Chief Sovereign of Wind, Dia, still dared to follow him as well. "Thank you, Chief Sovereign. I'm completely able to deal with this matter by myself." Linley sent back. "Oh? It seems you are quite confident in yourself. Since you say that, be careful that in the future, you won't even have the chance to feel regret." The Chief Sovereign of Death sent, and then no longer paid attention to Linley. She quickly used Windflow Mountain's teleportation array and left the divine wind plane, returning to the netherworld. Linley chuckled. In terms of power, who did he fear? Of the 11 Chief Sovereigns, the only one who caused Linley to feel dread was the Chief Sovereign of Destruction. Once I use my fused sovereign power, my strength will increase 100-fold. The Chief Sovereigns of the laws are not worthy of concern. Even the Chief Sovereigns of the edicts, the Chief Sovereigns of Death and Life wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up to me when I'm flying. As for the Chief Sovereign of Fate, the reason he can resist space-time paradox is because of his soul-protecting overgod artifact. It isn't that he himself is particularly powerful. In terms of power, he isn't that much stronger than the other Chief Sovereigns. After all, he doesn't have an overgod weapon. Against him, I still feel confident in being able to stay alive. Only, the Chief Sovereign of Destruction. The supreme technique of the Chief Sovereign of Destruction, space-time paradox, was simply too terrifying. When that technique was unleashed, the power of his soul attack was 1,000-fold greater. The other Chief Sovereigns, in the face of that attack, would definitely perish. Only the Chief Sovereign of Fate could resist it. However, no need to worry about him. Linley was very confident. First of all, in the eyes of the Chief Sovereign of Destruction, he most likely only views the Chief Sovereign of Fate as being a match for him. Secondly, once I completely fuse the 4 types of profound mysteries from 4 laws, my power, even the Chief Sovereign of Destruction won't be able to do anything to me. Linley was very confident. His soul was extremely powerful to begin with. If he then fused 4 profound mysteries from different laws, why would he need to fear space-time paradox? Actually, Linley's potential was greater than just this, because Linley didn't want to go kill the other sovereigns. Even if Linley didn't make a breakthrough in the laws, if Linley were to fuse with a fire-type lesser sovereign spark, then his power would increase 100-fold. Linley, at one leap, would rise to a level of power that was capable of threatening the 4 Chief Sovereigns of the edicts. Only, if others didn't make trouble for him, Linley didn't want to go kill the other sovereigns for no reason either. This was because, by relying on his own training, he would still have the ability to surpass all of the Chief Sovereigns. Windflow Mountain. Linley, the Chief Sovereign of Light, the Chief Sovereign of Lightning, and 3 other Chief Sovereigns were standing beside the teleportation array. Divine Light Plane. the chief sovereign of light produced a sovereign's medallion. Sovereigns generally wouldn't reveal their true identities, even when using teleportation arrays. A blurry light arose as the teleportation array was activated. In the moment of activation, a smile appeared on Linley's face. Smiles also appeared on the faces of Augusta and the others. Whoosh! Just a few moments after Linley's group of 3 departed, 5 figures descended from the skies. It was the other 5 chief sovereigns. Poof! That Augusta and Hurley, they are stronger than the rest of us 5. I imagine all of us have the same idea today. On this trip, if the 5 of us move separately, most likely, none of us will have a chance to acquire the Overgod artifact. The chief sovereign of wind, Dia, glanced towards the other 4. Thus, it's best if we join forces. Once the opportunity comes, we will rely on our own power to acquire the Overgod artifact. The other chief sovereigns all nodded in agreement. They all understood what the others were thinking. If after acquiring the Overgod artifact, Linley was able to rise in power to the level of the chief sovereign of light, most likely the other chief sovereigns wouldn't dare to have these sorts of thoughts. But Linley, after possessing the Overgod artifact, was only comparable to the chief sovereign of wind? Naturally, nobody would fear him. The chief sovereign of wind was one of the weakest of the rest of the 7 elemental chief sovereigns. The divine light plane. The other 5 chief sovereigns also entered the teleportation array, and the chief sovereign of wind spoke out calmly while revealing his sovereign medallion. Yes, my lord. The soldiers hurriedly once more activated it. In the blink of an eye, the 5 chief sovereigns were teleported away. The soldiers at the peak of Windflow Mountain were puzzled. How bizarre. The 2 groups of people that came back to back all had sovereign medallions. It seems that most of them are sovereigns' emissaries. Why have so many major figures gone to the divine light plane? For so many sovereigns' emissaries to go there, there must be a treasure of some sort. The bored soldiers began to casually chat about this matter. How could they have known that the 8 people who had just passed were all at the chief sovereign level? Linley's group of 3 emerged from an island, then flew away from it. Linley, where are you going to go? Augusta laughed in a very friendly manner. Me? To be honest, this is my first time coming to this divine light plane. However, my divine sense has already located the person I am looking for in the south. Linley laughed as he pointed towards the south. However, this friend of mine is an angel. Angel? Augusta was startled. Right. Thus, I would like to ask you, Augusta, to help out. I hope that you can permit my friend to regain freedom and free will. Linley laughed. Angels are all born from that angelic resurrection pool. To have them regain freedom? Hard. Augusta frowned, saying the hard word 3 times in a row. Very hard? Linley laughed and asked. What's so hard about it? I know a simple method. The nearby chief sovereign of lightning laughed clearly. What method? Linley turned to look. The chief sovereign of lightning laughed loudly. The angelic resurrection pool is connected to the souls of the sovereigns. As long as you kill the sovereign, the angels that are controlled by the angelic resurrection pool will naturally regain their freedom. Hurley. Augusta frowned, looking at him. In an icy voice, he said, Why have you come to my divine light plane? How could Augusta not understand what the chief sovereign of lightning, Hurley, was thinking? Even if he was an idiot, he would know that it was for the Overgod artifact. The chief sovereign of lightning raised an eyebrow, then laughed. I'm here to search for a friend as well. Although he isn't an angel, he just so happens to be in the south as well. He even pointed while speaking. Augusta laughed coldly in his heart. Searching for a friend? Neither Linley nor Hurley were here to simply search for a friend. Hurley. Linley turned to look and said with intentional surprise, "Did you just say that if I want an angel to regain freedom, all I have to do is kill the angel's sovereign?" "Right." Hurley laughed intentionally as well. "But the chief sovereign of light has 7 sovereigns. Given your power, Linley, it wouldn't be hard to kill the other 6. However, the toughest one will be the one in front of you, Augusta. He is very powerful, even more powerful than the Dia that you battled." Augusta began to feel that the atmosphere was turning dark. "What's going on today? Aside from the 2 of you who have come to search for friends, the other 5 chief sovereigns have come as well. Can it be that they are searching for friends as well?" Augusta said with a smirk. Linley turned to glance backwards. The other 5 chief sovereigns? Linley didn't care about them at all. Augusta. Linley looked towards Augusta, then laughed helplessly. "For the sake of my friend, then. You'll have to die." Linley's voice rang out, and as it did, a jade-green longsword appeared in his hand. It was the Life Over God sword. Wielding the Life Over God sword in his hand, Linley, not hesitating at all, stabbed straight towards the chief sovereign of light, Augusta, who was next to him. The blow was aimed for the head. The inky green fused sovereign power instantly activated. Rumble. In the instant the fused sovereign power filled the Life Over God sword, the world seemed to shatter. Poof. Augusta, who had been completely confident when the sword appeared, suddenly had a changed look on his face. He hurriedly pulled out a sword of light as well, and he slashed out in a mysterious arc as he blocked the sword attack. Bang! It was as though countless mountains were crashing down upon him. Crack! Augusta, who had been caught somewhat off guard to begin with, actually had his sword of light be smashed backwards and land against his own body. His own body began to bleed from the impact, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Whoosh! The surrounding space within 1,000 kilometers had completely collapsed, as a terrifying large hole had appeared. Augusta himself was smashed straight into chaotic space. Rumble, because of that terrifying sword blow, the space within 1,000 kilometers had completely collapsed, while within 100,000 kilometers, because of the spatial ripples that had been created, every single living creature died. Even some of the closer islands were completely reduced to dust, leaving behind nothing whatsoever. Right as Linley had struck out against Augusta. This is the moment. The chief sovereign of lightning, Hurley, was fairly close to Linley. He simultaneously struck against Linley. He thrust out with a spear. The spear was crackling with a large amount of lightning, and it shot directly out from the chief sovereign of lightning's hands. This shooting motion was all but perfect, and as the spear slashed through the skies, it pierced directly towards Linley's forehead. Crackle, just a hint of a ripple spread out through the surrounding area. Clearly, the power of this attack was focused to an utmost degree. Linley had heavily injured Augusta with one blow, and he immediately turned to stare at Hurley. Seeing that the spear was shooting towards his forehead, and had almost arrived, Linley couldn't help but frown. He let out a growl. "You are asking for death." Linley's voice seemed to thunder outwards and fill the skies. In the same instant, Linley launched a casual backhanded blow with his sword. Whap! The Life Over God sword, infused with his fused sovereign power, slammed directly against that spear. Bang! The spear was instantly shattered into countless shards which shot everywhere. Not good. The chief sovereign of lightning, Hurley, instantly had a changed look on his face. This isn't right. Linley's power isn't right. If he is comparable to Dia when he uses his overgod weapon, how could he shatter my sovereign weapon? How could he have easily wounded Augusta? He was hiding his power. Hurley now knew that something was off. But it was too late. How fast did the overgod weapon move? Ah! The chief sovereign of lightning let out a furious howl. His body suddenly separated into 2 and fled frantically towards 2 directions. Bang! Linley's Life Over God sword chopped out, and a clearly visible inky jade swordlight slashed through one of the bodies. That body instantly transformed into dust, leaving behind only a jewel that emanated an earthen yellow aura. Oof, count yourself lucky. Linley glanced at the chief sovereign of lightning, Hurley, who had already fled far away. With a wave of the hand, he retrieved the Earth-type Lesser Sovereign Spark. Clearly, the one he had just killed was Hurley's Earth Sovereign clone. The chief sovereign of lightning, Hurley, fled extremely quickly. After having lost his Earth Sovereign clone, he didn't even dare to turn back and look. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 21, Outside of One's Expectations. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 21, Outside of One's Expectations. Augusta, you still want to flee? Linley retrieved the Sovereign Spark, then swept the 5 oncoming chief sovereigns with an icy gaze before charging directly into that spatial hole, formed by the collapse of the surrounding space, chasing after Augusta. That savage spatial hole devoured all the surrounding seawater while constantly shrinking. Off in the distance, the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, and the others all stared with terror in their eyes. That's Linley? A black-robed man said, stunned. He shattered a sovereign artifact with one blow? Too terrifying. Hurley is the chief sovereign of lightning, and he also has an Earth Sovereign clone. But just now, if he was just slightly slower, he would have lost his life. The chief sovereign of water's handsome face was now ashen as well. These chief sovereigns all felt fear. If they had truly gone to fight with Linley for his overgod artifact, most likely. It would be hard to say if any of the 5 would survive. Dia, you dared to lie to us? The other 4 chief sovereigns couldn't help but stare at the chief sovereign of wind. Dia's eyes were filled with shock as well. He immediately said, everyone, have you gone muddle-headed from terror? When Linley fought with me, the power he revealed was comparable to mine. If he was this powerful back then, would I still be alive? Clearly, before this, Linley was hiding his true power, but... The other 4 chief sovereigns, upon hearing this, laughed bitterly. That sword blow of Linley's truly had scared them out of their wits. Even the chief sovereign of lightning wasn't able to block a single sword from Linley. How could the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, have done so? This wasn't Dia's fault. If they had to blame anyone, they could only blame Linley for hiding his power. Whoosh! The sea wind continued to howl drearily. There were no living creatures within 100,000 kilometers. The short battle between those 3 chief sovereign level experts had reduced the area to a wasteland. The chief sovereign of lightning, Hurley, had fled the divine light plane long ago. As for Dia and the rest of the 5, upon seeing the barren lands left behind by this battle, they felt as though boulders were resting against their hearts. Linley had suddenly revealed such terrifying power, he was so powerful as to make them panic. In this moment, they only had a single thought in their minds. How could Linley be this powerful? Within the void of chaotic space, multicolored streams of chaotic energy flew about randomly. How could Linley be this powerful? It wasn't just the 5 chief sovereigns who were thinking this, it was also the chief sovereign of light, Augusta. Just now, I was caught off guard and wasn't able to unleash all my power. But, he still shouldn't be this strong. Augusta was completely terrified by Linley's sword. It had been like mountains crashing against him, causing him to instantly suffer a heavy wound. Augusta couldn't help but glance at Linley, who was behind him. His long brown hair fluttering, Linley was currently staring coldly towards the distant Augusta, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He was wielding the life-over god sword in his hand, and was currently charging towards Augusta at astonishing speed. Linley was like one of the titans who had been born after the creation of the universe. At this moment, he seemed completely unstoppable. After victory in this battle, I won't have any more regrets in my life. Linley's desire for battle was at an all-time high. Since the days when he was a youth at Wushan Mountain, he had grown up, advancing step by step until today, he stood at the peak of sovereigns. On this journey, his greatest regret was that he wasn't able to bring Grandpa Doring back to life. Clearly, bringing back Grandpa Doring was a dream that could never be realized. Linley now had only one goal: to kill Augusta and bring his mother her freedom. This was also for the sake of Grandpa Beirut and the Four Divine Beasts clan. Augusta must die. Linley's battle intent surged, and the inky jade sovereign power within his body boiled. Boom! Like a bolt of light, he instantly passed through the flows of chaotic energy and charged straight towards Augusta. Augusta's fleeing speed was also exceptionally fast. He turned to look and saw that Linley's gaze was filled with a killing intent. He couldn't help but feel shocked, and he hurriedly sent mentally, "Linley, your power is already greater than mine. If there are any problems, we can talk it out. Why must we fight to the death?" Linley just remained silent, continuing to chase at full speed. Linley, Augusta was going to say something, but Linley's speed made it so that he had already arrived next to Augusta. Poof! Linley swept out with the Life Over God sword in his hand, and it shot out like a blazing, fiery comet towards Augusta, carrying that same world-annihilating aura that had terrified Augusta previously. Augusta no longer had a chance to speak. Letting out a deep growl, the sword of light in his hand sliced out in a marvelous arc, slamming against Linley's Life Over God sword. Clang! A low, rumbling sound. The chaotic space around them shattered, and countless spatial rifts appeared. Augusta was knocked flying backwards like a sandbag, and he spewed blood from his mouth. Laws of the Earth, World Disintegrator. He didn't die? Linley frowned. World Disintegrator was Linley's most powerful attack of the laws of the Earth. In terms of power, it was already comparable to the Sword Intent Supreme Fuse technique which Linley had come up with. Logically speaking, after I used fused sovereign power, my strength increased 100-fold. He shouldn't have been able to block. Linley was a bit surprised by Augusta's strength, and then he let out a calm laugh. Poof! He was able to suppress the other 6 chief sovereigns in strength. This Augusta really is quite formidable. As he thought this, Linley charged towards Augusta once again. Within the empty void, only the 2 of them were present. Humph! Augusta wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips, then turned to look at the charging Linley. Gritting his teeth, he sent, "Linley, speak. What will you need in order to end this battle between us? What do you need me to agree to? Speak." Oh. Linley gave Augusta a glance, then said calmly, "You want me to give you my conditions? My conditions are simple. You only need to permit me to kill your chief sovereign clone. As for your divine clones, I can spare them." Linley stared at Augusta in a weighing manner, awaiting his response. As he expected, Augusta's face sank. "Linley, I sincerely wish to negotiate with you, but for you to speak in such a manner." As soon as his words fell, Augusta transformed into a ray of light, and the Fate Over God sword in his hands, the lightsaber, pierced towards Linley's head at an astonishing speed. Crackle, where the sword of light passed, countless tiny fractures appeared in the surrounding area. How fast! Linley was greatly shocked. Linley delivered a backhanded blow with his sword, World Imploder. Linley only sensed an extremely powerful force come through the Life Over God sword in his hands. That clashing power was so strong that Linley felt his hand go slightly numb. The clashing power was transmitted throughout his body, causing his entire body to tremble, and he couldn't help but feel a mouthful of blood surge through his throat. Ugh! Linley was sent flying, and spat out a mouthful of blood. How can that be? His attack power suddenly increased this much? Linley was completely stupefied. Swoosh! The cold-faced Augusta launched another stabbing blow towards Linley. Linley had no time to be stunned. The inky green sovereign power in his body surged, and his body drifted towards the left, instantly moving 1,000 kilometers away. Only then did Linley catch his bearings. Linley stared at the distant Augusta. He said in a low voice, "Augusta, it seems, I feel as though I am just getting to know you." Augusta was wielding that lightsaber in his hand, and his eyes were filled with a killing intent. He let out a low laugh. "Just getting to know me? Likewise. I'm just getting to know you as well. You, who only fought to a standstill with Dia, are actually almost 100 times as strong as Dia. A lesser sovereign who is this powerful. Augusta, the other chief sovereigns all believe that your only advantage over them is that you have an over-god weapon, and one which isn't completely compatible with you. At most, your strength would increase tenfold. But, from the looks of it, you are far more powerful than them." Linley stared appraisingly at Augusta. Only now did Linley understand that, without question, Augusta was the number one figure amongst the 7 elemental chief sovereigns. In the past, Linley had thought that Augusta was on par with the chief sovereign of lightning, but now, it seemed, the difference was vast. So there really was a reason why he could behave so boldly for so many years. Linley mused to himself. Augusta, forget about sovereigns. Even many commanders viewed him as a tyrannical, arrogant, barbarous sovereign. Augusta cared deeply about his face, and he also had many women. One could imagine how many he had, just from looking at how many children he had. And then, one could consider how dominating and tyrannical his radiant churches were in the material planes. After all, the teachings of the church were set by Augusta himself. For such a person to have the position of chief sovereign of light without being able to be budged at all over the course of countless years, and to even be able to complete an overgod mission and acquire an overgod artifact, naturally, Augusta had some true ability to rely on. Over the course of countless years, aside from that time I faced the 4 divine beasts, when I was forced to reveal some of my true power, there has never been anyone who could force me to go all out. The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, wielded his lightsaber as he laughed towards Linley. Your power is excellent, and your potential is great. Compared to me, however, there is still a bit of a difference. Linley was now rather stunned. Right. In the past, we were all puzzled as to how Augusta could have resisted the combined supreme attack of the 4 ancestors. So indeed, Augusta's true power was even higher than I had expected. Today, either you perish or I die. Linley said coldly. Ha, it seems as though one of us must fall. Augusta gripped his lightsaber, his murderous intent skyrocketing. Linley gripped his life-over-god sword, staring back at him coldly. There, in the void, 2 mighty sovereigns stood there opposite one another, within the middle of chaotic streams of energy. Crackle, extremely minute, dense, bone-crackling sounds emitted from Linley's body. An astonishing, rapid transformation began to overtake Linley's body as those inky jade draconic scales instantly covered him, and atop the draconic scales were those muscles that were virtually undetectable by the naked eye. The savage inky jade spikes jutted out from Linley's forehead, elbows, knees, and spine. A draconic tail quickly emerged from behind, and even oscillated a few times. Augusta, seeing this, couldn't help but frown slightly. I have a feeling. Linley stared coldly with his dark, golden eyes at his opponent. Augusta, today, it will be you who dies. As soon as his words fell, Linley, the life-over-god sword in his hand, seemed to teleport. He instantly passed through the tens of kilometers of distance between them, and the jade-green life-over-god sword shot out like a divine emerald dragon, attempting to devour Augusta. Countless rays of inky jade swordlight shot out like countless venomous vipers, swirling around and snapping towards Augusta. A translucent sword shadow was mixed in as well as it shot towards Augusta. Linley's supreme attack, with the fused laws, sword intent. The space of the void was completely shattered by the inky jade sword energy, shattered like glass into countless tiny pieces. He should die now. Linley stared at his opponent. Suddenly, within the inky jade sword energy, a ray of white light rose towards the heavens. He actually didn't die? Linley was secretly startled. This technique of his was infused with both a material attack and a soul attack component. Still, it made sense. Since Augusta was able to withstand even the combined supreme technique of the four divine beasts, his soul defense was clearly very powerful. Since you didn't die, let me give you another one. The inky jade light vanished, and Augusta's body was revealed. Augusta's body was currently covered with blood, and his clothes, formed from energy, were completely tattered. Clearly, in that earlier situation, he wasn't even able to keep his clothes stable. Immediately afterwards, however, a white light swirled over his body, and his bloody wounds all vanished, with his clothes being restored as well. What a terrifying attack! It even contained a soul attack component. Augusta was just about to pause to recover. But when he spread out his divine sense, he suddenly discovered that terrifying, savage, fiend-like inky jade figure had already arrived in front of him, and a jade-green sword was piercing straight for his head. Sword energy shot out dominatingly. Not good. Augusta waved his hand, sending his lightsaber forward to pierce directly against the tip of that life-over-god sword. But right at that moment, swish! Striking like a hammer, the sharp tip of Linley's draconic tail, flashing with that golden light, slashed out in an arc from behind, stabbing directly towards Augusta's head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 22, Trump Card. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 22, Trump Card. Linley had acquired the blood essences of the four divine beasts. Although he hadn't been able to develop the fused supreme innate divine ability of the four ancestors, he had used part of the blood essence of the Azure Dragon to further strengthen his body. Linley discovered that his body was clearly too powerful. Even after he used a portion of the blood essence of the Azure Dragon, his body had reached a certain limit, beyond which it didn't strengthen significantly more. His body was no weaker than a sovereign artifact, and the tip of his draconic tail was in fact superior. And thus stab with the tail that contained the laws of the earth was something which sovereign artifacts definitely could not withstand. Terrible. Augusta's face changed. He needed to use his overgod weapon to block Linley's overgod weapon, and so, in that instant, his only reaction was to cover up with his arm. Augusta's arm swung up like a soft whip in a very simple, snapping motion. Whap! His arm snapped out extremely fast, and in the last moment, Augusta actually managed to strike against the side of the tip of Linley's draconic tail with the palm of his hands. But under Linley's control, the draconic tail twisted and pierced towards Augusta's palm. Bang! A white, armor-like membrane layer covered Augusta's palm. Clearly, it was his defensive sovereign artifact. But the stabbing pierce from Linley's full-strength draconic tail attack caused blood to spew out as the sharp draconic tail pierced through Augusta's palm. Whoosh! Augusta's body suddenly flashed backwards as he dodged aside, moving tens of kilometers away. That palm of his. Linley was shocked. Augusta's physical strength is actually this powerful as well? After his draconic tail had pierced through the defensive sovereign artifact, Linley had been planning to pierce through the palm and continue to drill through Augusta's head. But who could have imagined that Augusta's palm was also exceedingly tough? After boring through the defensive sovereign artifact and the palm, the power of Linley's draconic tail tip had already been spent. Augusta, I knew that your soul is powerful, but for your body to also be so powerful? Admirable. Linley's voice echoed in Augusta's mind, and then, not hesitating at all, Linley charged straight towards Augusta again. Linley, the two of us should end it here. Augusta fled away, flying at high speed. Now that Augusta was going all out, he was clearly moving a good deal faster than before. Even Linley wasn't able to catch up to him right away. I'm actually not able to catch up to him, even in dragon form? Linley was startled. Augusta's true power was more than 10 times greater than Linley had anticipated. This made it so that Linley and Augusta were roughly on par in power. Even though Linley was in dragon form, since Augusta trained in the laws of light, he specialized in speed. When going all out, even Linley wasn't able to catch him for the time being. Wait. Linley's powerful divine sense could clearly sense exactly how fast Augusta was moving. At present, the distance between himself and Augusta was continuing to slowly shrink. Although our speeds are comparable, they aren't identical. Rather, I'm very slightly faster than him. This difference in speed was quite minute. If one didn't pay extremely close attention, one wouldn't notice it at all. But the distance between Linley and Augusta was steadily shrinking. Sooner or later, Linley would catch up. Linley, why must you insist on fighting with me to the death? Augusta sent hurriedly. I did kill the 4 divine beasts, but you came countless generations after them. I imagine that you've never even seen them, nor do you feel close to them. Why must you do this? In addition, the reason that Beirut and I have enmity for each other is because Beirut stole my 4 sovereign sparks. He was the one who acted against me. I can now promise to forget about the grudge between myself and Beirut. What do you say? If you have any additional requests, we can discuss them as well with sincerity. Linley just laughed coldly. Just now, you wanted to kill me, but after I dragon formed and you discovered that you cannot kill me, you want to negotiate? Linley didn't pay him any heed. Linley, do you insist on doing this? Augusta was growing angry. If push comes to shove, I'll charge into the infernal realm and annihilate your 4 divine beasts clan. I imagine that I'll have more than enough time to charge in and do just that. Although the two were only a few dozen kilometers apart, which was quite close for sovereigns, the difference in speed between the two was simply too small. Linley still needed multiple minutes to catch up to Augusta. The 4 divine beasts clan? Augusta, the infernal realm has the chief sovereign of destruction. I imagine that you know that the chief sovereign of destruction has a special relationship with Beirut and myself, and in the past, he's borrowed blood essences of the 4 divine beasts from us. In addition, he's also borrowed members of my 4 divine beasts clan. As long as I speak to him with divine sense, I trust that he will definitely stop you. Linley sent back. Augusta had almost gone insane from Linley's pursuit. The distance between himself and Linley was continuing to shrink, but there was nothing he could do. Linley, your power isn't that much stronger than mine. The only advantage you have is that your dragon-formed body is comparable to a sovereign artifact and can be used as a sovereign weapon. But if I go all out, it's hard to say who will live and who will die. Augusta sent back. Are you truly willing to fight in such a manner? After their recent clash, Linley knew this as well. He wasn't that much stronger than his foe. In a life-and-death battle like this, it would indeed be hard to say who would win and who would lose. However, in terms of chances, Linley should have an 80% chance while Augusta only had a 20% chance. I'm willing. Linley said calmly. Fine, you madman. Augusta's face turned savage. Then don't blame me for this. As he spoke, Augusta suddenly changed directions, flying towards another region at high speed. Linley's face changed. Augusta was now fleeing towards the direction of the celestial realm. Although the two were only 10 or so kilometers apart from each other now, the amount of time necessary for Linley to catch up was more than enough for Augusta to reach the celestial realm. Linley couldn't help but feel puzzled as to why Augusta was fleeing towards the celestial realm. According to the stories, the divine darkness plane is aligned with the infernal realm, while the divine light plane is aligned with the celestial realm. Can it be that Augusta is going to beg the chief sovereign of fate for help? Linley couldn't help but guess at this possibility. It was normal for chief sovereigns to have relationships with other chief sovereigns. What? You are going to find the chief sovereign of fate? Linley sent. While fleeing, Augusta said threateningly, Right, I'm going to find Lord Orloff. Lord Orloff owes me a favor. Although he never gets involved in worldly affairs, if I call in that favor and have him kill you, that won't be a problem at all. This trump card, I've never been willing to actually use it. Don't force me to do so. Linley hesitated. Is Augusta telling the truth or not? Linley mused to himself. If it was true, given the power of the chief sovereign of fate, for him to kill Linley definitely wouldn't be a problem. Linley wouldn't be able to fight back. A favor? Why would Lord Orloff owe you a favor? Linley snickered. Linley, don't doubt it. You can go ask the chief sovereign of destruction or anyone else about this favor which Lord Orloff owes me. They all know about it. Go ahead and ask, and you'll know if I'm lying or not. Augusta wasn't actually willing to use up his trump card in such a manner either. The chief sovereign of fate wouldn't casually beg someone for help. A favor from him, in exchanging for having helped him with something that could be used to save one's life. If the favor was used up, it would be gone. Unless Augusta was truly at the verge of death, how could he be willing to use it? Linley pondered rapidly, then let out a cold laugh. Oh, Lord Orloff owes you a favor? Fine. For Lord Orloff's sake, I'll let this matter come to an end. But I warn you, in the future, don't make trouble for members of my 4 Divine Beasts clan. Otherwise, even at the cost of my life, I will kill you. After speaking, Linley turned and flew towards the infernal realm. Phew! Only now did Augusta let out a sigh of relief. Augusta watched as Linley flew towards the distant infernal realm, and he couldn't help but curse softly. How did this Linley suddenly grow so powerful? Fortunately, his speed is roughly equal to mine. If I want to be able to get rid of Linley, I either have to train to the Paragon level, or use the second method. The second method was naturally to go ask Orloff to dispose of Linley. However, there's no need for me to fear Linley either. Augusta stared into the distance and let out a calm laugh. Linley is a paragon. He has already maximized his potential, whereas I have only fused 5 profound mysteries, and am just a step away from becoming a paragon. When, one day, I too become a paragon, I will be able to easily deal with him. This time, when I go back, I need to calm my mind and focus on my training. And so, Augusta turned and flew towards the divine light plane. The 4 higher planes were all neighbors, while the 7 divine planes were close by as well. These 11 planes were located in the same area, and in their center was the planar battlefield. I didn't expect that Augusta would actually be so powerful. While flying through the void, Linley frowned pensively. If Augusta had been just slightly weaker, Linley would have killed him long ago. But Augusta's power was almost on par with his own. Once Augusta fled to the chief sovereign of fate, then there would be no hope. Linley couldn't afford to die. If he died, Beirut and Bluefire would be in trouble as well. The Yulan branch would probably be forever suppressed by Augusta, never to rise again. Thus, Linley chose to temporarily retreat. The chief sovereign of fate owes him a favor? Oof. I'll let Augusta live a bit longer for now, then. Linley mused to himself. I will go back and focus on fusing the laws. If I become a paragon, then even Orloff will be no match for me, much less Augusta. Linley had already reached the borders of the infernal realm. With a wave of the hand, he tore open a spatial rift. And so, Linley re-entered the infernal realm. In terms of fusing the different laws, Linley had currently only fused 3 of them. It must be understood that with each increase in the number of different laws, the power of the fusion would increase 100-fold. In addition, based on what Linley believed, once he fused all 4 of the laws, the heavens would probably bestow him with another portion of will. By then, who would Linley have to fear? The infernal realm. The air above the Blood Ridge continent. Linley's figure was soaring through the skies. Compared to Linley, the nearby metallic lifeforms seemed to be slow, crawling ants. They were on completely different levels of speed. Whoosh! His divine sense covered the entire Blood Ridge continent. Linley instantly discovered Beirut, located within the Skyrite Mountains. This was Beirut's divine clone. Grandpa Beirut. Linley sent. Beirut's divine clone always remained within the Indigo Prefecture of the Blood-Ridge continent. Indigo Prefecture. The Skyrite Mountains. Beirut was temporarily living within the estate that had been built for Linley. Beirut raised his head, only to a figure descending from the skies, moving towards him at a speed comparable to teleportation. It was Linley. Linley! Beirut was overjoyed. How did it go? Did you kill Augusta? Beirut's eyes were filled with hope. Upon seeing the look on Beirut's face, Linley couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I failed. Linley shook his head inside. How? Beirut was shocked. Given your true power, you should have been able to easily kill him. Linley shook his head. Grandpa Beirut, everyone has been deceived by Augusta. His true power isn't even close to what we thought it was. His power is more than 10 times greater than what I had expected. He isn't much weaker than me at all. Even if I fought with him to the death, it's uncertain as to who would be the one to perish. More importantly, the chief sovereign of fate apparently owes him a favor. Have you heard of this matter, Dot? The chief sovereign of fate owes Augusta a favor? Beirut shook his head. I'm not too sure about that. I've only been a sovereign for 20,000 years, after all. I have the feeling that Augusta wasn't lying. Linley laughed helplessly. All right. We've been waiting and enduring for so many years, we'll just wait for a while longer. Now that I've fused with my wind-type sovereign spark, I'm going to establish a divine plane of wind and increase my insights in the wind as well. Perhaps it will also help me improve my level of understanding with regards to fusing separate laws as well. Beirut nodded. It seemed as though this was the only option. However, Beirut wasn't worried. Given Linley's potential, he had a chance to surpass even the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts, much less Augusta. Only, he needed time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 23, 12-Winged Angel. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 23, 12-Winged Angel. Hey, Grandpa Beirut, why are the 4 clan leaders here? Linley looked towards Beirut, puzzled. Linley's divine sense had easily detected that Gislason and the rest of the 4 were within his estate. Only, they were in the east gardens of the estate. Oh, about that, Beirut said awkwardly. Linley, when you went to kill Augusta, I thought that this matter would be resolved without a hitch. And I also knew that Gislason and the others had always wanted to take revenge for their 4 ancestors. Thus, I told them in advance, so as to let them be happy about this. Linley was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Are they waiting for my good news? Linley truly didn't know whether he should laugh or do something. Beirut tugged at his beard, coughing twice. After I told them, they were extremely excited. They simply couldn't wait, so they decided to stay in your estate, so that they could immediately come find you once you returned. I imagine the guards and the maids of the estate, upon seeing you return, have already informed the 4 of them. They will be arriving soon. Without a quiet hall. Gislason and the Vermilion Bird Matriarch were both seated. The White Tiger Patriarch was frowning and pacing back and forth, while the Black Tortoise Patriarch was standing at the doorway, anxiousness in his eyes. Elder brother, when will Linley return? The Black Tortoise Patriarch couldn't help but turn and speak in a deep, booming voice. Sovereigns move extremely quickly. Based on my calculations, it should be soon. Stop standing there at the doorway and sit down. Calm down and wait patiently. Gislason urged. How can I possibly sit down at a time like this? The Black Tortoise Patriarch had a hint of impatience on his face. Clearly, he was quite frustrated and uneasy. The Vermilion Bird Matriarch, seated next to Gislason, let out a helpless chuckle. Elder brother, stop criticizing third brother. Even I, sitting here, don't feel calm in the slightest. Sovereigns are extremely fast, and so today he will definitely return. I wonder if Linley was able to succeed or not. Lord Beirut said it himself. Gislason said. Given Lord Beirut's temperament, would he say something he wasn't confident of? Right. The others all acknowledged this. Despite that, however, the 4 clan leaders still felt nervousness in their hearts. Patriarch, Patriarch. Right at this moment, a figure flew over at high speed. Whoosh! Gislason and the Vermilion Bird Matriarch all suddenly stood up, and the 4 clan leaders looked towards the maid who was flying over. The maid called out hurriedly from afar, Lord Linley has returned. He is at Lord Beirut's estate. Swoosh! Streaks of light flashed past, and the 4 figures disappeared from within the hall. Beneath the large tree, next to the stone table, Linley and Beirut were currently seated, facing each other. They are coming. Linley took a sip of wine, then let out a resigned laugh. This is all my fault. Beirut shook his head, letting out a resigned, awkward chuckle. To be honest, I still don't understand. The chief sovereign of light is a chief sovereign, but not a paragon. How could it be that his power was 10 times greater than what we predicted it to be? The divine light plane has never won 10 consecutive rounds in the planar wars. Unless Augusta has a sovereign clone. This was Beirut's judgment. Linley pondered for a long time, but could only come to this conclusion as well. But this seemed to be impossible. The chances are quite low. Linley shook his head. I've met more than 60 sovereigns by now. Not a single one of them shares the same aura as the chief sovereign of light. If the chief sovereign of light had a sovereign clone, how could he possibly manage to hide it from the other chief sovereigns? The chief sovereigns of death and destruction were born with the creation of the planes themselves. Even if others might be fooled, those two would not. Beirut nodded as well. What, exactly, was the reason for the chief sovereign of light to be more than 10 times as powerful as they had predicted? Linley! A frantic voice rang out. Linley turned to look. He saw 4 streaks of light surge forward, then solidify into 4 figures. It was Gislason and the other 3 clan leaders. The stable, reliable Gislason, the grim, callous white tiger patriarch, the wise, intelligent vermilion bird matriarch, the taciturn, reserved black tortoise patriarch. All of them were staring towards Linley with blazing, eager eyes. Has the chief sovereign of light been killed? The vermilion bird matriarch couldn't help but ask. Linley and Beirut shared a glance, and then Linley laughed bitterly. Gislason, I've disappointed you. I wasn't able to kill Augusta. Linley didn't explain further. Gislason and the other 3 were stunned. And then, they let out forlorn, awkward smiles. Linley. Gislason bowed. I know that for Lord Beirut to tell us about it meant that he had felt a certain degree of confidence. This time was a failure. We very much would like to know, Lord Linley, will you kill the chief sovereign of light in the future? The other 3 clan leaders immediately looked towards Linley. Linley's divine sense stretched across the entire Skyrite Mountains. Given the power of his divine sense, if there were any other sovereigns watching, they wouldn't be able to avoid drawing his attention. I'm uncertain as to exactly when I will kill him. But once I have enough power, I will. Linley said solemnly. Gislason and the other 3 looked at each other, then smiled gratefully towards Linley. Thank you. The 4 all bowed slightly. No need. I'm a member of the 4 Divine Beasts clan as well, after all. Linley let out a low sigh. Actually, the grateful look in the eyes of Gislason and the others only made him feel even guiltier. After all, he hadn't killed Augusta yet. All right. Beirut laughed. The 4 of you can go back and rest. The 4 Divine Beasts clan has been able to wait 20,000 years for vengeance. There's no need to be impatient now. Beirut could sense that things were a bit awkward right now between the four clan leaders, himself, and Linley. It was best to have them leave for now. Gislason and the other three immediately left. This time, ugh. Beirut laughed self-mockingly. Their awkwardness just now, that was completely my doing. It isn't your fault. After all, I still have yet to understand how the chief sovereign of light could have been more than 10 times as powerful as we had anticipated. What caused this? Linley suddenly frowned. Grandpa Beirut, I also discovered two particularly special things. The first is that Augusta's physical strength is very powerful. Although it is inferior to mine, he's still very powerful. Secondly, Augusta's soul defense is also very powerful. Augusta had been struck by Linley's sword intent, but his soul didn't seem react to it at all. Beirut, hearing this, felt puzzled as well. His body is extremely strong, and his soul is extremely strong as well? Augusta, what is his secret? Beirut mused softly. If we can't figure it out, we might as well stop thinking about it. Linley changed the subject. Grandpa Beirut. What I'm worried the most about is my mother. However, I have no memories of my mother at all, nor do I know the spiritual aura of my mother. Even if I stretched my divine sense across the divine light plane, I wouldn't know which angel is my mother. Even if his mother was standing right in front of him, he probably wouldn't recognize her. This is quite troublesome. Beirut let out a helpless laugh. When your mother was alive, I swept her with my divine sense. Only, why would I pay any particular attention to an ordinary mortal? Thus, I have no memories of your mother's soul aura. Grandpa Beirut. Linley said, worried. I know that the angels are divided into 2-winged angels, 4-winged angels, and even 12-winged angels. What sort of angel should my mother be? Linley was worried that his mother was already dead. It must be understood that most low-level angels were sent to descend upon material planes. Those low-level angels could die at any time. What sort of angel is your mother? Let me ask you this, when your mother's soul was offered to the sovereign, did the Radiant Church receive any sort of reward? Beirut suddenly asked. They did. Linley's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, based on what I heard, the Radiant Church itself received an astronomical reward. Even King Clade, the one who offered my mother to the Radiant Church, was rewarded by having his strength increased from the 8th rank to the 9th rank. Oh. Beirut's eyes lit up, and he immediately laughed. Linley, angels are divided into 6 ranks. The lower 3 ranks are all saints, while the higher 3 ranks are deities. Generally speaking, they are determined by the purity of the offered soul. Only when a church in a material plane offers a soul that can become a deity will it be rewarded. Linley couldn't help but nod. Right. Angels were numerous beyond measure. If the offered soul could only become a saint, of course there wouldn't be any reward. But the size of the rewards are also determined by the purity of the soul. Generally speaking, 8-winged angels are equivalent to demigods. Demigods, being the weakest type of deities, naturally won't result in significant rewards. At most, the rewards would simply be encouraging in nature. Souls that are able to be transformed into 10-winged angels will result in slightly better rewards. After all, gods aren't anything either. Linley nodded. The number of demigods and gods the infernal realm had was simply countless. Actually, the most powerful of angels are the 12-winged angels, and every single one of them is extremely powerful, generally at the 7-star fiend level. Beirut said solemnly. What? Linley couldn't help but cry out in shock. High gods didn't really matter, but 7-star fiends and ordinary high gods were completely on different levels. How is it that 12-winged angels are so powerful? Linley didn't understand. Beirut laughed. I only learned this when chatting with the Bloodridge sovereign, Bosan. Do you know that angels are born in the angelic resurrection pools? I've heard of it. Linley said hurriedly. Just recently, when chatting with Augusta, Linley had heard of the angelic resurrection pools. There are a total of 128 angelic resurrection pools. They are controlled by and divided up amongst the 7 sovereigns of the divine light plane. The chief sovereign holds 64 of them by himself. The 2 intermediate sovereigns control 16 each. The 4 lesser sovereigns control 8. Beirut explained carefully. Angels are actually a human-shaped weapon. Their souls, after being reborn through the angelic resurrection plane, will not have any of their past memories. In addition, they will be absolutely loyal to the sovereigns of light. They won't feel any selfishness at all. Linley nodded slightly. After the transformation, they will no longer be able to gain any insights into the laws, nor be able to increase their level of understanding. Beirut sighed. If, after the transformation, they are saint-level angels, then they will forever be saint-level angels. They are unable to gain any insights, and so naturally, the profound mysteries they use to attack do not come from their own insights. Beirut said. Every single angelic resurrection pool is linked to the soul of its sovereign. The sovereigns will infuse the angelic resurrection pool with some of their own powerful attacks. Only, there are different levels of power for each angelic resurrection pool. Low-level angelic resurrection pools can only contain low-level techniques, and so the angels they produce are weak angels. The high-level angelic resurrection pools, however, contain attacks that generally involve the fusion of 4 or 5 profound mysteries, because that is the sort of attack which sovereigns themselves use. Beirut explained, thus, the angels birthed from the high-level angelic resurrection pools, the 12-winged angels, generally will have supreme attacks that involve the fusion of 4 or even 5 profound mysteries. Linley now understood. No wonder every single 12-winged angel was so powerful. It was because they didn't have to gain any insights, they were born understanding those powerful attacks. The 12-winged angels are very powerful. In the past, when I publicized the existence of the necropolis of the gods, I attracted quite a few people, amongst which included 7-star fiends of the infernal realm and even 12-winged angels. I imagine that the 12-winged angels also wanted to seize a sovereign artifact. After all, the number of sovereign artifacts which the sovereign can bestow is limited. Beirut sighed, in that battle, the power which the 12-winged angels display was absolutely not inferior to that of the 7-star fiends. The angelic resurrection pool. How terrifying. It is actually able to directly produce 12-winged angels that are no weaker than 7-star fiends. Linley sighed. It isn't that simple. The conditions necessary for a soul to be able to support the energy of a 12-winged angel are extremely stringent. The creation of every single 12-winged angel is fairly difficult, and thus if a material plane is able to offer a soul that is capable of becoming a 12-winged angel, the offering church will naturally receive an enormous reward. Beirut sighed as he spoke. The Radiant Church was so happy as to increase the King of Funlai's power. I imagine, your mother's soul must have been truly pure. The type of angel she was reborn as should be the most powerful type, a 12-winged angel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 24, 9 rounds. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 24, 9 rounds. 12-winged angel? Linley let out a slightly relieved sigh. The lower the level an angel was, the faster they would die. It is very hard to birth a 12-winged angel. The 12-winged angels which exist have been slowly accumulated over the course of countless years. The sovereigns of light won't casually dispatch 12-winged angels out to take on missions. Sometimes, 1,000,000 years will pass without a single 12-winged angel being activated. Your mother became a 12-winged angel less than 10,000 years ago. The chances of her death are virtually negligible. Beirut laughed. Only now did Linley completely relax. Grandpa Beirut, your logical reasoning has calmed me down quite a bit. Linley now felt more than enough self-confidence in his ability to rescue his mother. Right. Grandpa Beirut. Linley waved his hand, and an Earth-type sovereign spark, glowing with an earthen yellow light, appeared. This is an unexpected reward that I acquired. A sovereign spark? Beirut was startled. Linley laughed and nodded. Augusta and I went together to the divine light plane. Who would have imagined that the chief sovereign of lightning, Hurley, followed us in as well? Even the other 5 chief sovereigns of the laws followed us from far away. When I attacked Augusta, Hurley suddenly sneak attacked me, wanting to kill me and seize my overgod artifact. I immediately hit him with a backhanded sword attack. Beirut instantly started to laugh. So, you acquired his sovereign spark? Right. Hurley's lightning-type chief sovereign clone fled quite quickly. I just wanted to teach him a small lesson anyhow, and so I destroyed his Earth-type sovereign clone. Linley frowned. Now, the question is, who should I give this Earth-type sovereign spark to? Grandpa Beirut, what do you think? The Earth-type sovereign spark. Beirut frowned. Bluefire can use it, but if we give it to him, his power will only rise slightly, to the intermediate sovereign level or so. It won't change the overall strategic balance of power much. Ideally, we should find a high god. However, a high god who trains in the laws of the earth, it's going to be quite hard to find such a person within your Baruch clan for now. Linley laughed in resignation. The Baruch clan had quite a few high gods, but they fused with divine sparks. A high god who had relied solely on himself to train to that level, and in the laws of the earth? There really wasn't a single one yet. To fuse a sovereign spark, there was just a single precondition. One had to have trained independently to the high god level. What's the rush? Beirut laughed. Just keep it for now. When the time comes, if there is a suitable candidate, you can hand it over then. Ha ha. All right. I'll just use this sovereign spark to serve as a precious ancestral heirloom for the Baruch clan. Linley laughed loudly. Grandpa Beirut, make the notifications. Have the people of Dragonblood Castle who are willing to come to the infernal realm all come over. Linley had now completely guaranteed the safety of his family and friends in the infernal realm. The chief sovereigns who were more powerful than Linley had no grudges against him. Even if they did, they wouldn't be so shameless as the chief sovereign of light, who had threatened him with the annihilation of his clan. That might be for the best. Beirut laughed and nodded. During these past 5 millennia, they'd been quite bored in the Yulan Plain. After all, in terms of experts, the infernal realm has far more, and there are also many more places to go adventuring in the infernal realm, but Linley was in no hurry to establish his divine plane of wind. He stayed in the infernal realm, bringing over his family and friends. During this period of time, Linley also focused on his training, and on merging and fusing the separate laws. Occasionally, he would spend some time with his family and friends. The year after Linley and Augusta's battle was also the year when Linley's reputation expanded the most extravagantly. Linley had heavily injured the chief sovereign of light, and with a single sword blow, killed the Earth-type sovereign clone of the chief sovereign of lightning, Hurley, terrifying Hurley into instant, panicked flight. This battle prowess was naturally spread to everyone else by the 5 other chief sovereigns of the laws. This information was simply too astonishing. Soon, virtually all the sovereigns became aware of it. Linley's status instantly eclipsed that of the other 7 elemental chief sovereigns, and was only second to the 4 supreme experts, chief sovereigns of the edicts. And so, in the span of a single short year, more than 10 sovereigns had come to pay their respects to Linley. When sovereigns met, they too would eat some fruit, drink some wine, and casually banter. Roughly a year after the battle with Augusta. The Infernal Realm. Bloodridge Province. Indigo Prefecture. The Skyrite Mountains. Linley's sovereign estate. Within this quiet, secluded estate, soft grass covered the ground. Linley was dressed in a long, loose robe. He sat in the meditative position as the wind blew past him, brushing against the strands of his hair. A figure slowly took form in front of Linley, as though it had teleported there. Linley opened his eyes. He saw that this person was a man dressed in long, blood-red robes. It was the Bloodridge sovereign, Bosan. He laughed. "Bosan, why have you come to my place?" Not long ago, Bosan had met with Linley, and at that time, Linley had wanted to address him as Mr. Bosan, but no matter what he said, the Bloodridge sovereign refused to be addressed like that. He even wanted to address Linley as Lord. After all, Linley's power, even amongst the chief sovereigns, was extremely great. In the end, both took a step back. They viewed each other as friends, and so addressed each other by name. "Must I have a reason for coming?" The Bloodridge sovereign smiled as he sat down next to him. "Actually, today, I really did have an important reason for coming." "Speak." Linley listened attentively. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed. "You still have no emissaries, right?" Why are you thinking about this?" Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "How is it your business, Bosan, if I choose to accept emissaries or not?" "That's not it." The Bloodridge sovereign shook his head. "To tell you the truth, every trillion years, there is a session of the planar wars, and each of the planar wars have a total of 5 rounds. 3 rounds have already passed, and roughly 600 years in the future, the 4th planar war is going to begin." "Which 2 planes are doing battle?" Linley asked, curious. "Our infernal realm and the celestial realm," the Bloodridge sovereign said solemnly. "Linley, the upcoming 4th round of the planar wars is extremely important. Because, in the 9 previous competitions, the celestial realm won 9 rounds in a row." "What?" Linley was startled. Linley understood that after becoming a sovereign, there were 3 ways for gaining an additional portion of will. The first was to fuse with another sovereign spark. The second was to become a paragon. The third was for one side, in the planar wars, to win 10 times in a row. But of course, another method was to become a soul mutate like Linley. Only, this sort of unique situation wasn't applicable to all sovereigns. If I remember correctly, long ago, the celestial realm won 10 rounds in a row already. Linley said with a frown. "Exactly." The Bloodridge sovereign said hurriedly. "The 7 sovereigns of fate have already received a reward, and so the other sovereigns don't want them to see them receive a reward again. In particular, we don't want to see the chief sovereign of fate increase in strength yet again. He's already strong enough." Linley nodded slightly. "Ever since the creation of the universe, every time one side wins 9 times in a row, all of the other planes will join together to prevent them from winning a 10th time," the Bloodridge sovereign said. "Generally speaking, when all the other planes join forces, the chances for success will be extremely high. Over the course of countless years, however, there was one failure. That time, the celestial realm won, and thus the 7 sovereigns of fate received the reward." The Bloodridge sovereign said solemnly, "This time, no matter what, we can't let them win again. This is the order that came from the chief sovereign of destruction himself." Linley couldn't help but laugh. Most likely, as far as the chief sovereign of destruction was concerned, his only real opponent was the chief sovereign of fate. What does not wanting him to win have to do with finding emissaries? Linley laughed. "If we don't want him to win, then our side needs to find enough experts." The Bloodridge sovereign shook his head. "But many experts already know how extremely savage this particular planar war will be. It will be absolutely berserk. Thus, many commander-level experts are not willing to participate in it." Linley laughed and nodded. All of the planes would be going all out, and the celestial realm would be going all out as well. One could completely imagine how savage this battle would be. Unless one was completely confident in one's powers or unless one was tired of life, one probably wouldn't participate. How is it that the commanders know how important this battle is? Linley said, puzzled. The reward for winning 10 battles should be a secret amongst sovereigns. Based on past precedents. The Bloodridge sovereign let out an awkward laugh. In this sort of berserk battle, both sides will go all out. They will come up with any and all measures that can allow their side to grow more powerful, in a manner which does not violate the Pact of Sovereigns. Thus, both sides will bestow every single participant in this planar war with sovereign's might. Every single person will receive 2 drops. Linley was stupefied. Mad. They had all gone mad. If every single person who entered the planar battlefield was bestowed with 2 drops of sovereign's might, then even a commander-level expert, upon suffering an attack from 10 high gods, would probably perish. Although these commanders don't know about the secret behind the 10 consecutive battles, they do know that all of the high gods who are participating will be bestowed sovereign's might. How many commanders would dare participate? The Bloodridge sovereign laughed bitterly. Originally, we didn't want to hand out that much sovereign's might either. But if we don't and the other side does, doesn't that mean that we will lose for sure? There's nothing that we can do. Linley understood the predicament they were in. The sovereigns all knew that giving each participant 2 drops of sovereign's might was simply too insane, but they had no choice. In the battles in the stellar corridors, a group of commander-level experts, especially armed with sovereign artifacts, will be extremely effective. The Bloodridge sovereign said solemnly. Thus, what the chief sovereign of destruction desires is for you to acquire 6 emissaries. According to the rules, a lesser sovereign can take on 2 emissaries, an intermediate sovereign can take on 4, and a chief sovereign can take on 8. Since you have 3 lesser sovereign clones, you can take on 6. Linley nodded to acknowledge that he understood. But I haven't even made any sovereign artifacts yet. Linley said helplessly. Sovereign artifacts, to us, are something that we can create every 10,000 years or so. They aren't that important. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed. Almost all of the sovereigns have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Only, the Pact of Sovereigns forbids sovereigns from giving their emissaries more than a single artifact, so as to maintain balance amongst the deities. Linley, if you don't have any sovereign artifacts, I can give 10 or so to you as a gift. The Bloodridge sovereign said disdainfully. In the infernal realm, there were many deities who made their living by forging divine artifacts. It was the same principle. To sovereigns, forging sovereign artifacts was something that only required a bit of time and effort. Fine. Since you've said all these things, fine. Linley laughed, then nodded. But then Linley said, puzzled, Bosan, I truly don't understand. Given that all of these sovereigns are joining forces, why are we worried about the celestial realm winning? How can they possibly win? The Bloodridge sovereign nodded. The celestial realm has always been the most powerful of the 4 higher realms. In addition, the edicts of fate have strange, bizarre attacks. Thus, during the planar wars, the celestial realm often gains victory. Normally, we don't care that much, but once there are 9 victories in a row, then we cannot be careless. For the sake of this 10th battle, based on what we know, they have already prepared an extremely powerful tactic. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed bitterly. In addition, the chances of success for this tactic are extremely high. What sort of tactic? Linley said, puzzled. The chief sovereign of fate will go ask the chief sovereign of light, Augusta, for assistance. He will borrow large numbers of 12-winged angels. The Bloodridge sovereign said solemnly. Linley, you should know that in the battle above the Stellar River, the main reason one side loses is due to a lack of morale. One side is routed. Anyone with a consciousness is susceptible to fear, can be routed. Linley nodded. He knew that an army being routed was like a mountain toppling. When 2 sides were fighting in the stellar corridor, given the width of the corridor, only so many soldiers could battle at once. Once one side was routed, even if the soldiers in the back had yet to even fight, they would still be affected. But 12-winged angels are different. They are absolutely devoted to the Chief Sovereign of Light. When the Chief Sovereign of Light gives the order, even if the order is for them to throw their lives away, they won't hesitate at all. The Blood-Ridge Sovereign said helplessly. In addition, these 12-winged angels all have at least the power of a 7-star fiend. Some are even close to commanders in strength. Think about it. This is a group of powerful experts who have no fear of death at all. In addition, they are able to form into all sorts of battle formations and work together in extremely marvelous ways. They don't harbor any trace of individual desires within them at all. How astonishingly powerful then would an army like this be in the planar wars? The Blood-Ridge Sovereign sighed. Fortunately, the birth of every single 12-winged angel is a laborious affair. To accumulate sufficient 12-winged angels requires an extremely long period of time. In the past, the Chief Sovereign of Fate asked the Chief Sovereign of Light twice to borrow these angels. He didn't want to borrow them too often, because it is simply too hard to create a 12-winged angel. Linley couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. Fearless. Selfless. Good teamwork. Powerful. In the stellar corridor, due to their fearlessness, there was no way that they would be routed. If you wanted to win, you had to annihilate every single 12-winged angel. This sort of army was indeed terrifying. Because of this, the Chief Sovereign of Fate has, in the past, owed the Chief Sovereign of Light 2 favors. The Blood-Ridge Sovereign laughed calmly. In the past, the Divine Light Plane, since it didn't have many experts, won fairly rarely. Those 12-winged angels are simply too rare, and so they can only be used as trump cards, and can only be used once or twice. Thus, Augusta isn't able to use them for himself. He chose to instead exchange them for favors from the Chief Sovereign of Fate. The Blood-Ridge Sovereign sighed. All I know is that once, he called in one of the favors to ask the Chief Sovereign of Fate to help him. It was because of the Chief Sovereign of Fate's help, along with his own luck, that he was able to acquire that overgod weapon. Linley now understood. So the Chief Sovereign of Fate actually owed him 2 favors. One was used up, while the other remains. Linley now completely understood. It seemed as though the Chief Sovereign of Light hadn't lied to him at all. Originally, if he truly had chased into the celestial realm, the enraged Chief Sovereign of Light probably truly would have asked the Chief Sovereign of Fate to kill him. However, this time, the Chief Sovereign of Fate is going to end up owing him yet another favor. The Blood-Ridge Sovereign laughed calmly. Over the course of countless years, Augusta has accumulated yet another batch of 12-winged angels. Most likely, he will go participate. Augusta truly is lucky. He took over both of the angelic resurrection pools which are able to give birth to 12-winged angels. In addition, he accumulates pure souls from the material realms. By patiently waiting, he is able to slowly build up an army of 12-winged angels. Alas, this army of fearless, deity-level angels, they truly are troublesome. Oh, yes, they are quite true. Linley was laughing, but suddenly Linley's face froze, and then instantly turned ashen. Linley, what is it? Bosan saw that Linley's face was looking strange. You said, he would accumulate a batch of 12-winged angels, and then, send them to the planar battlefield? Linley stared at Bosan. All of them? Yes, essentially all of them. The Blood-Ridge Sovereign said, puzzled. What is it? That look on your face. I'm fine. Bosan, I need to calm down. You can go back now. Linley's mind was currently in a state of complete chaos. Oh. Although puzzled, the Blood-Ridge Sovereign didn't ask any more questions, instead leaving. Within the vast, empty courtyard, Linley was the only person remaining. When virtually every member in this batch of 12-winged angels is sent to the planar battlefield, in the midst of that wild, savage battle, most likely nearly all of them will perish. It would be amazing if even 10% survived. Linley's mind was in a state of chaos. My mother, she should be amongst them. If she is sent to the planar battlefield. Linley was terrified. What should I do? Linley was in a state of complete chaos. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 25, Revisiting the Divine Light Plane. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 25, Revisiting the Divine Light Plane. Linley took 2 deep breaths in a row. His chest rose and fell like the bellows of a furnace, and afterwards, he regained his calm. Since Augusta made a promise to the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, he will definitely act with full force. No wonder he has always protected his 12-winged angels so well, and rarely allows them to go out on missions. Linley's gaze was clear. My mother should be a 12-winged angel. 600 or so years from now, if I don't interfere, she will definitely be sent to the planar wars. Linley frowned slightly, then murmured, 600 years. With regards to Augusta, Linley definitely wanted to kill him, whether for the sake of Beirut or for the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Originally, Linley had been planning to wait until his power increased before he would go and kill Augusta. Not only would he fulfill the wishes of Beirut and the 4 Divine Beasts clan, he would also be able to save his mother. Several birds with one stone. But now, I have to give something up. One option. Give up my mother, focus on training, and after I succeed, kill Augusta. The second option. Find a fire-type lesser sovereign that I don't know, kill him, and fuse with his sovereign spark. After my power increases, go kill Augusta. The third option. Resist and endure for now, and lower my head. Go negotiate with Augusta. Linley almost instantly came to his decision. Giving up his mother? Impossible. Murder a fire-type sovereign for no reason? Linley wasn't capable of this either. In addition, if he did, he would be violating the pact which the chief sovereigns of the edicts had set up. Fine, then. Linley took a deep breath, his gaze steely and resolved. For now, I'll resist and endure. Linley. Right at this moment, 2 figures walked over from the gardens. It was Beirut and Bluefire. Previously, although Linley had not been able to kill Augusta, the power that he had revealed was still slightly greater than Augusta's. If the two had fought to the death, Augusta's chance of death was higher. Thus, Augusta no longer dared to offend Linley. Naturally, Beirut and Bluefire were now able to casually wander about in the infernal realm with their sovereign clones. After having spent so many years hiding in the Yulan plain, they were naturally pleased at having their freedom again. Linley, just now, the Bloodridge sovereign came. Was there something important? Beirut chuckled while stroking his beard. As they were both sovereigns as well, the two of them had naturally noticed the arrival of the Bloodridge sovereign. Only, the Bloodridge sovereign, Bosan, clearly wanted to meet with Linley privately, and so the two of them hadn't shown themselves earlier. They waited for the Bloodridge sovereign to depart before emerging. It is regarding the planar wars, and regarding me taking on emissaries. 600 years from now, a planar war will begin, and the battling sides will be the infernal realm and the celestial realm. This particular planar war is extremely important. Linley said, then repeated the information he had heard in detail. Beirut and Bluefire listened carefully. Afterwards, they sighed in amazement. So Augusta has been so incredibly fortunate. No wonder even the chief sovereign of fate owes him a favor. Beirut said with a sigh. The 12-winged angel army can indeed play a deciding role in a planar war. Bluefire breathed in surprise. If they all charge forward together, it is all but guaranteed that they will achieve victory in a planar war. The reward for winning 10 consecutive rounds is breathtaking as well. No wonder the chief sovereign of fate would go ask Augusta for help. In the previous planar war which Linley had experienced, the combatants were the Divine Light Plane and the Divine Darkness Plane. Victory or defeat in that battle didn't matter much. Naturally, there had been very few sovereigns controlling matters from behind. Linley, what did you just say? The army of 12 winged angels is going to the planar war? Doesn't that mean? Beirut suddenly realized what this portended. Your mother, she. Right. Linley gave Beirut a helpless glance. Tell me, do I have any other choices? Beirut pondered for a moment. 600 years. Linley had spent 5,000 years to reach his current level. To make another large breakthrough in 600 years? Even Beirut himself didn't feel much confidence in Linley. Then Beirut looked towards Linley. I've decided that tomorrow, I will go to the divine light plane. Linley said calmly as he stared into the distant skies. His gaze seemed to penetrate the walls of reality, seeing the divine light plane from afar. Beirut was silent for a moment, then nodded. Sometimes, to accomplish great things, one has to be able to submit and endure. As I see it, to Augusta, you are a paragon who no longer has any untapped potential. I imagine that in his heart, he doesn't feel too much fear towards you. If you negotiate with him, the chances of success will be quite high. In the future, you can get rid of him later. Beirut was a person who was capable of killing ruthlessly, but also able to endure and hide. When he discovered the corpses of the 4 divine beasts, although he knew that seizing them would be extremely dangerous, he also understood that after succeeding, he would go from being a deity to a sovereign. In addition, Beirut acted in accordance with the situation. First of all, the chief sovereign wasn't paying him, a high god, any mind. Second, he was in a material plane and had the natural protection of a material plane from sovereign intrusion. Third, he was a god-eater rat who didn't fear chaotic space. He had enough power and enough confidence. He dared to take risks, but also knew how to pull back. All of those things combined to result in the current Beirut. Otherwise, how could the Yulan branch produce 3 sovereigns? I hope things will turn out as you said, Grandpa Beirut. Linley nodded. The vast, divine light plane. A ray of light was streaking over from the teleportation array, instantly moving 10 million kilometers away. The wind slashed past like a knife. Below him was the boundless water of the seas. A blue-robed Linley advanced through the air at high speed, staring ahead with a somber, icy calm gaze. Linley frowned slightly. I didn't expect that the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, was here as well. After arriving in the divine light plane, Linley had sent his fused divine sense to instantly cover the entire plane, allowing him to maintain a watch over the activities of the entire plane. Naturally, Linley was able to detect the location of the chief sovereign of light, Augusta, but unexpectedly, Augusta was alongside Orloff. Him being here is a good thing. Linley mused. Linley didn't come here for battle, but for negotiation. With Orloff present, Augusta wouldn't dare to speak too wildly. Moments later, Linley's divine sense changed from being generated by fused sovereign power to Earth-type sovereign power, much like how an ordinary Earth-type sovereign would use it. This change to using Earth-type sovereign power for powering his divine sense was naturally detected by the 2 chief sovereigns. Ha, Linley, why have you come to my place? Augusta sent with a laugh, seemingly having forgotten the previous battle with Linley. Naturally, I have something important to discuss. Linley smiled slightly. I didn't expect Lord Orloff to be here as well. What a coincidence. I'm here to discuss some things with Augusta. The chief sovereign of fate's gentle voice echoed in Linley's mind as well. Not long ago, I invited you, Linley, to come visit me in my Orloff gardens, but unfortunately, despite waiting for so long, I never managed to see you. A person could disguise his basic nature for hundreds or thousands of years, but it was impossible for a person to disguise his character forever. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, didn't get involved in worldly affairs. He treated everyone he considered to be a friend in a very good manner. Linley felt much admiration for the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff. But of course, Linley couldn't possibly be like the chief sovereign of fate, never getting married, never relaxing, never enjoying himself, and instead spending all of his time in various forms of research and training. Lord Orloff, in the endless years to come, you and I will have plenty of time to meet each other. For example, aren't we meeting today? Linley laughed comfortably. Ha, right. We will have endless years to come. Orloff laughed as well. While chatting through Divine Sense, Linley had already flown past countless islands. He was like an arrow, streaking down from the skies. The island directly below Linley was the residence of the Chief Sovereign of Light. This was an extremely lavishly built island. The island had a circumference of a few thousand kilometers, and its main structures were made of a white material. Naturally, it had all sorts of rare, unique magical beasts, flowers, and vegetation that had been collected here. The magical beasts had their own regions, while the flowers had their own regions as well. They all had their own private areas. In the air above this island, there were a large number of deity-level angels. Aside from the angels, all the other deities in this island were female. The only males present were Augusta and Orloff. Augusta really does know how to enjoy himself. Aside from his loyal angels, everyone else here is female. Linley couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. And then, he stared into the distance, as from deep inside the island, two figures were flying towards him, shoulder to shoulder. These two figures were followed by a large number of female servants. It was really quite an impressive display. Haha, Linley! Augusta called out from far away, as though they were old friends of many years. Augusta! Linley smiled as he greeted him as well. The white-robed, white-haired elder, the Chief Sovereign of Fate, laughed calmly. Let's go inside and sit down. Augusta, I don't want to criticize you, but we're inside your island, and yet you put on such a grand show when welcoming guests? The Chief Sovereign of Fate glanced sideways. The female servants behind them were divided into two rows, with one row of maids dressed in violet and the other dressed in pink. All of them were exceptional in terms of appearance. I will naturally listen to any suggestions that you have, Your Excellency. Augusta laughed, then turned and waved his hand, saying calmly, You can all retire. Those female servants all uniformly bowed with respect. Yes. And then, they flew away in an orderly fashion. Let's go to the water garden to chat. Augusta laughed while guiding the way. The person who designed this island and its buildings was definitely at the Grandmaster level. Linley walked forward while viewing the island. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of praise. Augusta laughed delightedly. Linley, I don't want to brag, but this island of a few thousand kilometers circumference has 30,162 different types of flowers alone, all of varying sizes, colors, etc. The angels make the arrangements for them. From every single viewing location, they will seem very natural and give one a comfortable feeling. There are also various types of magical beasts. For the sake of building this island, I invited over 1,000 exceptional Grandmaster-level experts from across countless planes, each of whom specialized in various skills, so as to create a unified, cohesive whole. Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but shake his head internally. The rumors were indeed true. Augusta pursued perfection in all of his leisurely enjoyments. The water garden was a garden erected above a pool of water that had a circumference of a few thousand meters. The waters of the pool rippled with the wind, gleaming like precious sapphires. The entire garden was constructed from wooden materials, and the courtyards and pavilions all floated above the surface of the pool, and within the courtyard, small streams and rivers of water flowed about. This water garden doesn't use any magical formations at all. It is completely built from the extremely light fragrant hydrox wood, which generates enough floating power as to make the entire garden hover above the pool. Augusta pointed towards one direction. Look! That wooden bridge. Augusta smugly pointed out one crafted item after another. Linley listened while enjoying the sights as well. Alright, let's all sit down. The Chief Sovereign of Fate, Orloff, frowned slightly and spoke out. Right. Augusta sensed that he had been showing off just a bit too much, making Orloff rather unhappy. The three sat down within an open-air veranda, which was surrounded by the azure waters of the pool. The chief sovereign of fate laughed as he glanced at Linley. "Linley, I imagine you came today on important business. Speak freely." "That is indeed the case." Linley laughed while nodding towards the chief sovereign of fate, and then looked at Augusta. "Augusta, today I have come to ask your help with something. Whatever it is, speak freely." Augusta laughed as well. Linley said solemnly, "I hope you can release a 12-winged angel and let her regain her free will." 12-winged angel? Augusta couldn't help but glance at the nearby Orloff. The chief sovereign of fate frowned, but then let out a calm laugh. "Just one?" "Right. Just one." Linley nodded. "One won't make much of a difference." Orloff laughed calmly. Linley couldn't help but then look at Augusta, who frowned and said, "Linley, this is a bit troublesome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 21, Chapter 26, An Extremely High Price. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 26, An Extremely High Price. Troublesome? Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but frown. Still, he didn't say anything, instead just looking at Augusta, waiting to hear him speak. "Linley, I will tell you the truth. Even if one of the chief sovereigns came and asked me to release a 12-winged angel, it would be difficult," Augusta said solemnly. "You should know that I have loaned my 12-winged angel army to Lord Orloff before, but that was just a loan. The 12-winged angels still belong to me." Linley nodded slightly. He had heard from the chief sovereign of death that Augusta probably wouldn't be willing to release a 12-winged angel, even if the chief sovereign of death herself asked. From this, one could imagine how difficult it would be for a 12-winged angel to regain freedom. "It isn't that I don't want to help you, only," Augusta laughed, then shook his head. "Apologies." Linley frowned slightly. "Augusta, it is just a single 12-winged angel," Linley said heavily. "If you have any difficulties, just tell me." Augusta shook his head and laughed. "This involves some secrets that I don't wish to make public. I can tell you this, though, the price of releasing a 12-winged angel is so high that, ever since the creation of the universe and ever since I became the chief sovereign of light, I have never released a single 12-winged angel. From this, you should be able to imagine how complicated the secrets involved in this are. Is there nothing at all that can be done?" Linley was rather frantic. "There is. Only, it is too difficult, and the price is too great. I don't wish to do this." Augusta shook his head and laughed. Linley was no longer able to stay calm. He understood that Augusta was perhaps telling the truth. "Augusta." The nearby chief sovereign of fate laughed calmly. "I can tell that for Linley to come here in person means that he cares deeply about that 12-winged angel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come personally. Come up with a way to help out Linley a bit. If the price is high, let Linley compensate you." "Right. I am willing to compensate you for your loss." Linley gritted his teeth. There was nothing else he could say. Perhaps Linley would be badly taken advantage of, but Linley had no other choices. Kill Augusta? He wasn't powerful enough, and the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, was right there. Ha ha. Compensate? Augusta sipped some wine, then snickered. "Linley, you have no idea how high the price is for me to release a 12-winged angel. Let me put it to you like this. The price for restoring free will to a 12-winged angel is so high that to me, it would hurt as much as having the majority of my sons and daughters being killed." Linley felt shock in his heart. Parents cared deeply about their sons and daughters. Although Augusta had many children, for him to say that the price was equivalent to losing the majority of this, one could imagine how terrifying the price was. Augusta. The nearby chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, frowned. Any loss and any price, no matter how great, has a limit. You should try and help Linley if you can. Tell him what you need, and I imagine he will compensate you. Orloff spoke out on Linley's behalf as well. Linley could tell. Ever since the Chief Sovereign of Destruction had executed that space-time paradox technique, the Chief Sovereign of Fate's attitude towards Linley had markedly improved. This time, he was speaking out on Linley's behalf as well. Speak. What do you need me to agree to, in order for you to be willing to do it? Linley looked towards Augusta. Lord Orloff's words are correct. No matter how high a price is, there is a limit. But this limit is beyond my ability to bear. If, Linley, you are willing to offer me your overgod artifact, I am willing to accept. Augusta snickered. But, Linley, are you willing to give it to me? Overgod artifact? Linley was startled. All sovereigns knew exactly how precious an overgod artifact was. Overgod artifact, mother, Linley murmured silently to himself. Be practical. The overgod of fate, Orloff, frowned. Augusta, the value of all of your angels combined is still less than an overgod artifact. You go too far by suggesting it. Suggest something that is reasonable. Augusta laughed calmly. I can't think of anything that Linley might have that is enough to make up for my loss. Linley felt frantic. Augusta. Linley was just about to say something. Augusta suddenly looked towards Linley. Linley, I suddenly thought of something. If you accept, then we can discuss this. Speak. Linley let out a secret sigh of relief. The nearby Chief Sovereign of Fate, Orloff, couldn't help but laugh and nod as he saw this. I know about the relationship between you and Beirut. Augusta snorted coldly. That Beirut. In the past, he seized my. Just go straight to the point. Linley said. Linley was worried that Augusta wanted him to kill Grandpa Beirut. Augusta gave him a glance, then snickered. I can tell that the two of you are close. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to go kill Beirut. My request is, to give me 100 drops of blood essence from each of the 4 divine beasts. If you do so, then I would be willing to release a 12-winged angel, despite what it would cost me. 100 drops each? Linley couldn't help but cry out in shock. Augusta, do you know how many blood essence drops the 4 divine beasts had in total? Augusta, seeing this, just laughed to himself. He had intentionally set a high target, so that they could bargain. Even if you killed me in Beirut, you wouldn't be able to procure that much blood essence. Linley shook his head. In the past, the Chief Sovereign of Destruction took away more than half of the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts from Beirut, so as to go and experiment. Only the remaining portion is in Beirut's hands, and he used up a large amount of it in his own experiments as well. The remaining amount of blood essence is very small. Augusta, hearing this, frowned. He knew that the Chief Sovereign of Destruction had acquired a large amount of blood essence, and he even knew a bit about Beirut's experiments. If the amount is too small, I simply cannot accept. Augusta snorted. Augusta, to tell you the truth, of the blood essences of the 4 divine beasts, I myself have already used up some of the blood essence of the Azure Dragon to strengthen my own body. I have the least amount of the Azure Dragon's blood essence. As for the other 3 types of blood essence, I'm able to procure a bit more. Linley said. Grandpa Beirut and I can give you, at most, 11 drops of the blood essence of the Azure Dragon. As for the other 3 blood essences, I will try to come up with a way to acquire 20 or 30 drops, but I can't be certain as to the exact number. This is because I need to ask Beirut. Linley naturally wouldn't report a precise figure. Beirut had originally given Linley 81 drops of each blood essence. Linley now had less than 40 drops of the Azure Dragon's blood essence, but as for the other 3, he had more than 70. 11 drops of the Azure Dragon's blood essence? Augusta looked closely at Linley, then nodded slightly. Fine. 11 drops of the Azure Dragon's blood essence, and 30 of each of the other 3 divine beasts. I can't accept anything lower. If you give it to me, I will release the 12-winged angel you are looking for. Linley let out a sigh of relief. Finally, success. 30 each? Augusta, because I don't have the blood essence on me, I need to go ask Beirut. I cannot guarantee 100% the exact amount, but the difference shouldn't be that great. Even if there is a difference, I will think of a way to compensate you for it. Fine. Bring over the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts. Augustus said. The nearby chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, couldn't help but laugh. Augusta, isn't cooperation excellent? However, Augusta, why do you want the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts? Why don't you give it to me, and I'll hand over some supreme techniques that I've developed to you? Linley couldn't help but look at Augusta. Because the chief sovereign of destruction had lost the battle between himself and the chief sovereign of fate, he had told the chief sovereign of fate the secrets of his technique, space-time paradox. If the chief sovereign of fate then acquired the blood essences of the 4 divine beasts, he would truly become invincible. Lord Orloff. I deeply admire Lord Woodard, and also want to try my hand at research. Augustus said with a laugh. At this same moment in time, in the Indigo prefecture of the Bloodridge continent of the Infernal Realm, within the Skyrite Mountains, Hogg was together with Wharton. Swoosh! Linley's form suddenly appeared. Big brother. Wharton couldn't help but feel delighted, and the nearby Hogg looked at Linley, startled. With a laugh, he said, Linley, what is it? Linley had 3 sovereign clones. On this trip to the Divine Light Plane, Linley had left his Water-type sovereign clone and his Wind-type sovereign clone in the Infernal Realm. Actually, Linley was different from the other sovereigns, as he was a soul mutate, making it so that each of his sovereign clones had access to fused sovereign power. In addition, the soul of each sovereign clone was comparable in terms of will. It could be said that Linley, by himself, was comparable to 3 chief sovereign level experts. Only, he had just a single life over God sword, and so whichever sovereign clone which wielded the sword was the strongest one. This was why Linley didn't use all 3 of his sovereign clones to jointly attack the chief sovereign of light. After all, if he did so, most likely, the chief sovereign of light would deliver a sword blow to each and easily kill the sovereign clones that didn't hold the overgod weapon. Father, make a trip with me. Let's go locate Mother. Linley said. What did you say? Hogg suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with shock. Big brother, did you say, Mother? Wharton was stunned as well. Linley. Hogg gripped Linley's shoulders with his hands, both of which were shaking. His eyes were red as he stared at Linley. You found your mother? Hogg's love for his wife was so deep that it had sunken into his very soul. In the past, it was for the sake of searching for his wife that he had eventually lost his life. Yes, father. Linley could feel his father's excitement, and he couldn't help but nod. Good. Hogg was in a completely chaotic mental state, but then he came to his senses and said hurriedly, Quick, take me there. Let's go. Wharton, you stay here. I'll bring Mother and Father back today. Linley said, and then his Wind-type sovereign clone led his father, Hogg, away from the Skyrite Mountains. With Linley's sovereign clone leading the way, the 2 naturally traveled very quickly. Augusta was currently seated in the middle of the water garden, within that luxurious island. 10,000 years ago? A soul originally from the Yulan plane? Augusta, hearing Linley's words, nodded. Don't worry. Sometimes, 1,000,000 years will pass without a single 12-winged angel being born. I imagine there has only been 1 or 2 in the past 10,000 years. And it was offered from the Yulan plane? We will find her easily. As he spoke, Augustus stretched out his divine sense. Oh, you are bringing someone as well? Augusta laughed as he looked at Linley. He saw that Linley's sovereign clone was bringing Hog towards them. "That is my father." Linley laughed and acknowledged it. "The 12 winged angels are located in the nearby islands. They will arrive shortly," Augusta said calmly. "My subordinates have completed their investigations." Indeed, on January 1st, year 9987 of your Yulan calendar, there was a female soul that was offered to me. The soul was extremely pure, and after the angelic resurrection pool's transformation, it became a 12-winged angel. Linley's heart trembled. "That's her. That's Mother," Linley called out in his heart. Linley was born on year 9982 of the Yulan calendar, while his younger brother, Wharton, was born on year 9986 of the Yulan calendar. His father, Hog, had taken Linley's pregnant mother, Lena, to the city of Funlai, where medical services were superior. She had given birth there, and then gone to pray for blessings at the Radiant Temple. Afterwards, that next night in the hotel, his mother had been seized and taken. The Radiant Temple just so happened to be offering souls during the Yulan festival anyhow. "In a short while, you can give me the blood essence of the 4 divine beasts. Only then will I let that 12-winged angel regain her freedom and leave with you," Augusta said, then suddenly raised his head. "All right. That 12-winged angel has already come." Linley's eyes began to grow heated as he raised his head to look. White robes fluttering. Brown hair, same as Linley's. A beautiful woman descended from the heavens, with 6 pairs of pristine, pure white wings outstretched. "Mother?" Linley held his breath. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 21, Chapter 27, Memories. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 27, Memories. Linley looked over carefully. This beautiful, brown-haired angel, in terms of appearance, did seem rather similar to him. "Is this Mother?" Linley felt a surge of agitation in his heart. "Master." But the first reaction of this 12-winged angel, after descending, was to kneel down. With but a thought, Linley immediately sent out a surge of sovereign power to press against the brown-haired angel, preventing her from kneeling. Linley couldn't help but feel a hint of vexation in his heart, and he looked sideways at Augusta, musing to himself, Augusta must have known that the angel would kneel upon seeing him, but he didn't say anything about it at all. For an ordinary angel to kneel was one thing, but the woman in front of him was very possibly Linley's mother. Linley wouldn't permit that scene to occur. Next to him, the chief sovereign of light, Augusta, let out a laugh. "Ha, all right, you can stand over there for now." "Yes." The 12-winged angel was very obedient. She stood to one side, not saying a single word. Only, every so often, she would turn to look towards Linley with curiosity. "Is she my mother?" Linley couldn't help but give her a few glances as well. When his mother had died, Linley had only been 4 or 5 years old. He didn't have any memories of her at all. However, as Linley looked at this beautiful, pale-skinned woman, he had a certain feeling, as though his soul was shaken slightly. "I'll still have to rely on Father to make the true determination. Father and Mother went through life and death together, he will definitely be able to make a clear determination." Linley mused. In the skies of the divine light realm, Linley's wind-type sovereign body was hastening this way, bringing his father, Hog, with him. "Father, Augusta has already brought out the angel that seems to be Mother," Linley said suddenly. "Already?" A tinge of an excited red blush was on Hog's face. "However, I can't be completely certain yet." Linley looked at his father. "Shortly, Father, you will have the chance to take a close look and see if it is Mother or not. I will definitely be able to tell at one glance." Hog was completely certain. At this point in time, a luxurious, dazzling island appeared within Linley and Hog's fields of vision. With green light flashing about them, Linley and Hog entered the island. Within the water garden. Swoosh. Two figures descended from the skies. It was the green-haired Linley and Hogg. The green-haired Linley walked towards Linley's original body, and then the two merged into one. Upon landing, Hogg seemed to be able to see only a single person, that brown-haired angel, standing off to the side by herself. Hogg's mouth opened, but he didn't say anything. His eyes instantly turned red. Lena. Hogg finally called out in a trembling voice. The 12-winged angel turned her gaze towards Hogg, looking at him with curiosity. Ever so slightly, she frowned. Lena, you don't recognize me? Hogg immediately charged forward, grabbing the 12-winged angel's hands. The angel didn't dare to act without permission, and so with a flash, she hurriedly dodged to one side. Father, don't be impatient. Linley hurriedly shouted. What is going on? Hogg turned to look at Linley. Father, you tell me. Is she my mother? Linley immediately asked. Yes. Absolutely, yes. Hogg was completely certain. They look absolutely identical. And her smell, I would never be able to forget it. Hogg could still remember the scent of his wife, Lena, as she lay against him. Upon seeing the brown-haired angel, he instantly became certain. This was his wife. Ha, Linley, so you are searching for your mother. Augusta began to laugh. No wonder you care so much about this matter, Linley. I told you long ago that this was her, no need to be worried. In addition, according to the intelligence reports that my subordinates provided, in the past 10,000 years, there have only been 3 deity-level angel souls provided by the Yulan plane, 2 men, 1 woman. Only 1 soul became a 12-winged angel, the woman's. It's actually quite odd. 10,000 years, the Yulan Plains Church offered that soul, but since then, they haven't offered any at all. But Linley knew why. It was because the Radiant Church had been annihilated. Naturally, it wouldn't be able to sacrifice any more souls. For the two of you, mother and son, to be reunited is a joyous occasion. Augusta chortled as he spoke. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, chuckled and nodded slightly as well. Right. This is my mother. Linley didn't hide it at all, and he looked towards Augusta and said solemnly, Augusta, as I see it, let's do this quickly. Give my mother her free will back, and I will give you the blood essences of the 4 divine beasts. Right. Of the blood essences, there are only 28 drops of black tortoise blood essence, 2 drops are missing. Thus, I added 2 drops of vermilion bird blood essence to make up for it. Is that all right? That's not too much of an issue. Augusta looked towards Linley, then said slowly, Linley, I have to inform you of something. After you hear what I have to say, you can decide as to whether or not you wish to make this trade. Linley's heart trembled. He sensed that new variables were coming into play. Speak. Linley said. Augusta explained, angels are created from souls that were sacrificed in material planes. Through the angelic resurrection pools, they are reborn as angels. There is another often heard expression, that angels are human-shaped weapons, and that they can no longer be considered true living creatures at all. Do you know the true meaning within these words? Linley frowned. Couldn't be considered true living creatures? What did this mean? Augusta continued, for a mortal soul to be instantly transformed into a 12-winged angel, how could any living creature possibly instantly increase in power by that much? When they are transformed by the angelic resurrection pool, even their souls are slightly changed. Their souls are now no longer contained within their minds, but within their angel core. The angel core is the nucleus of their existence. Augusta explained. In addition, during the transformation, their soul will be changed as well, and all of their former memories will be wiped away. The only thing left to them will be their absolute loyalty to the sovereigns of light. Linley's heart trembled. Augusta, are you saying? Linley had a rather foreboding feeling. Right. The angelic resurrection pools, the places where angels are created, aren't something that we are capable of creating. The changes they unleash upon the soul are irreversible. Your mother is currently under my control, but even if I give her freedom, your mother would be nothing more than an emancipated angel. She still won't have any of the memories from before she became an angel. Augusta looked at Linley. Linley instantly felt somewhat lost. He had thought that upon gaining her freedom, his mother would also regain her memories. But now, it seemed, that was completely impossible. Augusta's words were quite reasonable. It was the angelic resurrection pool which had transformed her. The only thing which Augusta could do was to give Linley's mother free will. He wasn't able to reverse the changes to her soul. Father. Linley turned to look at Hogg. The nearby Hogg had heard and understood. He knew that there was no way for his wife, Lena, to regain her memories. His face couldn't help but turn pale as well, but upon seeing Linley turn to him, Hogg still squeezed out a smile. He said mentally, Linley, if there is no way to recover her memories, then there is no way. It will be as though your mother and I are meeting again for the first time. All right. Linley nodded slightly. Linley, if you aren't able to accept this, then we can just go ahead and put aside our agreement. The Chief Sovereign of Light looked at Linley. No need. You can let my mother regain her freedom. Linley looked at the Chief Sovereign of Light. Augusta nodded, then gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Linley, through his fused divine sense, could tell that Augusta had sent out a tendril of his own divine sense into the mind of the angel. Slowly, Augusta's face began to turn rather pale. Humph! Augusta let out a low growl. Suddenly, Augusta's face turned bone white, and his entire body swayed uncontrollably. The nearby Chief Sovereign of Fate, Orloff, waved his hand, sending out a surge of sovereign power to press against Augusta, preventing him from falling. Wait a while. I need to rest a moment. Augusta said, then immediately closed his eyes to focus internally. It seems as though Augusta's soul has been damaged. Linley watched this all happen. He had no idea at all as to the price which Augusta had paid to let Linley's mother recover her free will. However, from what the Chief Sovereign of Death and others had said, Linley knew that there was definitely a very, very high price to be paid for allowing an angel to regain free will. Augusta didn't even ask Linley for the blood essences of the 4 divine beasts. He had first immediately begun to work to recover. And now, Linley looked towards his mother, Lena. Lena had only been frowning pensively earlier, but now, a look of surprised delight appeared on her face. Lena looked at Hogg. Slightly puzzled, she said, based on the conversation you had, you were my husband, prior to my transformation into an angel? Angels were all capable of logic and rational thought. They were angels and had no potential for future advancement, but they were absolutely dedicated to the sovereigns. Lena, I'm Hogg. Do you remember anything? Hogg immediately walked before her, his eyes shining. Do you still remember that torrential, pouring storm of rain we weathered together on MT? Wushan? Do you still remember our home, Wushan Township? Do you remember that night when you were taken away from me, at that hotel in the city of Funlai? Lena was slightly startled. A lost look appeared in her eyes, and she shook her head slightly. I don't. Hogg's eyes couldn't help but darken, but he immediately said, that's fine. You'll know in the future. I'll take you back to the Yulan Plain. I know that I became a 12-winged angel less than 10,000 years ago. Lena then let out a beautiful smile. And I also have the feeling that your aura seems so familiar. Even though, in my memories, I can't find a reason why, but. Despite having had her soul transformed, there was still a hint of blurry recognition in her subconscious, with regards to the person she had loved in her former life. Truly? Hogg couldn't help but feel wildly overjoyed. Yes. Lena nodded slightly. Linley, watching this to one side, couldn't help but feel rather satisfied in his heart. Although his mother had already lost her previous memories after becoming an angel, perhaps because of what had happened in her previous life, she still had special feelings towards Hogg. How terrible! The ashen-faced Augusta opened his eyes, the light in them slightly dimmer than before. He glanced sideways at Linley. Although I understood that the price to be paid for allowing an angel to regain free will would be very high, I have never actually done such a thing in the past. The price was even greater than what I had expected. The nearby chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, chuckled. Augusta, since you've already done it, what's the point of feeling regret? Give me the blood essences of the 4 divine beasts. Augusta looked towards Linley. Linley didn't play any tricks either. Waving his hand, he made 4 small bottles appear. 11 drops of azure dragon blood essence, 28 of the black tortoise, 30 of the white tiger, and 32 for the vermilion bird. Augusta swept the bottles with his divine sense, and a hint of a smile finally appeared on his face. I hope this doesn't disappoint me, Augusta murmured, and he collected the 4 bottles. The nearby chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, couldn't help but look at the 4 bottles, his eyes flashing with light. He very much wanted to be in possession of those 4 bottles, and given his power, there was no way at all that Linley and Augusta would be able to resist him. However, giving his pride, the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, just quietly watched as this all happened. Augusta, this matter is concluded. I will leave now, Linley said. Augusta didn't try to keep him for any longer. Immediately afterwards, Linley took his father, Hogg, and his mother, Lena, and departed, transforming into a streak of green light which disappeared into the horizons. In mid-flight, Linley let out a secret sigh of relief as he watched his mother and his father chat. It is fortunate that mother seems to have a slight, faint impression of father. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be willing to leave with us. Her memories, alas, the angelic resurrection pool really is, ugh. There was nothing which Linley could do at all. When ordinary mortals died, they would transform into departed souls. The weaker ones would transform into weak undead, while the strong ones would transform into powerful undead. The soul itself wouldn't change at all, and upon becoming a deity, the undead would regain their memories. But angels were completely different. His mother had been an ordinary mortal, but after her transformation, she had become a 12-winged angel, comparable to a 7-star fiend. For her to have increased in power by that much without her soul being impacted? Not even Linley would believe that. Now, the only option is to rely on time. To let mother slowly grow accustomed to us and accept us. Although Linley was slightly disappointed, the smile on his father's face brought him a hint of satisfaction as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 28, Beginning to Act. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 28, Beginning to Act. A month later. The higher plane of the infernal realm. Bloodridge Continent, Indigo Prefecture, the Skyrite Mountains. A 3-year-old toddler was happily running about on the grass. Hogg and Lena were seated to one side, accompanying the toddler and playing about. Linley, Wharton, and Bibi sat together, watching this scene. Big brother, look at father. Ever since mother returned, father's been much happier. Wharton laughed as he spoke. In the past, although father would occasionally be happy when seeing us, he would always be thinking of mother, and he would then seem so dispirited. He's fine now. He is. Linley smiled and let out an emotional sigh. His mother, Lena, had been back for a month now. During this period of time, the relationship between Linley's father and mother had advanced considerably. However, Lena clearly found it much harder to accept Linley and Wharton. Although she often smiled when meeting Linley and Wharton, and had grown a bit closer to them, the way she treated Linley and Wharton clearly could not be compared with the way she treated Hogg. Perhaps it was because, when Lena had died, Linley had only been a 4-year-old child, while Wharton had been a mere newborn. Lena's subconscious didn't have any memories of the adult Linley or Wharton. After a bit of time, father will take mother back to the Yulon Plain. At that point in time, when she sees him to Wushan and our old home, perhaps mother will start to remember. Wharton said. Because of Linley's unique stature within the Yulon Plain, their ancestral estate had been kept in very good condition. When the time comes, I will return alongside father and mother. Linley laughed calmly. I am also going to begin establishing my divine plane of wind. Boss, I want to go as well. Bibi said hurriedly. I want to see you set up your divine wind of plane as well, boss. I'm only sending my wind-type sovereign clone over, and not my other clones. Linley said with a laugh. Right at this moment, Linley suddenly raised his head as he thought to himself, Bosan came? Linley's divine sense had discovered that the Bloodridge sovereign was hastening towards him. Wait here for now. I need to go back to my residence. Linley said, and then with a flicker, he arrived within the residence he used for training. Linley's residence was a place where not even maids could enter without permission. Linley sat down next to a stone table for a few moments, and a blood-robed figure descended from the skies. It was the Bloodridge sovereign, Bosan. Bosan, please sit. Linley said with a laugh. Linley, this is my second time coming to your place in just 1 or 2 months. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed. Right, last time, I chatted with you a bit regarding the 10th Planar War. You seem to have encountered some problems back then. Have those been resolved? During their last chat, Linley's face had suddenly turned so ugly, and he had completely lost his composure. Naturally, the Bloodridge sovereign had noticed. This was why he had stopped chatting with Linley and had instead immediately left. Apologies. Last time, I did indeed encounter some problems. Linley laughed, then stretched his hand out and personally poured some wine for himself and the Bloodridge sovereign. However, everything has now been resolved. It is good that it has been resolved. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed. Linley, when will you begin to search for emissaries? Bosan, it appears you care about this matter quite a bit. Linley tipped his cup slightly towards the Bloodridge sovereign, who let out a resigned laugh and raised his own cup. The two immediately drowned their cups, and then the Bloodridge sovereign said helplessly, I'm not the one who cares. This is an assignment which the chief sovereign of destruction has given me. He knows that we are on fairly close terms. Linley nodded slightly. In addition, virtually all the other sovereigns already have emissaries. Those emissaries were carefully selected by their sovereigns, who aren't willing to just throw them away to their deaths. Even if the sovereigns were willing, the emissaries probably wouldn't be. The Bloodridge sovereign explained. Emissaries wouldn't necessarily follow every single order of a sovereign. If a sovereign sent an emissary out to die, could it be that the emissary would actually accept? So what, I'm supposed to send emissaries out to die? Linley rebutted. Linley. The Bloodridge sovereign said hurriedly. That's not what we mean. You should go casually pick out some emissary candidates, then tell them that if they want to be your emissary, they have to be tested in the planar battlefield. You will first give them a sovereign artifact. If they survive, they will become a true emissary. If they die, then in the future, you can find other emissaries. The Bloodridge sovereign let out a laugh. As I see it, there will be quite a few people who are willing to risk their lives for the chance to become a sovereign's emissary. You people, you really are sending them to their deaths, you know. Linley truly wanted to curse. They are naturally going of their own free will. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed smugly. We aren't forcing them to go. True, they weren't being forced. Those people who were already emissaries naturally wouldn't go risk their lives for the sake of a bit of sovereign's might. But it was much more likely for those who had not yet become emissaries to be willing to risk themselves for the sake of becoming an emissary and receiving a sovereign artifact. The deities who dared to roam about the higher planes and the divine planes were mostly an adventuresome lot to begin with. When it was necessary, they would be willing to give the dice a roll. Success meant they would have a sovereign artifact and become an emissary, gaining status that was even higher than an Asura's. They would become one of the most elite deities in existence. Failure? Naturally, they would perish. The other sovereigns already have emissaries, they don't have any spare spots on the roster. But you do, and you have 6 of them. The Bloodridge sovereign let out a sigh. There will be very, very few commander-level experts who will enter this planar war. Thus, 6 emissaries will be akin to the edge of the blade, the vanguard for the armies. As long as they aren't so stupid as to just fight head-on, the 6 of them will be extremely useful. Linley nodded slightly as well. Commander-level experts would naturally be of tremendous use in the planar wars. But the most useful of all would be paragons. Why don't you go find a few paragons? Paragons are even more effective. Linley said. In the past, the paragons were fearless, but this time, Linley, think about it. Every single person who enters will have sovereign's might. The Bloodridge sovereign couldn't help but laugh. A group attack, with every single person using sovereign's might at full power, even a paragon would be in mortal danger. Tell me, what can sovereigns use to persuade those paragons to enter? Unless they are provided with something sufficiently alluring, they won't possibly enter. Linley had to nod in acknowledgement. It was true that sovereigns didn't have enough they could use to entice paragons to enter. Sovereign artifacts? They were limited to bestowing a single sovereign artifact to their emissaries. Aside from sovereign artifacts, what else could attract the interest of a paragon? That paragons, when facing an entire army of high gods who all use sovereign's might, will probably have a 50% chance of death. The Bloodridge sovereign said. As for commanders, even if they are careful, the chance that they will die in such a terrible situation is probably greater than 90%. If they are so stupid as to try and fight head-on, they will definitely perish. The Bloodridge sovereign let out a resigned laugh. Thus, please invite a few emissaries to enter the planar war. If this time we are successful, I imagine that the chief sovereign of destruction will be grateful to you. Linley understood that although the Bloodridge sovereign had nominally come to chat with him, in reality, he was here carrying out the orders of the chief sovereign of destruction. All right. I agree. Linley nodded. For the chief sovereign of destruction to owe him a debt was a good thing. As for emissaries? Although this was extremely dangerous for them, it was also an opportunity. The only question was, would they have the skill to survive it? That's more like it. The Bloodridge sovereign was quite pleased. Right. When will you head out? Head out? No rush. I'm still thinking about it. Where should I go to find emissaries? Linley said helplessly. Even if I send my divine sense out to cover the entire infernal realm, I'm only able to tell the difference between demigods, gods, and high gods. There's no way for me to tell how many profound mysteries a person has fused. The Bloodridge sovereign let out a laugh. I have 2 methods. I don't know which one you will prefer. Speak. Linley's eyes lit up. The first is to go to a fiend castle and acquire data on all 7 star fiends. Since it is the chief sovereign of destruction who stands behind the fiend castle, it will be very easy for you to acquire all the information you want on the various 7 star fiends. The Bloodridge sovereign said with a laugh. Linley nodded slightly, but at the same time, he sighed in his heart. So it was the chief sovereign of destruction who stood as the backer for the fiend castles? No wonder it was spread throughout the infernal realm. And the second method? Linley asked with a laugh. Linley, all of the sovereigns have their own domains of authority. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed. For example, my domain is the Bloodridge continent. The Redbud continent belongs to the Redbud sovereign. The 7 sovereigns of light, in the divine light plane, each have 7 areas which they have authority over. Linley suddenly began to understand. Per the same principles, the 7 sovereigns of wind, the 7 sovereigns of earth, and the 7 sovereigns of water all have their own territories. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed. The domain you rule over in the divine wind plane is the domain which that Teresia, who you killed, ruled over. The same goes for the divine earth plane and the divine water plane. The Lord Prefects and other similarly ranked individuals in each domain, along with the soldiers of that domain, will all obey your commands. The Bloodridge sovereign laughed calmly. You can simply go to one of your domains, then easily learn which experts reside within the bounds of your domains. My domains? 3 of them? Linley couldn't help but laugh. Sovereigns might die, but the domains do not change, nor will the Lord Prefects. For example, even if someone killed me, Boson, once the next sovereign of destruction arose, that person would still be in charge of the Bloodridge continent. All of the Lord Prefects of the Bloodridge continent, as well as the Bloodridge army, would obey that person's orders. The Bloodridge sovereign explained. Oh, Linley began to laugh. I choose the second method. I'll simultaneously choose emissaries as well as familiarize myself with my territory, but this sort of system was very natural. The battles between sovereigns thus wouldn't affect the boundaries of each domain. Linley, I know that you have only recently become a sovereign, and so you don't have many sovereign artifacts. I have a few here, 3 weapon-type sovereign artifacts, 3 defensive sovereign artifacts, and 3 soul-protecting sovereign artifacts. The Bloodridge sovereign casually waved his hand, and 9 sovereign artifacts appeared, hovering in midair. The defensive sovereign artifacts were all in the form of armor, while the sovereign weapons were divided into axe, longsword, and warblade, these 3 commonly seen artifacts. As for the soul-protecting sovereign artifacts, they were divided into a ring, an earring, and a necklace. You have quite a few. Linley couldn't help but chuckle. The Bloodridge sovereign said disdainfully, sovereign artifacts, to sovereigns, are in plentiful supply. They are to us what divine artifacts are to deities. How many divine artifacts exist in the infernal realm, do you think? Linley had to nod in acknowledgement. In the infernal realm, divine artifacts were commonplace tools that could be seen everywhere. Even divine sparks were numerous beyond measure, to say nothing of divine artifacts. Our fear is that too many sovereign artifacts would lead to a disaster, which is why the sovereigns originally created the agreement that each emissary would only be given a single sovereign artifact. Similarly, you would only be able to, at most, give a son, a daughter, a wife, or a husband a single sovereign artifact. Aside from emissaries and close family, sovereign artifacts cannot be handed out to anyone else. The Bloodridge sovereign said. Linley memorized this as well. Half a month later, Linley's wind-type sovereign clone returned to the Yulon Plain along with his father and mother. The 2 of them naturally went to Wushan Township, while Linley's wind-type sovereign clone tore through the walls of space and entered chaotic space, right outside the Yulon Plain, beginning to establish his own divine plane of wind. Only by increasing his insights in the profound mysteries of the laws of the wind would Linley find it easier to learn how to travel on the path of fusing 4 types of laws. His wind-type sovereign clone was establishing a divine plane, while his water sovereign clone and divine fire clone remained on guard in the infernal realm while accompanying his wife, Delia. As for Linley's original body and his earth-type sovereign clone, they left the infernal realm. Rumble. A blurry light flashed as Linley and BB activated the teleportation array. Boss, this time, as we go searching for emissaries, you need to leave 2 slots to me and let me make the choice. Hey, I want to try out the process of choosing emissaries and see how it feels. BB sent. No problem. Linley laughed. The blurry light which had shot into the heavens slowly vanished. Linley and BB had already arrived in another plane. We are at the divine wind plane. BB's eyes lit up as he sent, come, boss, let's go check out your territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 29, Wind Hunter. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 29, Wind Hunter. The Divine Wind Plane. The Qingya Continent. In the skies, a sword-shaped metallic lifeform was advancing at high speed, moving like a flash of light. Linley and Bibi were seated opposite of each other. Next to them, a 2-meter-tall man with black hair that gleamed like iron needles was standing respectfully. The black-haired man said courteously, "Sovereign, based on the intelligence reports of our Qingya army in the Qingya continent, there are more than 1,000 supreme experts worthy of your consideration, Sovereign. We can just select a location, then begin to choose from them. But right now, Linley glanced at the black-haired fellow, then chuckled. "Boo, Abu, are you in a rush?" No. The black-haired fellow instantly shook his head. The Divine Wind Plane had a total of 9 major continents, which were divided up according to the various levels of power of the 7 sovereigns. The ocean was extremely large, but was completely controlled by the chief sovereign of Wind, who also had his own continent on top of that. The other lesser sovereigns were only in control of 1 continent each, while the intermediate sovereigns controlled 2 each. The continent which Teresia had controlled was the Qingya continent. And so, Linley's territory within the Divine Wind Plane was naturally the Qingya continent as well. The Qingya continent had the Qingya army, which was directly subordinate to the Qingya sovereign. The Qingya army's commander was this Bu. This sovereign has quite a strange temperament, but he's not a bad fellow. Bu mused to himself. Still, how powerful is Sovereign Linley, exactly? Why is it that from the earlier conversation between Lord Linley and Chief Sovereign Dia, I seem to feel as though Lord Dia was somewhat afraid of Lord Linley? Why did he speak so pleasantly towards him? One is a chief sovereign, while the other is a sovereign. But it seems as though the positions are reversed. Bu was filled with confusion. Upon arriving at the Divine Wind Plane, Linley had naturally gone to seek out the chief sovereign of Wind, Dia. Dia, upon seeing that Linley had come to pay him a visit, was so frightened that the look on his face had changed. Dia still remembered quite clearly the sight of Linley easily using a single sword blow to badly wound the chief sovereign of Lightning, eradicating his Earth sovereign clone and frightening him so badly that he had fled without even daring to look back. Given Linley's power, it would be very easy for him to eradicate the chief sovereign of Wind, Dia. What was worse was that Linley and Dia didn't have a good relationship between them, only enmity. Upon seeing Linley arrive, naturally Dia had been frightened. However, Linley hadn't attacked, and instead discussed the matter of territory with him. Dia had immediately offered to gift Linley with the continent he controlled, but Linley had declined. Afterwards, Dia had personally taken Linley to locate the commander of the Qingya army, Bu, and had told Bu that Linley was now the controller of the Qingya continent. Bu, however, had paid close attention to the attitudes and speaking mannerisms of the two as they had chatted, and he had instantly grown puzzled. After all, while chatting with Linley, Dia would subconsciously act as though he were on a lower level. Bu, don't be impatient. Let us now go to the Blue Lion domain. Linley said with a calm laugh. Sovereign, are you planning to? A thought instantly arose in Bu's mind. The nearby Bibi snickered. My boss is naturally intending to go to the Blue Lion domain to see that challenge. You must understand that the challenge will take place a month from now. My boss naturally is in no hurry, so we can just fly there slowly in this metallic lifeform. We should arrive in the Blue Lion domain just in time. Given how fast sovereigns traveled it, they could arrive in the Blue Fire domain in an hour or so. However, Linley instead chose to leisurely ride aboard his metallic lifeform and roam about slowly. This so-called leisurely speed, however, was only leisurely for sovereigns. To ordinary high gods, their metallic lifeform was flying about at terrifying speeds. Sovereigns really have too much time on their hands. Bu mused to himself. Boss, how much time do you plan to spend on your search for your 6 emissaries? Bibi sent. It has been many years since we've gone out for a stroll. This time, we need to wander around a bit longer. Although they were nominally searching for emissaries, in truth, they were also relaxing themselves. No rush. This divine plane is vast and endless. All we need to do is finish finding the emissaries before the planar war begins. Linley said with a laugh. Actually, it is fine if we finish after the planar war begins. After all, during the course of the planar war, commander-level experts can still enter. BB snickered. The commander of the Qingya army, Bu, blinked as he listened. The Divine Wind Plane. The Qingya continent. The Blue Lion domain. Sovereign, today is the day of the challenge. The 7-star wind hunter, Russell, Lusser, will be challenging the lord of the Blue Lion domain, Umberafil, Wumubi Ulufir. The 7-star wind hunter, Russell, is very famous in our divine wind plane, and is legendary for his speed and guile. But of course, his power is tremendous as well. Bu said respectfully through divine sense. At this moment, Linley and Bibi were striding up a mountain, shoulder to shoulder, while the black-haired Bu followed from behind. Russell. Linley still remembered the many scryer recordings which the intelligence networks had provided him via Bu. They had described more than 1,000 experts of the Qingya continent, each of which was at least a 7-star wind hunter in power, and who all had their own supreme techniques. Wind hunter was a term of address in the divine wind plane. This was much like how fiend was a term of address in the infernal realm. A 7-star wind hunter was the same as a 7-star fiend. Today's battle will occur deep within the mountain gorge. Quite a few people have come to watch. Bu sent mentally. Linley nodded slightly. Many figures flew past them in midair. Even this mountain road had quite a few figures on it. Only, the deities all advanced in a graceful, fast manner, bounding forward 1,000 kilometers with just a few steps. Although Linley's group of 3 didn't want to astonish the ordinary people present, they still traveled dozens of kilometers with each step. Bu, unless someone has intentionally transformed himself into the challenger, Russell, I think he is right behind us. Linley said with a calm laugh. Oh? Bu was rather surprised. As a sovereign, how tremendous was Linley's divine sense? He could easily detect that a person was agilely flying forwards. Curious, Linley glanced towards this Russell. Russell was a youth who was handsome enough to make any woman fall for him. He appeared rather weak and soft, and he had a smile that could mesmerize the gods themselves. It could be said that if Russell was a woman, he definitely would have caused countless deities to go wild for him. But fortunately, he was a man. Although his soft and feminine looks made many people dislike him, his innate charisma made it so that quite a few people would immediately feel kindly disposed towards him upon seeing him. It has been so many years. Given my current power, I should be able to act against Umberafil by now. Russell flew across the mountain forests while musing to himself. It doesn't matter. After having reached this level in my training, it is virtually impossible for me to advance any further. I'm not willing to wait any longer either. There were quite a few figures about this mountainous forest. While flying over, Russell's gaze suddenly focused, then tightened. Is that? Russell was greatly shocked. Bibi? And the paragon, Linley? Russell swept the two of them with his gaze. He didn't recognize Commander Bu of the Qingya army, only Linley and Bibi. Bu, as the commander, rarely showed his face. There were quite a few legends regarding him in the Divine Wind Plane, but very, very few who had actually met him. As for Linley and Bibi, prior to this, Linley's defeat of Magnus during the Planar War had caused his name to become widespread. Quite a few people had recorded down scryer recordings of that battle, and even Bibi had been recorded down alongside Linley. Naturally, the information regarding Linley and Bibi had quickly spread to the various planes. Virtually all figures at the 7-star fiend level or higher would know about him, so long as they weren't complete recluses. Swoosh! Russell's body flickered as he flew towards Linley's group of 3. Linley couldn't help but turn to look at Russell. This Russell revealed a laugh on his face, and he immediately set up a god realm, separating this region from the outside world. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Mr. Linley." Linley was stunned. "You know my boss?" BB was rather surprised as well. Russell laughed. "In the past, when Mr. Linley battled Magnus and exiled Magnus into chaotic space, the battle was recorded down. Those scryer recordings have spread quite far, and some of my friends and I have watched them. Ever since that day, I memorized your appearance, Mr. Linley. Naturally, I also memorized Mr. Linley's good friend, BB, as well." Linley and BB exchanged glances. "I overlooked that." Linley laughed helplessly as his appearance changed. After becoming a sovereign, Linley had become much less vigilant. In the entire universe, only the chief sovereigns of the edicts were capable of causing him to feel concerned. He had come to the Divine Wind Plane to roam about with the intent of being a tourist, and so he hadn't really thought things over. Only now did he realize that there was a problem here. "Mr. Linley, your aura is completely retracted. After changing your appearance, others won't be able to recognize you." Russell immediately laughed. "You were able to recognize me just based on appearance?" Linley asked with some curiosity. "Appearance was part of it. The second part was the fact that your aura was completely retracted. For even me to be unable to sense it, definitely means that this person's power vastly surpasses my own." Russell laughed. Why would someone on this level of power be so bored as to impersonate someone else? That was why I was certain that the person in front of me was definitely you, Mr. Linley. Linley couldn't help but laugh. "You are quite meticulous, it seems. Quite clever. However, today, you are going to go challenge that Lord of the Blue Lion domain, yes?" BB let out a chortle. "Kid, are you confident in being able to win?" "I'm not. However, it won't be easy for him to defeat me either." Russell laughed calmly. Linley and BB thus headed off towards the deep gorge alongside Russell. Boo, by their side, laughed secretly. Russell only knows that Lord Linley is a paragon, but he has no idea that Lord Linley is now a sovereign. If he knew, he most likely wouldn't act so casually. Boo had changed his appearance long ago. Only someone extremely familiar with Boo would be able to recognize him. In addition, as the commander of the Qingya army, Boo rarely had to show himself, and so very few people knew him. Deep within the wide, spacious gorge within the mountains, there was a dense assemblage of more than 1 million people. All of them chatted quietly, while the many soldiers maintained military order. Linley's group of 4 arrived in the front of the crowd. A black-robed elder spied Russell from afar. He couldn't help but feel excited as he hurriedly went to greet him. "Mr. Russell, the Domain Lord has already arrived and is waiting for you." "Humph, he came quite quickly. However, after today, the position of Lord of the Blue Lion domain will be mine." Russell let out a cold laugh, then turned and glanced at Linley's group of 3. He said mentally, "Mr. Linley, you'll have to excuse me for now. I'm going to go fight on Barrafield. We will watch here." BB chortled. Russell immediately flew into the skies, towards the empty central area. The handsome, delicate-looking Russell's eyes were currently filled with a cold, steely, knife-like look. He swept the area with his gaze, then let out a cold laugh before falling silent. "Russell! It is Russell!" Instantly, the million-plus spectating deities all grew excited. A flood of discourse instantly began to erupt. "Everyone!" A clear voice rang out, echoing throughout the valley. Instantly, all the spectators fell silent. The speaker was the black-robed elder who had welcomed Russell. The black-robed elder hovered there in midair, saying in a clear voice, "This battle involves the 7-star wind hunter, Russell, and our domain lord. Russell has already appeared. Immediately afterwards, let us welcome his lordship, Lord Umberrafiel." Instantly, The distant group of soldiers suddenly split apart, creating a human corridor. A muscular man who was 3 meters tall, dressed completely in blue furs, walked over, step by step. This man's face was covered with fur as well, and his eyes glowed dimly with a fear-inducing green light. The domain lord of the Blue Lion domain, Umberafil. At this moment, the bestial-looking lord of the Blue Lion domain was currently staring towards Russell. The battle was about to begin. "Boss, who do you think will win?" Bibi, also watching the battle, sent mentally to Linley. "Do you truly think me omniscient?" Linley let out a calm laugh. "Let's just watch." Aside from that challenge I personally issued, after going through those 100 arena battles, I've never before seen anyone challenge a Lord Prefect or a Domain Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 30, Sovereign's Emissaries. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 30, Sovereign's Emissaries. The million-plus deities watching all held their breaths. The massive valley was completely silent. "I didn't expect, Russell, that a coward like you would dare to challenge me." A deep, rumbling voice rang out from the mouth of the Lord of the Blue Lion domain. The Lord stared with bestial eyes towards Russell. "In the past, during the Wind Hunter trials, the only thing you were able to do was hide and quiver, you coward." Upon hearing this, Russell's face turned as cold as ice water. A sharp look flashed through his eyes as he said, "Don't be smug. After today, the position of Lord of Blue Lion domain will no longer be yours. You seem quite confident." The Lord of the Blue Lion domain snickered. The Lord of the Blue Lion domain stretched out his divine sense. It was only natural, when battle began, relying on one's eyes alone wasn't enough. Using divine sense to keep track of one's surroundings was important. It must be understood that this empty space in midair had a circumference of multiple kilometers. Upon reaching out with his divine sense, the Lord of the Blue Lion domain naturally also encompassed the surrounding spectators with it, including Linley, Bibi, and Boo. Bouvier, beware. The Lord of the Blue Lion domain was shocked. As domain lords under the command of the sovereign, all domain lords naturally would occasionally gather to pay their respects to their sovereign. At times like that, they would see the commander of the army, Bouvier. Although Bouvier had changed his appearance, there was no way he could change his soul aura. Thus, this Abrafael, the Lord of the Blue Lion domain, naturally was able to instantly recognize who Bouvier truly was. Boo was nothing more than a nickname the sovereigns had given Bouvier. The other domain lords all generally referred to him as Mr. Bouvier. Why is Bouvier here? In addition, he seems to be extremely respectful towards the two next to him. That youngster is a high god, I can tell. But as for that brown-haired man, HM. Also, given that Bouvier is the commander of the Qingya army, he wouldn't act so respectfully, even towards paragons. The Lord of the Blue Lion domain came to a conclusion. Can it be that this person is a sovereign? This conclusion badly shocked the Lord of the Blue Lion domain. Abrafel, fight as you normally would. A voice rang out in the Lord of the Blue Lion domain's voice. The speaker was Bouvier. Bouvier knew that this old acquaintance had recognized him. "Mr. Bouvier, the person next to you," the Lord of the Blue Lion domain immediately sent back. "Pretend you didn't find out." Bouvier sent to him. The Lord of the Blue Lion domain was now completely convinced as to who the brown-haired man was. "I didn't expect that the sovereign would actually come to my place. Right, this victory has to be a clean one." The Lord of the Blue Lion domain, upon learning that his sovereign was watching, felt his intent for battle surge. He gave the distant Russell a cold glance, laughing in his heart. Suddenly, bang! It was as though the air exploded. The Lord of the Blue Lion domain seemed to instantly cross the distance of 100 meters between them. His giant, boulder-like fist surged forth, flashing with black light as it slashed out in a strange arc. It was like a meteor flashing through the heavens, piercing through the skies and striking towards Russell. World Meteor. This was one of the supreme techniques available to Umberafil, the Lord of the Blue Lion domain. Hoof! Russell's face turned cold. Swish! A dazzling blade flashed, releasing a waterfall of power and tearing through the surrounding space. The cyan saber flash clashed directly head-on against the dazzling, meteoric fist. Russell, his cyan scimitar in hand, borrowed from the force of the collision to retreat backwards gracefully at high speed. With a cyan flash, he retreated tens of meters away into the skies, but immediately afterwards, Russell's body actually moved away by another few dozen kilometers, moving so quickly as to astonish all the watchers. What astonishing speed! BB sighed in amazement. Even faster than most commanders. Linley's eyes lit up as well. The nearby boost sent mentally, Sovereign, both Russell and Umberafil are divine beasts. Russell is a nine-tailed wind ripper fox, and is innately gifted with great speed. Given that he also trains in the laws of the wind, it is only natural that he is extremely fast. In addition, as a nine-tailed wind ripper fox, he is born with great mesmerizing abilities, and the mesmerizing power of his soul is also quite terrifying. He is very hard to deal with. Not bad. The first candidate I encounter seems to be quite excellent. Linley had a hint of a smile on his face. The Lord of the Blue Lion domain stood there, like an unbreakable fortress. As for Russell, he moved about at high speed, constantly changing his location, launching attacks from various angles. It has been so many years, but you coward, are still only able to run about and flee. The Lord of the Blue Lion domain let out a snicker, then his gaze slowly turned cold. Russell, I have no time to waste with you. Bang! The Lord of the Blue Lion domain's body suddenly began to blaze with an earthen yellow aura. Earth-type Sovereign's might. You have it, do you think I do not? Russell let out a cold laugh as well, and his body also began to blaze with a faint green aura. Since he had dared to come issue this challenge, Russell naturally had also prepared in advance. And then... Screech! An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out from Russell's throat. An enormous, cyan-furred fox phantom, hundreds of meters in size, suddenly appeared behind Russell. This cyan-furred fox had 9 furry tails, all of which were swaying gently. Anyone who stared at them would actually, unknowingly, begin to grow dizzy. Quite a few of the spectating deities actually fell to the ground. Innate divine ability, mesmerizing fantasy domain. A translucent sword shadow flashed out from Russell's mouth, shooting directly towards the distant Lord of the Blue Lion domain. The Lord of the Blue Lion domain, upon receiving this strike, swayed slightly. Rohair! The Lord of the Blue Lion domain suddenly let out an enraged howl. An enormous, 1,000-meter-tall, snowy-furred bear suddenly appeared, its jade-green eyes staring towards Russell. The bear smote itself on its chest with its 2 massive, clawed bear paws. Bang! With an enormous collision sound, an earthen yellow ripple blasted out from the bear's chest in every direction, instantly encompassing an area of many kilometers, with Russell naturally being within this field as well. Innate divine ability, World Collapser. In the same instant, that translucent sword shape surged into the Lord of Blue Lion domain's body, but the Lord of Blue Lion domain's body only trembled. It didn't seem to have much of an impact on him. Bastard! How could this fellow's soul defense be so strong? How could my full power attack have had such a limited impact on him? Russell cursed angrily to himself. Ha! The Lord of Blue Lion domain charged towards Russell. Not good. Russell's face changed dramatically. He could clearly sense that the surrounding area had changed. That constant surge of ripples seemed to have formed into layers of waves that surged around him, and even created a unique gravitational space type of effect around him. This technique drastically impacted Russell's speed. Russell knew that the situation was bad, but it was too late. Ha! Laughing wildly, the Lord of Blue Lion domain now used his most powerful attack, in conjunction with his unleashed innate divine ability. A pair of enormous fists pierced through the skies like a pair of horned dragons, causing spatial whirlpools to appear in space to collapse. Not good. Russell retreated frantically, but within the innate divine ability field, his speed was inferior to his opponent's. All he could do was roar in anger and furiously smash out with his blade. Burst! The Lord of Blue Lion Domain let out a furious roar. The twin fists that had tore through the skies suddenly exploded with power. Bang! The scimitar actually broke apart, inch by inch, and Russell's body began to shake. How could this be? I'm finished. Russell only felt a sense of powerlessness. The Lord of Blue Lion Domain, Umberafil, suddenly stared towards the front, baffled. Where did he go? Russell, who had been in a violent battle against the Lord of Blue Lion Domain just moments ago, had now disappeared into thin air. Where did he go? How could this be? Can it be that the Lord of Blue Lion Domain blasted Russell into nothingness? The million-plus spectating deities stared, stupefied. They had watched as Russell had actually disappeared into thin air. Domain Lord? The black-robed elder immediately flew over, looking towards the Lord of Blue Lion Domain. Umberafil, the Lord of Blue Lion Domain, immediately turned to look towards Linley's direction. Only, Linley and the other two had already disappeared. Indeed, it was the sovereign who intervened. Just now, the Lord of Blue Lion Domain had only sensed a blur flash past. Before he was even able to react, Russell had disappeared. Why did the sovereign rescue Russell? The Lord of Blue Lion Domain was puzzled, but then he gave the black-robed elder a glance. All right. This battle is over. Announced the results. And thus, the Lord of Blue Lion Domain led his forces to depart in a grand fashion. The Lord of Blue Lion Domain was the victor of this battle. 1,000,000 kilometers away, atop a grassland. Bang! With a casual toss, Linley sent Russell landing heavily on the grass. 1,000,000 kilometers. Given a sovereign's speed, at full power, less than a second was needed to traverse this distance. Russell had only felt his body tremble. The next thing he saw was that his surroundings had completely changed. There were no spectating deities nearby, nor was there the Lord of Blue Lion Domain, against who he had been battling. The surrounding area was completely empty. Before him was only Linley, Bibi, and Boo. Thank you, Sovereign. Russell immediately knelt down towards Linley. Hey, how'd you know my boss is a sovereign? Bibi laughed, puzzled. Russell said respectfully, just now, I was in dire straits. Everyone else was far away. Not even a paragon would be able to block the strikes of a commander-level expert from so far away. Only sovereigns are capable of this. A sovereign could kill a commander-level expert from even millions of kilometers away with but a thought, much less from just a few kilometers away. Naturally, however, they wouldn't be able to do that to paragons. Just now, Linley had simply sent out his will and released a surge of sovereign power to help Russell slightly, and then had used it to wrap up Russell, then bring him, Bibi, and Boo here instantly. Russell, have you realized what went wrong in that battle? Linley laughed calmly. Russell nodded immediately, a hint of puzzlement flashing through his eyes. It really was quite odd. I had prepared very thoroughly for this battle. Even if I lost, I wouldn't possibly die. But, I discovered that my innate divine ability, when combined with my most powerful soul attack, actually didn't have much of an impact on him. This is simply inconceivable. This is because he has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Linley laughed calmly. Sovereign, he isn't an emissary. The nearby Boo said, puzzled. Right. He isn't an emissary. Russell said hurriedly as well. I investigated this matter long ago. In addition, given Umberafil's arrogant nature, if he became a sovereign's emissary, he would definitely announce it right away. He wouldn't be able to hide it for long. Do you think that my divine sense was mistaken? Linley said calmly. Russell and Boo immediately no longer dared to argue. Doesn't that mean I will never be able to defeat him? Russell couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Linley said with a casual laugh, Russell, I have a test for you. If you participate in it, the chances of death are close to 90%, but if you accept, you will become one of my emissaries. If you are willing, then upon accepting, even before the trial, I will bestow you with a sovereign artifact of your choice. Russell's eyes lit up. To a 7-star fiend-level expert, a sovereign artifact was extremely alluring. Dare I ask, Sovereign, what is the test? Russell said hurriedly. It is a planar war. Linley immediately began to speak in detail regarding this event. Although he didn't say anything about 10 successive victories, he gave a full explanation regarding how dangerous this planar war would be. Every person will have Sovereign's might. Upon entering, you will be in great danger. You can give up this opportunity, if you choose. Russell hesitated momentarily, then laughed. Sovereign, I accept. I specialize in speed. Given my innate divine ability, my soul is also extremely strong. If I were to acquire a defensive sovereign artifact, I imagine that I will have at least a 30% chance of survival. I'm willing to take this gamble. If I fail, at most, I will lose my most powerful divine clone. But if I win... Linley nodded slightly. In choosing emissaries, he had to choose those who particularly excelled in either soul attacks or material attacks. That way, by giving them a sovereign artifact, he could make up for their deficiency and so increase their chances of survival. Then I will bestow you with a defensive sovereign artifact. Linley waved his hand, and a set of sovereign armor appeared. Russell's eyes immediately began to blaze. Thank you, Sovereign. Russell immediately knelt down, accepting this sovereign artifact. All right. Let's head out now, in search of the next emissary. Linley laughed calmly. The next one? Russell was startled. This time, we are preparing to find 6 emissaries. You are only the first one. BB snickered. Linley's group treated this as a form of tourism as well, touring while choosing acceptable candidates. Upon traveling through the Divine Wind Plane, they would go to the Divine Water Plane, and then would go to the Divine Earth Plane. Time slowly passed by. I bestow upon you a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. You will become the second emissary under my control. Linley withdrew a sovereign artifact in the shape of an earring as he spoke. Thank you, Sovereign. A bald man whose entire body seemed to be formed from azure rocks fell to his knees. I bestow upon you a defensive sovereign artifact. You will become the third emissary under my control. Linley withdrew yet another set of sovereign armor. Thank you, Sovereign. A jade-haired woman who had a patch of fish scales on her forehead fell to her knees as she spoke. Every person Linley selected decided to accept his trial, and so, Linley's little group was slowly beginning to grow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 31, A Meeting. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 31, A Meeting. Linley had already spent more than 500 years in establishing his divine plane of wind. Whoosh! A savage wind blew about wantonly, causing the entire area to be in a state of chaos. In this blurry, indistinct region, not even the skies or the land had yet to be fully formed. Deep within this blurry space, an indistinct figure could be seen, standing in the center, with rays of faint green light emanating towards every direction from his body, causing this blurry region to constantly expand and stabilize. Linley, his eyes shut, just stood there, his long, light green hair billowing about loosely. He had stood like this for 5 centuries now. Wind. Invisible. Formless. It can condense to be as sharp as a blade, but dissipate into nothingness. Within Linley's mind, multiple sword shadows were constantly flashing about, executing the various insights he had gained. An endless torrent of faith power flooded into Linley's consciousness like a river, causing his understanding of the wind to increase at a shocking rate. In particular, the process of establishing this divine plane of wind had caused Linley to gain many insights, and he had easily broken through many bottlenecks and resolved many difficult questions. In the past 500 years, Linley's level of understanding regarding the elemental laws of the wind had increased at an astonishing rate. This was because Linley had a solid foundation to begin with. In 500-plus years, Linley had reached the level of fusing 5 profound mysteries of the elemental laws of the wind. But of course, the elemental laws of the wind had 9 profound mysteries. Linley could only be considered to have made some minor accomplishments. Ha ha! Suddenly, loud laughter rang out, echoing within this blurry space, causing it to tremble. After more than 500 years, I've finally, completely fused the dimensional attack profound mystery, and the profound mysteries of explosion. Now, the profound mysteries of explosion have already completely fused with the other 3 profound mysteries. Linley couldn't help but let a smile appear on his face. In almost an instant, Linley had begun to completely fuse all 4 profound mysteries into a whole, within his body. His understanding regarding the profundities of these 4 different mysteries began to slowly rise. So that's how it is. As he meditated, Linley's development of his most powerful attack, Sword Intent, began to change as well. Sword Intent. Once the sword struck out, the invisible sword energy would strike out a bit too wantonly, unable to completely condense into a single point. But now that he was beginning to fuse all 4 of the profound mysteries, Linley was able to begin to slowly condense his strike into a single point. In the past, when Linley had yet to become a deity, as his understanding of the profound mysteries grew, his power had risen as well. Now, as his understanding of this fusion of the 4 profound mysteries grew, Linley's sword intent was beginning to rise in power as well. Another 4 or 5 centuries will be needed for this plane to be created. This is enough to allow me to rise in power once more. While establishing his divine plane of wind, Linley was training as well. Not just his wind-type sovereign clone, even his divine fire clone, his water-type sovereign clone, and his earth-type sovereign clone were completely focused on training as well. Linley was completely focusing on increasing his strength. The divine earth plane. Black Tortoise Continent. The Black Tortoise Continent was the continent which one of the 4 ancestors, the Black Tortoise, had controlled. Although the Black Tortoise had perished nearly 20,000 years ago, the Black Tortoise Continent hadn't changed. Green grass could be seen everywhere, and a group of people was agilely advancing through it. The leader was a brown-haired youth, while behind him was 4 men and 2 women. This was Sovereign Linley's party. So that's how it is. While walking forward, a smile suddenly appeared on Linley's face. His right hand gestured twice slightly, and an blurred sword ripple shot out from his hands, causing space to instantly shatter. The Sovereign is. Everyone, Russell and the rest of the 6 included, were all puzzled. Recently, over the course of their journey, Linley couldn't help but test out some techniques from time to time. This naturally caused the other 6 to feel surprised. However, they didn't dare disturb Linley. "Boss, if you are going to train, just have your other clones train." "Why must you?" BB couldn't help but speak out. Linley, absorbed in the hidden profundities of his new technique, was startled awake. He let out an awkward laugh. "BB, I couldn't help myself." Now, aside from his original body, the other 4 clones were completely absorbed in the process of fusing the 4 types of profound mysteries into a completely whole. Every single day, Linley gained some insights into the fusing of these 4 laws. The power of his sword intent technique was, day by day, beginning to slowly rise. Power that was increasing perceptibly, every single day. How terrifying was this? "Boss, you really are a training fanatic." BB snorted. Then, however, he rubbed his nose and began to laugh. "Still. Boss, don't be impatient. We've already acquired 5 emissaries. Only 1 is missing. The Black Tortoise continent has more than 1,000 7-star fiend-level experts. And didn't you say, boss, that 2 of them are fairly close to us, just up ahead? Linley nodded. He turned to look at the 6 behind him. Of the 6, 1 was the commander of the Black Tortoise army, Wilhelm, Wei-Lian, while the other 5 were his emissaries. Of the 5 emissaries, 3 were men while 2 were women, and they all had their own unique strengths. 1 was a ruler amongst the race of mermaids, a goldcrest siren. 1 was a divine beast, 9-tailed windripper fox. Another was a female Viva Titan. In short, these 5 were either extremely strong in physical defense or extremely strong in spiritual defense. When given a sovereign artifact, their flaws were perfectly concealed. This was Linley's prerequisite for his selectees, that he would be able to give them enough power to have a chance to survive in the planar war. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Linley let out a sigh. There are 2 more up ahead. According to our intelligence reports, they are both 7-star god hunters. 1 is named Bressel Bulele, a virtuous, broad-minded fellow. The other, Gonsla Ganglaese, can be considered as being at the peak of power for 7-star god hunters. This intelligence had been provided to Linley by the commander of the Black Tortoise army, Wilhelm. Wilhelm, hand over that detailed report on them. Linley said calmly. Earlier, Linley had only reviewed a simplified version of the report, he hadn't read the detailed one. Bressel trains in the laws of light. He is very sincere and kind in his treatment of others, and he is willing to risk his life for his friends. Thus, he has quite a few good friends. Only, I find it strange, despite this sort of temperament, he was actually able to stay alive for so many years. This is inconceivable. Commander Wilhelm laughed. Linley couldn't help but nod as well. If the intelligence reports were correct, then this Bressel could be described as a perfect person. BB mumbled, for such a good-natured fellow to be able to stay alive in a place as murderous and violent as a divine plane, and even reach the 7-star fiend level of power, it really is inconceivable. Let's go. Those 2 are sparring yet again. Linley laughed calmly. Immediately, Linley's group advanced at a faster pace. A blurred shadow flashed, and it was as though they had disappeared into thin air. On the grassy earth, there was a building formed from elemental essence. Ahead of it, there was a gleaming, rippling lake. 2 figures were in the air above the lake, fighting and moving at high speed. Swish! An azure-robed figure, body crackling with lightning, was constantly moving about at a pace far greater than the other, white-robed figure. Still, the white-robed figure moved very quickly as well, only, he wasn't able to catch up to his foe. His defense, however, was extremely strong. Hoof! With a low growl, the white-robed figure's body suddenly expanded. His skin instantly turned azure, and his arms and legs increased in size. White runes appeared atop his body as well, and the blue veins on his body bulged out, snaking and twisting across his form, while 2 sharp horns emerged from his forehead. Bang! Bang! The azure-robed figure's attacks landed consecutively atop the body of the white-robed figure, but the leather-like skin of the white-robed figure was protected by that white light, and he borrowed from the force of the collision to retreat. The 2 can only be considered as being near the commander level. Linley watched the 2 distant figures flash about above the lake, and he laughed calmly as he came to his conclusion. Sovereign! Commander Wilhelm said respectfully, this Gonsla is extremely fast, and his attacks can be considered extremely strong as well. He doesn't have any real weaknesses. But at the same time, he doesn't have any real, overwhelming strengths either. As for this Bressel, his uniqueness lies in his body and his defense. His defense is extremely strong, especially after transforming. Even experts at a higher level would generally find it hard to kill him. Look, although that Gonsla, by relying on his speed, is able to land multiple blows on Bressel, and yet Bressel isn't affected at all. Linley nodded slightly. Although the white-robed Bressel had exceedingly strong defense, in this battle, Gonsla clearly held the upper hand. "Ha, my friend Gonsla, let's stop here." The white-robed man laughed. "If you were to unleash your most vicious technique, my soul defense wouldn't be able to withstand it. Bressel, your physical defense is simply too strong." The azure-robed man laughed as well. The white-robed man's figure began to slowly transform back to normal. His two horns on his forehead disappeared, and he changed back into a normal, human appearance. "The power of my body is part of my innate gifts, but in terms of actual strength, I'm still weaker than you, my friend Gonsla." The white-robed figure laughed. Suddenly, he frowned and stared into the distance, while the azure-robed figure by his side did the same. Linley's group was slowly strolling towards them from far away. Of Linley's group, only the commander of the Black Tortoise Army, Wilhelm, was a native of the Divine Earth Plane. Given his status, these two had never seen him before. But of course, although these two had no idea as to who the members of Linley's group were, they could sense that this group was not to be easily offended. "Bressel, be careful. As I see it, they should all be quite strong." The azure-robed figure sent. "It should be fine, Gonsla. We didn't offend them, they wouldn't act against us for no reason." The white-robed figure chortled. "Don't think that everyone is like you." The azure-robed Gonsla was clearly readying himself, as he stared fixedly at Linley's advancing group. And then, Gonsla barked in a cold voice, "Everyone, might I ask why you have come to my place? I want to have a chat with him in private." The leader of the group, a brown-haired figure, pointed at the white-robed Bressel as he spoke. "My name is Bressel. Who might you be?" Bressel laughed as he walked forward. "Bressel!" The nearby azure-robed Gonsla immediately grew frantic, and he sent mentally, wanting to stop him, "You don't even know them. Don't go near them." Linley glanced sideways at Gonsla. With but a thought. Rumble, a surge of Earth-type sovereign power immediately spread out, filled with powerful sovereign's will. It instantly separated Gonsla and Bressel, forming into a barrier that contained Bressel and Linley's group, with Gonsla kept outside. The azure-robed Gonsla was stunned by the Earth-type sovereign power. He couldn't help but be knocked flying backwards, but with a backflip, he immediately rose to his feet again. He stared at the group within the translucent, earthen-yellow barrier, and his face changed dramatically. "SOV, sovereign." The power of Linley's simple technique was simply overwhelmingly terrifying. The white-robed Bressel, seeing the situation, immediately came to his senses as well. He hurriedly knelt down. "Bressel pays his respects to the sovereign. Dare I ask what you need from me, sovereign? If there is anything you need, just instruct me. Bressel, I have a test for you. If you are willing to participate, you will become my emissary, and I will bestow upon you a sovereign artifact of your choosing." Linley laughed calmly. "Ah!" Bressel was stunned. To become a sovereign's emissary? To acquire a sovereign artifact? This was a stroke of fortune descending upon him from the heavens. Bressel felt dizzy for a moment. After training for countless years, who wouldn't seek to reach the pinnacle? Only, even someone at the domain lord level or the lord prefect level wouldn't necessarily be able to acquire a sovereign artifact. After all, there were only so many emissaries, while the number of commander-level experts was far more numerous. "Me, a sovereign's emissary?" Bressel couldn't help but repeat the words. "Naturally." Linley nodded. "The prerequisite, however, is for you to attend this trial." "Dare I ask, sovereign, what sort of a trial is this?" Bressel was so excited that his face was starting to turn red. Linley let out a calm laugh. "Don't be in a hurry to agree. First, listen closely to the details of this trial. I need you to participate in a planar war, but this planar war is different." Linley explained in detail exactly how dangerous this planar war would be. As he listened, the look in Bressel's eyes only grew even firmer. He felt that he had a chance at surviving, even within this terrifying planar war. Sovereign, I wish to acquire a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Bressel said hurriedly. All done. 6 of them. Linley felt a surge of delight. Lord Linley! Right at this moment, a voice rang out in Linley's mind. Eh? Linley turned to look, only to see 2 figures flash towards him from far away, descending upon the ground. 2 sovereigns? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 32, Gathering Point. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 32, Gathering Point. Linley swept the 2 with his gaze, ascertaining their identities. Of the 2, one was dressed in a fiery long robe and had long, fiery red hair, with an amiable look on his face. This was a lesser sovereign of fire, Borte, Bowtire. As for the other, this man appeared rather muscular, and was comparable to Linley in height. He was dressed in a long, grey robe, and had tousled, short hair. This was the lesser sovereign of Earth, Manlu. Borte, Manlu. Linley laughed calmly. What a coincidence it is, to run into the 2 of you here. Why have you 2 come here? The 2 lesser sovereigns, Borte and Manlu, exchanged a glance, and then Borte smiled very modestly and sent, Lord Linley, to tell the truth, Manlu and I have come to search for an emissary. This Bressel was one of the individuals we had decided on long ago. We came for the sake of letting him become our emissary. Lord Linley, please assist us in this. Not every sovereign had filled up every slot for their emissaries. For example, Bluefire only had a single emissary, Fusro. His second emissary had yet to be selected. Because of this upcoming planar war, the few sovereigns who had open emissary slots began to recruit and fill up their slot. Linley's face couldn't help but sink. Borte and Manlu couldn't help but tremble slightly in their hearts. Linley was, after all, someone who surpassed the Chief Sovereign of Lightning and Chief Sovereign of Light, a terrifying power. Only the 4 Chief Sovereigns of the Edicts surpassed Linley. The 2 of them, mere lesser sovereigns, how could they compare to Linley? Borte, I told you to forget it, but you? You insisted on coming. Manlu couldn't help but send. Don't worry. As long as we are respectful, Linley wouldn't dare act against us. If he does, he would be violating the pact. The lesser sovereign of fire, Borte, sent back. And then, he smiled towards Linley and said, Lord Linley, in the divine earth plane, there are many people aside from Bressel who have strong defense. You can easily choose another person. Linley swept a cold glance past Borte and Manlu. Before Linley had said anything, the nearby BB grew angry and barked, My boss has chosen an emissary. What makes you think you have the right to take him away? Shut your mouth. Manlu couldn't help but bark angrily as he gazed BB a cold glance. The 2 feared Linley, but they didn't hold a mere high god like BB in any regard. In the eyes of a sovereign, a high god like BB was but an ant. And now, this ant actually dared to angrily lecture them? How could this be permitted? If it weren't for the fact that Linley was right there, the 2 probably would have killed BB right away. As I see it, it's the 2 of you who need to shut your mouths. Linley growled. Borte and Manlu's faces changed slightly. Lord Linley, how about, we let Bressel choose for himself? What do you say? Borte said shamelessly, and then, ignoring Linley's reaction, he turned to look towards Bressel. Smiling, he said, Bressel, if you are willing to become an emissary under my command, I can gift you a sovereign artifact. Bressel was completely puzzled. What is going on today? Why are sovereigns fighting over the chance to make me their emissary? Bressel was confused. Not just him, even Linley was puzzled. What is wrong with these 2? Linley didn't understand. He's just an emissary. There are quite a few 7-star level experts in the divine earth plane. They can go find someone else. Why irritate me for the sake of this Bressel? What has caused them to act like this? Because of his puzzlement, Linley didn't immediately shoo off these two sovereigns. He wanted to figure out exactly what was going on with them. Bressel hesitated slightly. Becoming Linley's emissary involved an exceedingly dangerous trial. But this sovereign who had just appeared didn't mention any trial. Naturally, Bressel hesitated. Borte. Can it be that you aren't intending to send him into the planar battlefield? Linley said coldly. The sovereign of fire, Borte, let out a casual laugh. If one wishes to become an emissary, one naturally must be tested. Bressel couldn't help but glance at this sovereign of fire, Borte. He mused to himself, this sovereign of fire didn't mention this earlier. Most likely, he would only inform me about it after I agreed. His actions aren't very honorable. Not hesitating at all, Bressel said respectfully, apologies. I've already accepted this sovereign's offer. Linley laughed. Borte and Manhwa exchanged a glance. I want to see what else these two have to say for themselves. Linley was now truly interested. What caused these two to insist on fight with Linley over Bressel, to the point of even offending him? Just for an emissary? Linley didn't believe it. They shouldn't be willing to offend a powerful chief sovereign-level expert, even if it meant losing out on an emissary. Were these sovereigns fools? Was something wrong with their heads? That wasn't likely either. Then, what was the real reason? Lord Linley. Borte bowed slightly, then sent, it was Lord Orloff, the chief sovereign of fate, who ordered us to make this Bressel our emissary. The two of us are simply following orders. There was nothing we could do. Please help us out a bit, Lord Linley. Linley was stunned. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff? Linley knew that each of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts had a group of sovereigns under their control. For example, the chief sovereign of destruction had quite a few sovereigns he protected, many of whom trained in the elemental laws, who had entered the infernal realm and stood on his side. The sovereigns all knew, after all, that the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts were the most powerful, and thus they naturally knew it was necessary to follow one of them. The chief sovereign of fate was unfathomably powerful, and so there were quite a few sovereigns who obeyed his orders. The 2 sovereigns before Linley were amongst them. In fact, even the chief sovereign of light, Augusta, could be considered someone on the side of the chief sovereign of fate, although he couldn't be said to be completely subordinate to him. Lord Orloff already has his army of 12 winged angels. Why would he care about an emissary or 2? Linley sent back with a calm laugh. We aren't able to comprehend Lord Orloff's plans. Borte and Manhwa were both very respectful. Borte sent back, Lord Orloff gave us the order to come here and have someone called Bressel become his emissary. Although Lord Orloff didn't tell us that we absolutely had to accomplish this mission, we can't disappoint him, right? Thus, we would like to ask you, Lord Linley, to help out. Linley now began to understand. However, there was still one thing he was puzzled on. Orloff is the chief sovereign of fate. He is such a high, lofty figure that even the chief sovereign of destruction isn't able to do anything to him. Why, then, would he remember a mere high god, Bressel? Lord Linley, Borte said again. Apologies. I've already accepted this Bressel as my emissary. This is akin to giving Bressel a promise. As a sovereign, once I've given my word, how can I simply take it back? Linley gave the 2 a calm glance. The 2 of you had best leave and depart. Borte and Manhwa couldn't help but frown slightly. Lord Linley, this is someone the chief sovereign of fate, Lord Orloff, chose personally. If you do this, once Lord Orloff knows, Borte said fearlessly. Linley's face sank. Threats? His gaze turned icy cold. He looked at the 2, and he only said 2 words, F***ck off. Borte and Manhwa's faces changes dramatically. No longer daring to say a word, they bowed slightly, then immediately flew away, fleeing at high speed. To use the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, to threaten me? Linley shook his head mentally. These two sovereigns were trying to bluff him with threats. Linley knew what type of person Orloff was. He wasn't the sort to avenge every enmity. Sometimes, a superior might a very good person, but because of the frivolous actions of his subordinates, have his own reputation tarnished. There was indeed a great difference between lesser sovereigns and chief sovereigns. Only, because of the pact of sovereigns, unless there was a grievance between them, the chief sovereigns were not to attack lesser sovereigns. Borte and Manlu had already flown very far away. Linley is too wild and arrogant. Borte couldn't help but send. We even lowered ourselves to beg him for help, and even told him that this was for the chief sovereign of fate. He actually still refuses to give any face at all. Borte, today, you went a bit too far as well. Linley is at the chief sovereign level, after all. Manlu sent back. Borte snickered as he sent back, chief sovereign level? He's just a punk who got tremendously lucky, and somehow in less than 10,000 years, reached that level. That's only because he fused 3 sovereign sparks and has an over-god weapon. And, Manlu, you don't need to be afraid of him. As long as we don't make a huge mistake, would he dare act against us? Borte had a bad impression of Linley. Linley had suddenly risen to prominence. First, as a lesser sovereign, he had fought the chief sovereign of wind, Dia, to a standstill. And then, he had actually destroyed a sovereign clone of the chief sovereign of lightning, then heavily injured the chief sovereign of light. Linley's rise to prominence was simply too fast. Naturally, this would arouse the jealousy of quite a few sovereigns. Borte was one of them. Enough of that. You would only dare to imagine offending him, but would you dare to actually do it? Manlu couldn't help but laugh and ask him this question. Borte cringed. Would he dare? Absolutely not. Let's go back to the celestial realm. Unfortunately, we weren't able to fulfill Lord Orloff's commands. Manlu said helplessly. However, Lord Orloff didn't make it a forceful imperative. It isn't a big deal for us to fail to accomplish the order. After the two sovereigns left, Linley looked towards Bressel, then laughed calmly. Since you asked it of me, I shall bestow upon you a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. From today onwards, you will become the 6th emissary under my control. Linley waved his hand, and a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, in the form of a ring, appeared. Thank you, Sovereign. Bressel fell to his knees, excited, as he accepted the sovereign artifact. Linley glanced at Bressel, then at his other 5 emissaries. Laughing, he said, from today onwards, the 6 of you will remain together. Train well and learn to coordinate with each other. If the 6 of you join forces within the planar battlefield, as long as you are cautious, you still have a good chance of surviving. Yes, Sovereign. The 6 bowed. Although some of you have 1 or 2 drops of Sovereign's might, that isn't going to be nearly enough in the planar war. Linley waved his hand, and 6 small black jade flasks appeared. Within these 6 flasks were large amounts of Sovereign's might. 2 were water-type Sovereign's might, 1 was earth-type Sovereign's might, 1 was wind-type Sovereign's might, 1 was light-type Sovereign's might, while the final one was darkness-type Sovereign's might. As a sovereign, it was naturally quite easy for Linley to collect this Sovereign's might. These bottles each contain 100 drops of Sovereign's. More than enough for you to use within the planar wars. Linley willed the 6 jade flasks to fly towards the 6 people. The 6 accepted the bottles, utterly delighted. Thank you, Sovereign. The 6 all knelt down in gratitude. All right. Arise, all of you. Linley swept the 6 with his gaze. He knew that after the 6 entered the planar battlefield, they wouldn't be able to leave. How many would survive this upcoming planar war? Remember. In this planar war, you absolutely must not try to push yourself too far. Learn to hide, to endure. Staying alive is the most important thing, killing the enemies is secondary. Yes, sovereign. The 6 emissaries couldn't help but feel a hint of gratitude. Prepare to head out. Linley turned to stare into the distance. 5 centuries. In less than 100 years, the planar wars will begin. Bibi stretched lazily. Aha! Phew! Finally going back. Linley smiled slightly. Right at this moment. Sovereign, can we wait a moment? The 6th emissary, Bressel, bowed rather awkwardly. What is it? Linley looked at him. Linley was rather curious about this Bressel. He was a seemingly ordinary 7-star fiend-level expert. What made it so that the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, would remember him? Bressel said hurriedly, my divine darkness clone is somewhere else. You are of the infernal realm, sovereign. If I can survive the planar war, in the future, I naturally will want to remain in the infernal realm. Thus, my divine darkness clone is also preparing to head to the infernal realm. Divine darkness clone? Linley was rather puzzled. It was quite rare for someone to simultaneously train in both the laws of light and the laws of darkness. Olivier was one such person, while Bressel was another. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 33, The Beulah Race. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 33, The Beulah Race. Bressel, you have a divine darkness clone as well? The Black Tortoise Army's commander, Wilhelm, said in surprise. Linley laughed calmly as he glanced at Wilhelm, then said, Wilhelm, as the commander of the Black Tortoise Army, you haven't been collecting sufficiently accurate intelligence. You didn't even know that Bressel had a divine darkness clone. Sovereign, your subordinate was remiss. Wilhelm hurriedly bowed. Bressel bowed as well. Sovereign, aside from everyone present, there are less than 5 people who know about my divine darkness clone, which is indeed a secret. Since I have become your emissary, I naturally won't hold this secret back from you. Linley nodded while smiling. How far away is your divine clone? How long will he need to fly here? Not too far away. 10 days or so. Bressel said. Hey, kid, that's quite easy for you to say. Just 10 days? That means we have to wait 10 days for you. Bibi suddenly stared. But, Bressel laughed awkwardly, then glanced at Linley. I need 10 days. But if the sovereign is willing to assist, a moment is all that's needed. Bressel didn't know much about sovereigns, but he knew that they traveled at astonishing speed. Linley shook his head and laughed. Let's head out. Bressel, you guide the way towards your divine clone. Yes, sovereign. My divine clone is towards the northeast. Bressel hurriedly pointed towards that direction, while turning to glance at the distant azure-robed man, his good friend, Gonslaw. He immediately sent through divine sense, Gonslaw, my friend, I am going to accompany the sovereign and depart now. In the future, we will have the chance to meet again. Bressel, congratulations. The distant Gonslaw, staring at Linley's group, felt delighted for his friend's fortune. Let's go. Linley laughed and spoke out. As he spoke, he sent out a surge of Earth-type sovereign power, which wrapped around everyone present. Whoosh! They transformed into an earthen yellow flash of light which disappeared into the horizons. Gonslaw raised his head, watching the light disappear, then sighed. Before this, Bressel was in the middle of a duel with me. Who would have imagined that in the blink of an eye, he would become a sovereign's emissary? He glanced at the surrounding grasslands, then a smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, a few days ago, Bressel managed to finish this magic formation, but in recent days, Bressel had been staying with Gonslaw, primarily to help Gonslaw set up a magic formation. The profound mysteries of formations differed from the 7 elemental laws and the 4 edicts. They were extremely special. The analysis of formations required sufficient patience, as well as talent in that field. It had extremely high requirements, in terms of both innate talent as well as analytical ability. In the 4 higher realms and the 7 divine planes, formation masters had exalted statuses. For example, when Linley had entered the infernal realm and participated in a fiend trial, he had entered a castle that was protected by a large, powerful formation. Only, the Tao of formations was not the true Tao. There was no way in which one could increase one's own strength through them. After today, there shouldn't be many who will come make trouble for me. Gonsla smiled as he activated the formation. Rumble. In a circumference of nearly 10 kilometers, a blurry light suddenly lit up, then vanished. Instantly, the scenery within this region completely changed. The lake and the building both disappeared, transforming into ordinary grass. Clearly, this was an extremely powerful illusory magical formation. Linley had no idea that he had just accepted a formations master as his emissary. The world was vast and empty. Linley's group continued to fly through the air at high speed. Linley frowned as he glanced at Bressel, then said, "Bressel, where exactly is your divine clone?" "Up ahead." "We are almost there," Bressel said. Right here, Sovereign." "You can halt," Bressel suddenly said. Linley frowned as he halted. This place was nearly 100 million kilometers away from the earlier grasslands, but a distance of 100 million kilometers, to Linley, could be traversed in the time it took to say a few words. "Are you certain? Right here?" Linley couldn't help but look at him. "Right. My divine clone is right here." Bressel laughed as he looked into the distance. Linley looked towards that direction as well. In the distance, he saw a series of metallic lifeform flying about, as well as a few people moving about by their own. What surprised Linley was, he wasn't able to locate a person in the surrounding area who had the same aura as Bressel did. "He's here." Bressel laughed. Indeed. A figure advanced towards them, flying at high speed. This person was dressed in a long, black robe, and was comparable to Bressel in height. Only, an occasional, fiendish light flashed through his eyes. After drawing close, this person immediately bowed respectfully. "The darkness Bressel pays his respects to you, Sovereign." Silence. The other emissaries. Army Commander Wilhelm. BB. Even Linley. They were all stunned. They are the same person? Linley stared at the two in disbelief. The white-robed Bressel smiled in a very friendly manner, making others feel friendly towards him. This black-robed Bressel, however, gave off a vile, evil feeling. More importantly, the soul auras of the two were completely different. Logically speaking, upon becoming a deity, a person's soul would be split, but each soul would be the same. Memories, emotions, feelings, they would all be the same. In principle, different divine clones should have the same aura and thoughts, right? Sovereign, the two of us truly are the same person. The white-robed Bressel said respectfully. To be more precise, countless years ago, we were one person. The black-robed Bressel gave the white-robed Bressel a glance. BB looked at the two Bressels, then turned to stare at Linley. He sent mentally, "Boss, what's going on? The two of them are one person?" "Bressel, the two of you," Linley swept the two with his glance. "Truly are the same person? How can you prove it?" The white-robed Bressel looked at the black-robed Bressel, then said, "The two of us can merge into one." "I really don't want to merge bodies with you," the black-robed Bressel muttered. And then, the white-robed Bressel and the black-robed Bressel moved towards each other, and their bodies merged into one, resulting in a single person. Bressel! They really are a single person. Linley was completely stunned. Only a single person would be able to merge bodies like this. The strange thing was, after the two merged into one, the soul of the fused person had a different aura. Compared to the pureness and gentleness of the white-robed Bressel's soul aura, as well as the savagery of the black-robed Bressel's soul aura, it was completely different. It was a mix, and yet, strangely, it was one. Can you tell me what this is all about? Linley looked at this Bressel, puzzled. Bressel looked at the surrounding people, then bowed and said, Sovereign, Bressel, imagine that you can tell that I am not of an ordinary race. Linley nodded. His body was so powerful that he could receive blows from 7-star fiend-level experts head-on. How could an ordinary person withstand such blows? In addition, after transforming, the flesh on Bressel's body would dramatically swell, and be covered with azure skin and complicated white runes. It actually looked rather like the skin of a serpent. And of course, 2 horns would emerge from his forehead. All of this represented that Bressel was not a member of an ordinary race. I am a member of the ancient Beulah race, Bressel said respectfully. Beulah race? Linley frowned. Yes, Sovereign, Bressel said respectfully. The innate gifts of our Beulah race are no weaker than a divine beast's. Linley knew that the world contained many marvelous creatures, some of which had their own innate divine abilities. For example, the Amethyst Mountains had given birth to the Redbud Sovereign, and the Nether Sea had given birth to the very first plant-based lifeform, the Chief Sovereign of Death. The Infernal Realm's very first creature, the Chief Sovereign of Destruction, they all were unique creatures. There were many creatures such as them, and generally speaking, each material plane would also give birth to 1 or 2 divine beasts or unique creatures as well. The Yulon plane, for example, had given birth to the God-Eater Rat. The other planes had quite a few as well. Only, everyone was different. Although some had incredible innate gifts, their accomplishments were still meager. Although our Beulah race is powerful, we don't have any innate divine abilities, Bressel said. No innate divine abilities? Bibi couldn't help but ask, puzzled. The more powerful a race was, the more likely it should be that they would have an innate divine ability. The heavens are fair. We don't have any innate divine abilities, but we have an innate gift from birth. Bressel laughed. Every single person of the Beulah race, from their earliest memories, are aware of a very special technique, the technique to allow their souls to transform, and then for them to become 2 people. Transform? Linley frowned. Right, transform. Bressel nodded. Any intelligent lifeform will have personality flaws and weaknesses. For example, I like to research magic formations, and wanted to let myself be completely absorbed in analyzing them. But in my heart, I also hold desires and interests in other things, such as women, power, and more. These things will make it so that I am unable to calm myself down and focus on analyzing magic formations. Linley nodded. This was much like how he himself was unable to completely focus on training without pause. Generally speaking, of Linley's 5 divine clones, only 4 would train at once, with 1 being in a state of rest. We Beulahs are able to allow our personalities, bodies, and thoughts be completely separated into 2. We put what we want in one, while we can discard the greed and vileness in our hearts into the other. Afterwards, we can allow our souls to transform and divide into 2 souls. And so, we will have divided into 2 people. Bressel laughed. For example, me. One of my bodies is calm and kind, I can completely focus on analyzing magic formations. But my other soul is filled with all sorts of venal desires, it can go kill, fight, and plunder. The 2 souls don't want to disturb each other. Bressel laughed. And because each go to the extreme in their respective ways, I naturally will make great progress. Linley, hearing this, was completely stunned. This was a single person who, in many ways, had become 2 persons. There was a saying that in the heart of every single person, there was a demon. Even the most noble, exalted of individuals would have, deep in their hearts, a brutal streak, only, those people had extremely powerful self-control and wouldn't let it escape. But this Beulah race, they were actually able to completely separate that brutality. A person's soul is very complicated. When a creature is born, they will naturally gain a soul, and as they gain experiences, their thoughts and soul will naturally change as well. Thus, their soul aura will also change minutely. Bressel laughed calmly. But of course, the change won't be too extravagant. After all, when a person is born, their soul aura has essentially been set. Linley nodded. He understood this principle. When he was young, he was a bit different compared to how he was right now. Although others could still recognize Linley at one glance, they would also be able to tell that he had changed. After becoming a deity, the soul is divided into two. That, however, is just a splitting of the soul. The mind and the aura doesn't change. Or, more precisely speaking, it's still exactly the same person, and so the thoughts are completely the same. Bressel laughed. But we of the Beulah race are different. Our two bodies have different thoughts, different souls, different personalities. We go to two different extremes. Naturally, our soul auras will also change. As he spoke, Bressel once more transformed, dividing into two individuals once more, the white-robed Bressel and the black-robed Bressel. When we are together, we will even get into fights because of our different attitudes and different methods of action. The white-robed Bressel laughed as he looked at Linley. Sovereign, can you imagine it? Bizarre. Inconceivable. Linley sighed in amazement. The natural world truly was a bizarre place. Even these sorts of races could be created by the natural world. Although they didn't have innate divine abilities, they had been bestowed with this unique racial gift. How many members are there of your Beulah race? Linley couldn't help but ask. Very, very few. The white-robed Bressel shook his head. In all these years, I've only encountered 3. When we Beulahs meet each other, we can easily recognize each other. So few? BB chortled. Then if you want to find a Beulah female and have a child, wouldn't that be very difficult? The white-robed Bressel was startled, but then he laughed and shook his head. In truth, our Beulah race doesn't have men or women, we decide which appearance we wish to take. The process of giving birth, for our Beulah race, is actually quite simple. We sacrifice ourselves and use up our life energy to vomit out an egg. Soon after vomiting the egg out, we will perish. The child, in turn, will break through the egg and emerge, descending upon the world. For one to be born, one must die. Linley and BB exchanged glances. They couldn't help but sigh. This race truly was unique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 34, Samsara. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 34, Samsara. For one to be born, one must die. Then how was the first Beulah born? BB blinked. Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but laugh. BB, tell me, how was the first God-eater rat born? Linley said. BB was speechless. We Beulahs, along with many other unique races, are all birthed by the heavens. Bressel laughed. For example, I was born in the Nala material plane, but the 3 members of my race that I met were all born from other planes. Although I know that I can sacrifice myself to give birth to a child, for now, I don't have that desire. Linley understood. This was the rule of the universe. More powerful a race was, the fewer in number they would be. For example, the azure dragon, white tiger, and the other 2 of the 4 divine beasts. For example, the abyssal fruit tree. The chief sovereign of death, and the chief sovereign of destruction. Those were most likely all unique. Although this Beulah race had a very unique ability, they weren't comparable to God-eater rats or abyssal fruit trees, and so there were quite a few of them by comparison. For example, over the course of the years, Linley alone had encountered, through using divine sense, more than 100 members of the divine beast race, Swanee lion. Divine beasts were divided into classes as well, after all. Ha ha. I didn't expect that this time, I had accepted a Beulah as my emissary. Linley laughed. And a grandmaster in magic formations, at that. Excellent. Let's head out. Linley released his sovereign power, bringing the group alongside him as he transformed into a ray of earth and yellow light that flew at high speed towards the nearest teleportation array. While Linley's group hastened towards the infernal realm, Borte and Manlu, the two lesser sovereigns, returned to the celestial realm. The one and only building that hovered in the air in the celestial realm, the Orloff Gardens. This levitating garden was the residence to one of the two most powerful of the four chief sovereigns of the edicts, the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff. Within the quiet gardens, Orloff was seated in the meditative position atop the grass, his long, white beard past his chest. Lord Orloff. Borte and Manlu bowed as they arrived. Oh, you returned. Orloff smiled. Borte and Manlu couldn't help but feel comfortable. As they saw it, choosing to subordinate themselves to the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, had been a wise decision. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, was extremely powerful. In addition, he treated others very well. Given how icy and cold the chief sovereign of destruction was, submitting to him would have been extremely unpleasant. But the chief sovereign of fate? He always greeted them with a smile. Of course they would feel comfortable, and also feel all the more loyal to the chief sovereign of fate. Lord Orloff, you asked us to take on that man, Bressel, as an emissary. But by the time we located and identified Bressel, he was actually with Linley. Borte said helplessly. We asked him to give up Bressel to us, but Linley refused. We even mentioned your name, Lord Orloff, but he didn't care at all. He even barked at us. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, upon hearing this, simply laughed. Forget it. This Linley is a chief sovereign level expert, after all. It isn't strange that he has a bit of an attitude. All right. Borte and Manlu both bowed. All right. In roughly a century, the planar war will begin. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, rose to his feet, then stared into the distance. I have to pay a visit to the divine light plane as well. The infernal realm. Bloodridge continent. Within the borders of the Indigo Prefecture. Whoosh! A ray of earth and yellow light flashed past the skies, descending into the Skyrite Mountains. The ray of light moved so quickly that even many of the High God clansmen weren't able to notice it. The Skyrite Mountains. Linley's estate. Linley's group suddenly appeared out of nowhere within the empty, grassy field within the estate. Elder Linley. The maids and guards, upon seeing Linley, were badly startled. They all hurriedly saluted or curtsied. Ha, Linley, you were gone for quite long, this time. A voice rang out. Beirut and Bluefire emerged at the same time. Beirut swept Linley and Bibi with his gaze, along with the 7 behind them. The 7 were the 5 emissaries, and the black-robed and white-robed Bressels. As for the commander of the army, Wilhelm, upon Linley's group arriving at the teleportation array, Wilhelm had elected to stay behind with the teleportation array guards instead of accompanying them. These are the emissaries you found? Beirut laughed. Right. Linley laughed and nodded. But of course, finding emissaries didn't take up too much time. The main thing was, Bibi and I took a nice tour of those 3 divine planes. The nearby Bluefire couldn't resist saying, you seem to be quite at ease. Right. Those clones you left behind in the estate, why are they all absorbed in training? I wanted to speak with you, but didn't find any chance to. Linley could only chuckle. Indeed, of his 5 major clones, only his original body was relaxed and at ease. The other 3 sovereign clones, as well as his divine fire clone, were all training. You can stay here for now. Linley glanced at the emissaries behind him, and then looked towards a distant maid. Make the arrangements for them to have places to stay. Yes, Elder. The maid said respectfully. The 6 emissaries thus followed the maid away to settle down here. Linley and the other two sat down around a table. The three began to drink and chat. "Oh, from what you are saying, in the past 5 centuries, you've improved quite a bit?" Beirut said, surprised. Linley nodded. "My power is roughly 3 times as great as it previously was." 3 times. Beirut and Bluefire couldn't help but feel stunned. In truth, ever since he had begun to completely merge the 4 laws, Linley's sword intent had begun to increase in power as well. The difference between the fusion of 3 profound mysteries of different laws and 4 profound mysteries of different laws was nearly 100-fold. For Linley to have only improved his power 3-fold wasn't much. But to a chief sovereign-level expert, a 3-fold increase in power was truly terrifying. "Ha, excellent." Beirut couldn't help but slap his hands on the table and sigh. It seems the days of the chief sovereign of light are numbered. "Right." Linley nodded. "The next planar war is less than 100 years from now. During this period of time, the forces that will send people in to do battle will begin to gather. Augusta most likely coordinate with the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, as he did before. This isn't the time to attack yet. In addition, my power is still slowly rising. I'll wait for now. This is the right time to wait, and what's more, I'm quite confident." Beirut and Bluefire couldn't help but laugh. Linley had never given up the goal of killing Augusta. The hatred between Augusta and Linley stemmed from multiple causes. Last time, Linley had compromised for the sake of his mother's life. He had no other choice. Augusta himself knew that Linley was just biding his time and tempering his rage for now. But as Augusta saw it, since Linley was a paragon already, he had no further potential for growth. Linley wasn't someone for him to fear. In fact, Augusta seized the opportunity to give Linley a good fleecing during their negotiations. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, decades passed. The 6 emissaries under Linley's control were in no rush to head to the planar battlefield. They remained within the Skyrite Mountains. The Skyrite Mountains. Linley's estate. In an empty area, the black-robed Bressel and the other 5 emissaries were organized into a hexagonal star formation. A very unusual surge of divine power was constantly circulating through them. The black-robed Bressel and the rest of the 6 were constantly moving about at high speed, flashing hither into, sometimes going into the air, sometimes going into the distance, and sometimes landing back down. In addition, they often launched attacks towards the air, causing one spatial rift after another to appear. "Everyone, halt!" The white-robed Bressel barked with a frown. Instantly, all 6 landed onto the ground. "What is it, Bressel?" The 4 men and 2 women looked at the white-robed Bressel. "It's wrong. The way the formation currently works consumes too much energy. More than half the energy is wasted." Bressel couldn't help but shake his head. "It's already quite excellent." The beautiful lady with fish scales on her forehead said with a laugh. "When the 6 of us joined together, our attack power and defense power all increased dramatically. In addition, those of us with stronger defenses can help those with weaker defenses take on some more of the burden. When we attack together, we are comparable to 18 emissaries fighting separately. Sometimes, joining forces was a good thing. Sometimes, it was a bad thing. During planar wars, for 6 emissaries to be gathered in one place was giving the enemy a chance to annihilate them all in one massive attack. However, if those 6 emissaries were able to work within a magical formation that allowed their strengths and defenses to join together, then the situation would naturally be different. No. Too much energy is being wasted in the activation of this formation. This is completely different from the samsara formation that I envisioned." The white-robed Bressel shook his head. "Right at this moment." "Samsara formation?" A voice rang out. Linley and Delia were walking together towards their direction. "Sovereign." Everyone bowed. Linley laughed as he looked at the white-robed Bressel. "Bressel, your accomplishments in the art of formations is quite impressive. In recent days, I've been watching you six constantly test out this formation. I have the feeling that the six of you will be becoming marvels to behold at the planar battlefield. When a sovereign's emissaries did well, the sovereign would gain face as well. Sovereign, this is still quite different from what I had envisioned. The white-robed Bressel shook his head. Long ago, I spent nearly 100 million years to develop this samsara formation for the sake of allowing myself and black robes to join together and release even greater power. This six-man formation is something which I devised based on an extrapolation and expansion of the original samsara formation. But this formation, six people joining together, is much more difficult. Linley nodded. To develop a powerful and perfect battle formation was extremely difficult. To develop one in just a few thousand years? It was impossible. Bressel had spent nearly 100 million years on the original samsara formation. Now, since this new one was based on the same principles, developing it was much faster. Despite that, however, hundreds of years would still be needed. Delia, by Linley's side, said with a laugh, "As I see it, when the time comes, the six of you should use the same type of sovereign's might. That way, when activating the formation, you will waste much less power." That is what we were planning as well. The white-robed Bressel said respectfully. But this battle formation clearly is not yet perfect. Still, Sovereign, we only have a few decades before the planar war starts. We aren't going to be able to make it in time, I think. Don't be impatient. Linley laughed calmly. The planar war will go on for 1,000 years. The first part of the 1,000 years consists of people hunting and killing each other. Only the final few moments of those 1,000 years culminate with the final battle. You only need to enter before the final battle, and so, you still have 1,000 years. When the time comes, I will personally send you all to the planar battlefield. Traveling from the Skyrite Mountains to the Infernal Realms dimensional gateway leading to the planar battlefield would take up a tremendous amount of time. But for a sovereign, less than half a day would be needed. Thank you, Sovereign. These people were all overjoyed. The more they perfected this formation, the more powerful their defenses and attacks would be. Thus, the greater their chances for survival would be. You can continue. I won't disturb you. Linley laughed as he led Delia away. Silently, soundless, another 10 years passed. The Infernal Realm. Deep within the chaotic sea. Rumble. A long dragon formed from a long, winding line of human bodies could be seen, as a steady stream of people flooded towards a distant black castle. Thousands and thousands of experts of the Infernal Realm poured into the Black Castle. The Black Castle wasn't that large, but this torrent of visitors had already been going on for quite some time. Two people were located before a window within this Black Castle. They stood shoulder to shoulder. It was Linley and Boson. There really are quite a few attendees this time. Linley couldn't help but say in surprise. There are many participants this time. Although this is a battle between the Celestial Realm and the Infernal Realm, many experts from the other planes, such as the Netherworld and the Life Realm, have come to join our side. The Bloodridge Sovereign, Boson, was by Linley's side, and he sighed as he spoke. In terms of quantity of soldiers, we far surpass the Celestial Realm. But in terms of quality, we are greatly inferior. Linley laughed calmly. The Chief Sovereign of Destruction and the others have gone all out. It will be hard for the Celestial Realm to win this battle. Right, Linley, where are your 6 emissaries? The Bloodridge Sovereign suddenly said. What's the rush? Isn't it enough for them to join together with the army before the final battle? Linley replied with a laugh. As you choose, then. The Bloodridge Sovereign looked below at the constant, never-ending flow of people. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. The planar war has begun. A large number of people will die yet again, but... Linley nodded slightly as well. The 1,000-year planar war had begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 35, 1000 Years. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 35, 1000 Years. The planar war had begun. But the sovereigns didn't pay much attention for now. This was because the results of the war were determined solely by the final battle. Sovereigns had unlimited lifespans. Thousands of years passed in but the blink of an eye. Quite a few sovereigns had already begun discussing who was more likely to win or lose this planar war. As for the youngest sovereign, Linley, he was going through a period of explosive growth and strength. At the borders of the Yulon Plain, there was an enormous divine plain being birthed. Within this plain, whoosh! A wild wind blew. Some mountain rocks were shattered into tiny pieces by this wild wind. This newly born plain was filled with dense amounts of divine power and elemental essences which solidified into unyielding rocks that couldn't be shattered by the wind. Tall, cloud-piercing mountains. Vast, endless plains. The extremely dense elemental essences drifted about, and amongst them, a tall, muscular figure could be seen standing. With a gesture from a single finger, a dazzling green sun suddenly formed out of nowhere, hanging high in the sky. After spending 1,100 years, this divine plane of wind has finally been completed. The green-haired Linley revealed a hint of a smile on his face. The past 1,100 years of training had caused Linley to advance to the level of fusing 6 of the profound mysteries of the elemental laws of the wind. However, the elemental laws of the wind had a total of 9 profound mysteries. Fusing 6 profound mysteries of the elemental laws of the wind was comparable to fusing 4 profound mysteries of the laws of the earth. There are more than 500 years before the final battle of this planar war. No need for me to be in a rush. The light green-haired Linley once more shut his eyes, continuing to train. He was currently advancing at a breakneck pace in merging the profound mysteries of the 4 different laws. Linley naturally didn't want to halt now. 765 years after the planar war had started. The infernal realm. The Skyrite Mountains. A blurry light was flickering about in the air above the Skyrite Mountains. One spatial tear after another constantly appeared in the skies. Moments later, the blurry ray of light once more descended towards Linley's estate in the Skyrite Mountains. The light vanished, revealing 6 figures. It was the black-robed Bressel and the other 5 emissaries. The white-robed Bressel, watching from below, finally smiled. Ah, success! Quite perfect. We waste less than 10% of the energy. The long, flaxen-haired female Viva Titan sighed in amazement. The divine beast, 9-tailed Wind Ripper Fox, Russell, nodded as well. When the 6 of us join forces, even 30 commander-level experts probably wouldn't be a match for us if they weren't unified. 6 experts who had sovereign artifacts and were able to perfectly join forces, the power they could unleash was truly terrifying. Fortunately, we have 2 water attribute and 2 darkness attribute members. The white-robed Bressel chortled. Water is extremely flexible and accommodating, while darkness is something I understand quite well. This is why we were successful. Right at this moment, Linley appeared, as though by teleportation, in front of the 7. Sovereign. Upon seeing him, they all hurriedly bowed and saluted. Linley's gaze swept past his emissaries, a surge of joy in his heart. His greatest success in choosing emissaries was his selection of this Bressel, a formations master. With this Samsara formation operational, I now have a bit of confidence regarding your performance during this planar war. Linley laughed calmly. However, don't be too smug. Even paragons, in that sort of environment, would have a 50% chance of death. The 6 of you need to be careful. Yes, Sovereign. The emissaries all bowed. They all understood that this would be very dangerous. Even with the Samsara formation, they would just have a somewhat higher chance for survival, they were far from being able to dominate the battlefield. Since you've already essentially completed your cooperative training, today, I will send you to the planar battlefield. Linley said calmly. Bressel, will your divine light clone remain here or go with them? In terms of combat ability, I am a bit weaker than my divine darkness clone. The white-robed Bressel laughed. And this battle formation is predicated on having 2 experts of darkness and 2 experts of water, along with 1 expert of earth and 1 of wind. It is this combination of 6 experts which makes it work. Linley nodded slightly. The white-robed Bressel and the black-robed Bressel had different thoughts and mentalities, but in the end, they were still the same person. The soul-protecting sovereign artifact which Linley had bestowed the white-robed Bressel could also be used by the black-robed one. Linley delivered the 6 emissaries under his control to the planar battlefield, then returned to the Skyrite Mountains. 893 years after the planar war had started. Whoosh! A figure moved forward at an extremely terrifying speed, instantly arcing out to a distance of 10 million kilometers and landing within the Skyrite Mountains. Linley, who was quietly seated by himself within his courtyard, suddenly raised his head. The figure that descended from the heavens shot directly into Linley's body, merging into it. Finally, all my clones are in one place. Linley revealed a hint of a smile. Linley. Beirut and Bluefire, at almost the same instant, arrived as well. Beirut said, delighted, your Wind Sovereign clone returned? Does this mean that you have essentially completed your 4-way fusion of the laws? Previously, after Linley completed his establishment of his divine plane of wind, he had continued to train. If he hadn't succeeded in his training, why would he have returned? Essentially. Linley laughed calmly and nodded. I've already reached the final bottleneck in fusing the 4 laws. With one final step, I will have completely, perfectly fused the 4 profound mysteries of the 4 laws into a whole. However, taking this step is even harder than reaching the level of Paragon. Linley let out a sigh. Beirut and Bluefire both understood. How hard was it to become a Paragon? Because Linley had 3 sovereign clones, his rate of advancement was astonishing, which was why he was able to constantly advance until reaching the final bottleneck. However, to break through the bottleneck had nothing to do with analytical ability. There were many sovereigns who were at the final bottleneck before becoming a paragon, but after trillions of years, they still had yet to make that breakthrough. As for Linley? Who knew if Linley would be able to break through this final bottleneck? This 4-way law fusion was, after all, 10 times more powerful than becoming a paragon in a law. Naturally, the difficulty was greater as well. I'm at a bottleneck, but my power is still nearly 10 times stronger than it was during my last fight against Augusta. Linley said with a smile. 10 times. Bluefire and Beirut were both overjoyed. Augusta, that bastard. Beirut couldn't refrain from starting to laugh. Last time, he was lucky enough to survive. But now, Linley, you have grown 10 times more powerful. Augusta's only chance is to reach the Paragon level. But the chances of that are far too slim. Augusta hadn't been able to break through despite countless years having passed. Actually, this all but guaranteed that Augusta had no hope of becoming a Paragon. Killing Augusta isn't just our dream. It is also the dream of the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Beirut laughed as he looked at Linley. Beirut, don't be impatient. The nearby Bluefire smiled. The planar war is in its final century now. Augusta is most likely with the chief sovereign of fate. After this period of time passes, Linley will be able to make his move. Perhaps, within the next century, I'll make another breakthrough. Linley laughed loudly. Stop daydreaming. Beirut couldn't help but start to laugh. Making the final breakthrough is very difficult. However, once you do make that breakthrough, your power in terms of the profound mysteries will instantly increase tenfold. And, perhaps you will be endowed with another portion of will. Linley. Once that truly happens, you won't even have to fear the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Grandpa Beirut, breakthroughs are difficult, but that doesn't necessarily mean I won't be able to break through in the next 100 years or so. Lin Li jested. In truth, the fusion of 4 different laws was simply too difficult. By the 999th year of the Planar War, Lin Li still had yet to make a breakthrough. The sky was completely dark. Whoosh! Whoosh! 7 figures shot out from the Bloodridge continent, flying shoulder to shoulder in the air above the infernal realm. After flying for some time, the 7 figures suddenly transformed into 11 figures. But once the squad flew deep into the air above the chaotic sea, they suddenly once more expanded into a group of 17 figures. Chief Sovereign! The many figures all bowed respectfully. Everyone, the final battle to this planar war will come in 2 days. Let us go there together. The chief sovereign of destruction, Wodarde, covered by that black aura, swept the people with his gaze. His gaze paused momentarily on Lin Li. Let's go. We will head out right now. As he spoke, the chief sovereign of destruction waved his hand, tearing a rift in space, then charged into it. The 16 sovereigns behind him also charged inside. Lin Li. This planar war will be viewed by, most likely, even more sovereigns than came to your earlier trial. Beirut sent mentally to Lin Li. Every single sovereign in the infernal realm, Bluefire and Beirut included, was heading out to watch the planar war. Lin Li smiled calmly. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, won once before. The 7 sovereigns of fate all were bestowed with an additional portion of will. The vast majority of the other sovereigns are unwilling to see them grow even more powerful. Since this involved their interests, they naturally came to watch. Lin Li. Suddenly, the voice of the chief sovereign of destruction rang out. Lin Li's flying speed increased slightly as he moved forward to stand next to the chief sovereign of destruction's shoulders. Lord Wodarde. Lin Li sent. The chief sovereign of destruction, Wodarde, swept Lin Li's face with his deep, dark gray gaze. A hint of a smile was on his face. You offered 6 emissaries this time. Thank you. The chief sovereign of destruction just said thank you to him? Your Excellency, you once saved my life. In comparison, what is this? Lin Li said with a laugh. In the past, the chief sovereign of light, Augusta, had threatened Lin Li to force him to hand over the 9 soul pearls, and was even at the verge of attacking. Fortunately, the chief sovereign of destruction had appeared. The chief sovereign of destruction, hearing this, smiled all the more broadly. Oh, we are about to arrive at the planar battlefield. The chief sovereign of destruction looked forward. The 4 higher planes and the 7 divine planes were all located quite close to each other. In the region of chaotic space at the center of these 11 divine planes was an extremely small plane, the planar battlefield. Thus, to tear open a spatial rift and fly through chaotic space from the 11 divine planes to the planar battlefield took very little time. To go through the dimensional portals to the planar battlefield would actually take longer. Going through chaotic space was the most straightforward, shortest route. Lin Li. A familiar voice rang out. Lin Li turned to look. From afar, a group of people were drawing close to them, with the chief sovereign of death, that beautiful, red-haired maiden, at their head. This squad clearly consisted of the sovereigns of the Netherworld. 14 sovereigns had come from the Netherworld. Rumble. The sovereigns all directly charged into the planar battlefield. Utter silence. Within the cold, forbidding planar battlefield, a desolate wind howled. The Netherworld and the infernal realm had brought a total of 31 sovereigns, and they all landed atop a mountain. Moments later, 9 other figures flew towards them from afar. These were the sovereigns of the life realm. And then, afterwards, small, scattered groups of sovereigns drew closer as well. Soon, a total of 49 sovereigns had appeared. Now, we are only missing the celestial realm and the divine light plane. The chief sovereign of death revealed a secretive smile on her face as she glanced at the chief sovereign of destruction. Woedard, Orloff seemed quite confident. Confident? Who isn't confident? Victory and defeat will only be truly determined once this battle concludes. The chief sovereign of destruction said calmly. Linley, Beirut, and Bluefire stayed together in one corner at the peak of the mountain. As many sovereigns saw it, Linley's group of three, the three sovereigns of Yulan, were like one unit. Their unit, because of Linley's existence, was even more terrifying than the former unit of the four divine beasts. They've come, Linley said with a calm laugh. Bluefire and Beirut immediately turned to look. The other sovereigns all noticed the newcomers now as well. From far away, an imposing host was flying towards them, with a total of 22 members. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, was the leader. The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, was by his side. The other sovereigns belonged to the various laws and edicts. The chief sovereign of destruction, seeing this, turned his gaze towards Orloff. As for Orloff, he too was staring towards the chief sovereign of destruction. Clearly, these two chief sovereigns viewed each other as their most powerful foes. Linley, the two of them view each other as their only opponents. They look down on the other sovereigns. If one day, Linley, you were to surpass them both, what sort of a look would they have on their faces? Beirut sent to Linley with a smirk. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 36, The Final Battle. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 36, The Final Battle. Linley swept his gaze past the chief sovereign of destruction and the chief sovereign of fate. To surpass them, even if I perfectly merge the four profound mysteries of those four laws, I will only be on par with them. Unless I fuse with a final fire-type lesser sovereign spark. Linley sent back. Beirut and Bluefire both nodded. The final battle is tomorrow. Let's just wait patiently. Beirut laughed. 71 sovereigns. They chatted there, casually, at the peak of the mountain. Meanwhile, the high-level commanders of the Celestial Realm and Infernal Realm began to make their preparations for the final battle. This battle could be described as the battle with the least numbers of commanders in many trillions of years. In the past, the focal point for planar wars was the various commanders hunting and killing each other prior to the final battle. But this time, virtually none of those long-famous commanders and paragons had come. The entire planar battlefield had, in total, less than 30 commanders or emissary-level experts. The vast majority of those individuals who did come were newly promoted emissaries, such as the 6 under Linley's command. There wasn't a single paragon present. Paragons had a great chance for survival, true. But if a paragon had to fight alone against a large number of foes who would focus their fire upon him, he would rather not go risk his life, unless there was some treasure in store for him. The chief sovereign of death and the rest of the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts stood shoulder to shoulder at the top of the mountain, staring at the battlefield that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Rumble. Very suddenly, at the stellar river, an endless amount of energy began to gather, which then shot out in every direction, disintegrating the military camps on each side of the stellar river in but an instant. All of the soldiers in each camp were at least at the high god level, and so everyone was able to effortlessly deflect this energy ripple. Swish! Swish! A beautiful, illusory rainbow-colored light rose towards the heavens. Each of the 2 corridors of the stellar river were emanating this dazzling, rainbow-colored light. Kill! The warriors, many of whom had been training or resting, didn't hesitate at all. They acted in accordance with their prearranged plans, and a stream of squads wildly charged towards the stellar corridors. It has begun. The 71 sovereigns who stood hundreds of thousands of kilometers away couldn't help but completely focus their attention on watching this battle. Orloff, Woedard, which side will win, do you think? The chief sovereign of death delighted in causing mischief, and so she asked them this question with a smirk. The icy-faced black-robed Wodard said calmly, "Win? Our infernal realm side doesn't need to win. We only need to fight to a draw, that is enough of a success. I'm not confident in our chances to achieve victory in both corridors, but to gain victory in a single corridor shouldn't be too hard. Victory or defeat is up to them." The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, still had a smile on his face, looking like an amiable old man. It was as though there was nothing that could surprise him. How insane! Linley, through his divine sense, was able to see the battle go on hundreds of kilometers away, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Bang! Bang! All of the countless warriors who entered the stellar corridor instantly began to blaze with the aura of Sovereign's might. A 6-star fiend who used Sovereign's might be able to threaten a commander who wasn't using Sovereign's might. And now, thousands on thousands of experts were using it together? What sort of a scene was this? It had never been seen before in the past, but it would be today. Madness. Beirut, seeing this sight, couldn't help but shake his head as well. No wonder even paragons and commanders aren't willing to participate. All this is happening due to the self-interest of the sovereigns. Bluefire let out a sigh. Linley continued to carefully watch the battle proceed. The two corridors atop the stellar sea had erupted into battle at virtually the same instant. Target, straight ahead. Launch a joint attack against the black-horned man standing at the perimeter. 100 warriors, blazing with sovereign power of various colors, struck out with their weapons or with kicks in the same instant. 100 material attacks wildly blasted out towards the area in front of them, and everything within 10 meters of that muscular, black-horned man was instantly reduced to nothingness. Target, 20 meters ahead of us. Joint soul attacks. A translucent wave of soul attacks blasted forth. Many of the warriors that had been battling up ahead trembled, then fell from the skies as their divine artifacts departed their bodies. The celestial realm and the infernal realm's experts were viciously, mercilessly slaughtering each other. This was especially true since in this battle, extremely few commanders or emissaries were taking part. Thus, victory in this battle was determined through sheer slaughter. The 12-winged angels have entered the battlefield. The chief sovereign of death said with a soft laugh. The 12-winged angel army truly is formidable. Beirut sighed in amazement, and Linley, by Beirut's side, couldn't help but look over with shining eyes. At virtually the same instant, on the side of the celestial realm, 12-winged angel battle formations appeared at both of the stellar corridors. They were covered with a beautiful aura of white light, and had 12 white, fluttering wings on their backs. Straight ahead, material attacks. 6 icy-faced 12-winged angels, covered with white light, formed each angel battle formation. They unleashed rays of thick white light that instantly shot towards their foes up ahead. Wherever this light passed, space splintered and shattered. The soldiers of the infernal realm were very densely packed, and upon encountering the rays of light, tens of soldiers of the infernal realm would instantly transform into nothingness. Each squad of 12-winged angels were formed from 6 individuals. Every 10 squads formed into a platoon, while every 10 platoons formed into a company. Whoosh! Large numbers of 12-winged angels were advancing in an extremely orderly fashion. On each side, they were supported by many of the soldiers of the celestial realm. The 12-winged angels were the tip of the blade, while the many ordinary soldiers played a support role. They pressed down upon on the infernal realm side, constantly grinding them down. Bang! Every attack of each squad of 12-winged angels would annihilate a large number of soldiers. These 12-winged angels were all, after all, no weaker than the 7-star fiend level. Most of the warriors of the infernal realm were only at the 6-star fiend level. There was a difference in power to begin with. Given that these 12-winged angels were also skilled in combination attacks and formations, they naturally were able to constantly advance, as easily as drilling through rotting wood. Up ahead, that angel squad in front of us. Joint material attacks. More than 700 warriors of the infernal realm jointly launched material attacks, and the skies were filled with rays of shooting light. The 12 winged angels weren't able to dodge in time, and instantly, the squad was reduced into dust. But immediately afterwards, 2 successive rays of white light shot towards the infernal realm, instantly slaughtering nearly 100 warriors and once more throwing the infernal realm's side into chaos. They are on completely different levels. Beirut shook his head with a frown. A single 12-winged angel, by himself, is comparable to 10 six-star fiends. On the side of the infernal realm, even if 100 men in a squad join forces and attack, their attacks are disordered and unable to kill the 12-winged angels who are in the angel battle formation. The only chance is for hundreds of soldiers to join forces together. Linley nodded slightly as well. He could tell that these 12-winged angels were like extremely sharp tip of a blade. They didn't fear death, and they were extremely powerful. To kill 6 12-winged angels, the infernal realm would have to lose nearly 1,000 warriors. And that was just the raw numbers. More important was the question of soldier morale. With the 12-winged angels serving as the tip of the blade, the warriors of the celestial realm felt their morale surge towards the heavens, and they brimmed with confidence. As for the soldiers of the infernal realm, although they didn't fear death, given how vast the gap in power was, quite a few soldiers felt their hearts grow cold. If they continued to die like this, how are they supposed to win? Once morale began to drop, they would easily crumble. If this continues, in a short period of time, the celestial realm side will achieve victory in both corridors. Linley said with a frown. The infernal realm side shouldn't collapse that quickly. Beirut shook his head, while Linley nodded as well. Right. The 6 emissaries under my command are currently hidden amongst the soldiers of the infernal realm. They haven't participated and unleashed their power yet. I imagine that the infernal realm side must have some sort of a plan. The 2 corridors each had nearly 600 12-winged angels. There were a total of 1,200 12-winged angels, which represented 1,200 7-star fiend-level experts, all of whom were fearless and able to coordinate with each other perfectly. They were simply too effective. One of the 2 stellar corridors saw the infernal realm be steadily beat back. In the other, although the infernal realm was retreating as well, they were doing so much more slowly, and the number of 12-winged angels they were killing was slightly greater as well. In the stellar corridor where the infernal realm was retreating more quickly. Swoosh! Swoosh! One ray of white light after another. These were the combined attacks of the 12-winged angels, and many of the soldiers of the infernal realm died miserable deaths to them. Although occasionally, they would be able to launch an effective combination attack of their own and kill 6 of those 12-winged angels, the losses of the infernal realm were simply too great, and too many of them had died. White light flashed everywhere. It was a slaughter. Countless soldiers of the infernal realm were reduced into dust by that light. Kill! The soldiers of the celestial realm bellowed with glee as they chased and killed. The infernal realm constantly retreated, until finally, they broke down into a complete rout. Under that sort of wild, pressing assault, they had completely collapsed. And with their collapse, the battle's outcome was no longer in any doubt. Soon, the celestial realm side reached the other side of the stellar corridor, and the rainbow-colored light disappeared. The celestial realm had gained victory in one of the corridors. From afar, the many sovereigns continued to watch. Woedard, you've lost in one of the corridors. The chief sovereign of death chortled merrily. There's one more left. Woedard said calmly. Oh, so the experts really were all focused on this corridor. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, chortled. Linley and the others had discovered as well that in the other corridor, the infernal realm side was launching wild attacks now. Indeed, the infernal realm side was able to scrounge up quite a few 7-star fiend-level experts. 100 of them are in each company, and there are 3 in total. Linley said with a laugh. The infernal realm and the other divine planes still had quite a few 7-star fiends present, and many of them were under some sort of domination or control, such as how Purgatory Commander Mosi was able to control quite a few 7-star fiends. Those 7-star fiends were under sole domination. Naturally, they were incomparably loyal and fearless. And so, the Infernal Realm, Netherworld, and other divine planes were able to come up with 3 companies of 7-star fiends. However, although in terms of individual power they were equivalent to the angels, the 7-star fiends of the Infernal Realm were unable to form a marvelous battle formation. A wild counterattack. Beirut began to laugh. Under the command of these companies of 7-star fiends, the Infernal Realm's soldiers had begun to rise in morale. Both the Infernal Realm and the Celestial Realm had gone berserk. Attacks filled the heavens and wildly struck out towards their foes. Many 7-star fiends and even many 12-winged angels began to fall. 6 12-winged angels formed each battle formation, and they were unable to resist the combined attacks of so many 7-star fiends. But naturally, many 7-star fiends of the Infernal Realm died as well. Slash. Swish. The strange thing was, one 12-winged angel after another began to fall as multiple figures stealthily, agilely moved about through the massed soldiers. They were extremely agile, and all of them were astonishingly, terrifyingly strong. The Chief Sovereign of Fate, Orloff, frowned slightly, and then he turned to look at the Chief Sovereign of Destruction. Oh? Commander-level experts? I don't have that many, just those. The Chief Sovereign of Destruction said calmly. Those emissaries who had chosen to come here were mostly very close to the commander level to begin with. Given that they now possessed sovereign artifacts, it wasn't too hard for one of them to ambush and kill a 12-winged angel. Because in this battle, the various planes had joined forces to defeat Orloff, the many emissaries present were virtually all on the side of the Infernal Realm. The Celestial Realm had very few. What's more, every single emissary was roughly as effective as 6 of the 12-winged angels. Linley, it seems the Infernal Realm doesn't have much of an advantage. Beirut said with a frown. Those 12-winged angels are completely fearless. If a few die, the others immediately reform into a new battle formation. Any 6 of the 12-winged angels are able to form into the angel battle formation. Linley saw this as well. The 12-winged angels were too berserk, they would rather die than retreat. This made it so that even though the Infernal Realm had sent out 3 companies of 7-star fiends, and even though quite a few emissaries were launching sneak attacks, there was no way for them to force the Celestial Realm into a retreat. What are the 6 of them planning? Why haven't they acted yet? Linley stared forward, puzzled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 37, Eye-Catching. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 37, Eye-Catching. At the peak of the mountain. A wild wind was howling. The sovereigns were standing there, atop the peak, chatting amongst themselves. The savage battle going on hundreds of thousands of kilometers away was under their complete surveillance. Woedard. The Chief Sovereign of Fate, Orloff, smiled as he glanced at the nearby Chief Sovereign of Destruction. So this was what you were relying on. 307 star fiends, and these emissaries. I really am impressed that you were able to round up so many fearless 7-star fiends. Unfortunately, your Infernal Realm still doesn't have much of an advantage. Don't talk until it is all over. The Chief Sovereign of Destruction watched everything with a cold, emotionless gaze. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, atop the stellar corridor. The soldiers of the Infernal Realm and the Celestial Realm were gripped by madness. Under the leadership of the 307 star fiends and the various emissaries, the soldiers of the Infernal Realm felt their morale swell. The vast majority of them were at the 6-star fiend level, but a very small number were at the 7-star fiend level. They all wildly launched one mass attack after another. The Infernal Realm's side thundered forward like a flood, blasting attacks outwards with abandon. As for the emissaries who constantly flashed about, dodging and launching ambushes, they were like vipers hidden within the floodwaters. there was no fear in the eyes of the 12 winged angels. They led the celestial realm's armies in continuous resistance. 12 winged angels after another fell, but with each death of a 12 winged angels, the infernal realm also paid a heavy price. These angels really are hard to deal with, Beirut said with a soft laugh. They are completely fearless. Even though the infernal realm is fighting in such a berserk manner in the stellar corridor, they aren't able to advance a single step forward. The main thing is, the stellar corridor is only so wide and so high. Linley's gaze swept past the many soldiers, and he shook his head. The infernal realm, in terms of quantity, vastly surpasses the celestial realm in this battle. But the stellar corridor is only so large. At most, 1,000 individuals are able to fight at once. There are 200 or 312 winged angels, all of whom are in a battle formation. They are able to essentially plug up the corridor, and by their sides there are many soldiers of the celestial realm who are supporting them. Linley understood that if the situation was changed to a flat area or a grassland, then, with soldiers filling the skies and charging from every direction, even hundreds of elites wouldn't be able to change the course of battle at all. But this was the final battle within the stellar corridors. The two corridors were surrounded by chaotic space. Any of these who fell into the regions of chaotic space would definitely die without question. The 6 of them are finally moving. Linley couldn't help but laugh. Russell, the black-robed Bressel, and the rest of the 6, hidden within the infernal realm's army, were finally making their move. The 6 emissaries, even when moving alone, had been able to kill tens of 12 winged angels. Now, however, the bodies of the 6 emissaries suddenly began to blaze with sovereign power. Whoosh! These 6 emissaries, who had been holding back and lying in wait for a long time, were like 6 bloodthirsty beasts, charging towards a flock of lambs. Darkness! Bressel's voice transmitted to the other 5. Rumble, 6 surges of sovereign power arose, and the 6 formed into the formation of a perfect hexagram star. Light flashed, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of energy arrived within the black-robed Bressel's body. Bressel, carrying the combined power of the 6, stared coldly at the enemies ahead of him as he slashed out with a blade. A blade of darkness. The surface of the blade that flashed out swirled with a dark light, but beneath it was a multicolored light. Bang! Wherever the blade flashed past, space collapsed. Not good. The chief sovereign of light, Augusta, was watching this battle from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He couldn't help but let out a low groan. Indeed, the situation was grim. The blade light flashed past at an exceedingly high speed. An angel battle formation of 6 12-winged angels that had passed through instantly crumbled into dust, but the blade light continued to surge forward, transforming yet another 12-winged angel battle formation into dust. Only then did the blade light become powerless, dispersing into a rainbow of colors and collapsing. A single attack had killed 12 12-winged angels. This sight caused the situation on both sides, the celestial realms and the infernal realms, to change immediately. Actually, this was par for the course. The 12-winged angel battle formation, with each attack, was able to annihilate tens of infernal realm soldiers, after all. This samsara battle formation, formed from 6 emissaries, was naturally also capable of killing 12 angels. In addition, this was with the angels being in a battle formation of their own, otherwise, they would have been able to kill tens of them as well. Kill! The infernal realm soldiers felt their morale swell. Kill the 6 of them! The commanders of the celestial realm army immediately gave the order. And at virtually the same instant, 6 angel battle formations, as well as many soldiers of the celestial realm, immediately unleashed their most powerful attacks. Their target? Those 6 emissaries. However, even as the celestial realm's warriors began to coordinate, Bressel's group of 6 executed their second tactic. Wind! Bressel sent mentally with a furious roar. Instantly, 6 surges of sovereign power once more began to flow amongst the 6 of them. Only, this time, it fused into a combination of sovereign power. Around them was now an additional layer of light green sovereign power. Whoosh! The 6 emissaries, in virtually the same instant, began as formless as the wind, disappearing into the infernal realm's army. The many attacks of the celestial realm came to nothing, not able to harm the 6 of them at all. Ha, excellent! A muscular, steely emissary said. Bressel, the idea you came up with really was excellent. Naturally. The black-robed Bressel said with a calm laugh, after each attack, regardless of what the enemy does, immediately flee back and go deep into our main camp, then go forth and attack again, before once more retreating. Their attacks might kill some of the ordinary soldiers, but no matter what else we lack for, we don't lack for ordinary soldiers. And then, Bressel gave the order once more. Wind. The 6 emissaries suddenly dispersed into the 4 directions, pulling apart from each other as they charged towards the front. Earth. Bressel issued the order yet again. The 6 rays of sovereign power once more coalesced, and a deep, ponderous aura of Earth-type sovereign power embraced the area around them. This extremely powerful energy centered around the body of the muscular emissary. The big, tall man stared coldly into the distance, then punched out with his fist, sending it crashing down like a mountain towards the foes up ahead, causing the world itself to shatter. Wind. The 6 emissaries once more flew backwards and retreated. The angels once again suffered huge losses. 12 more 12-winged angels once more perished. Although 12 12-winged angels, compared to the total number of 12-winged angels in the army, wasn't all that many, these emissaries moved and attacked too quickly. If they were able to kill 12 angels in each attack, that meant that in 10 cycles, they would kill 120 angels. There were only 2 companies of angels to begin with, numbering 1,200 in total. And within this corridor, there were only 612 winged angels. The ongoing slaughter and battles had resulted in more than half of the angels being killed by now. There were less than 200 remaining. As for the infernal realms side, of the 300 fiends, less than 100 remained. As for the emissaries, more than half of them had been killed by the counterattacks of the angels. It was a massacre. Quick, hurry over and reinforce them. The celestial realms officers were growing frantic. Hurry! If we are late, we won't make it in time. The celestial realms still had reserves, the victorious 12-winged angels in the other stellar corridor. There were 612 winged angels in that corridor, and few of them had fallen. More than 512 winged angels remained alive. However, battles between deities could be decided in seconds. Most likely, with each second, multiple blows would be exchanged. Bressel and the rest of the 6 emissaries would probably be able to launch more than 10 consecutive attacks in less than 30 seconds. Those 500 plus 12-winged angels, even moving at full speed, would need at least 1 or 2 minutes in order to hurry over to this stellar corridor, and then pass through their own allies towards the front. The various sovereigns fell silent. Everyone could sense what a miserable, deadly encounter this had begun. If those 500 supporting 12-winged angels are able to make it over before those 112-winged angels are killed, then the celestial realm will win. If the infernal realm manages to charge and break through, then they will win. Lindley could tell exactly what was going on. Bressel and the rest of the 6 emissaries, as well as the other 9 emissaries on their side, were constantly hunting and killing angels. They alone would be enough to annihilate 100 plus 12-winged angels. Not good. We have to move faster. Bressel sent to the other 5. Victory has already been achieved by the enemy in the other corridor, and in that place, the 612 winged angels suffered comparatively low casualties. Once those 12 winged angels make it over here, we won't have any hope. Russell sent in a growl, move faster. Let's charge into the angel army formations. The other 5 emissaries were all shocked. Previously, they had fought like turtles, ambushing then retreating, then ambushing against. Although this was much safer, it was extremely slow in terms of killing the enemies. We don't have any choice. If this continues, we will definitely lose. The black-robed Bressel gritted his teeth. Execute the final plan. Fine. Let's begin. The 6 emissaries made their decisions almost simultaneously. Although they might very well die if they charged towards their foes and suffered countless assaults, they also might gain victory. Commander General Bayer, we are executing the final plan. The black-robed Bressel sent backwards into the crowd, towards the high command of the Infernal Realms side. Ha, excellent. Victory or defeat shall be determined by this final tactic. That Commander General immediately gave the order to the various managers of the squads. Instantly, the Infernal Realms army began to move about in a different manner. The black-robed Bressel and the other 5 emissaries all had solemn looks on their faces. Water! Bressel thundered. Instantly, 6 rays of sovereign power surged forth, and the bodies of Bressel and the rest of the 6 became like water, flooding everywhere. Silently, soundlessly, the 6 charged towards the enemy like a flood, going straight towards the base of the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm's forces were instantly enraged. The enemy dared to charge straight for them? Join forces. Kill them. Not hesitating at all, many of the Celestial Realm's soldiers and angels immediately cooperated in attacking those 6. Unfortunately, the 6 seeped through their defenses like water, and the group attacks actually ended up killing some of their own people. But more importantly, this water tactic was the most defensively powered technique available to Bressel's group. In addition, everyone present either had a defensive sovereign artifact or a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. The combined defensive power of the 6 was simply too powerful, especially after they used the water tactic. Bressel and the others had weathered the attacks without dying. They immediately began to launch their own berserk attacks. Earth. Darkness. The 6 of them, based on their own elements and attributes, had developed a total of 4 supreme tactics for the formation: darkness, water, wind, and earth. Earth and darkness were for attack, wind was for fleeing and moving about, while water was the most defensively powerful. After having charged into the center of the angel forces, they no longer had anything to fear. Everyone around them was an enemy, they could strike about as they pleased. As for sovereign power, Linley had given each of them 100 drops. They had more than enough. Kill! The soldiers of the Infernal Realm, along with some 7-star fiends, thundered forward like an unstoppable flood. Because the angels had been thrown into a state of complete chaos by those 6 emissaries, they weren't able to mount an effective defense at all to block the Infernal Realm. Instantly, the Celestial Realm finally began to slowly retreat. The Infernal Realm's soldiers all struck out towards the Celestial Realm's side with relentless attacks, which lessened the pressure on Bressel and the other 5 as well. Wipe out all of these angels. The Infernal Realm's side was going berserk. Originally, only 100 angels remained, but under the frenetic assault of Bressel's group, another half of them were killed. Actually, given the combined defensive power of Bressel's group, most likely nearly 100 12-winged angels would need to join forces to kill them. However, in the midst of this chaos, when there were only 100 or so 12-winged angels to begin with, and with the other emissaries and 7-star fiends causing trouble as well, the angels were completely unable to join together into an effective group attack that could annihilate Bressel's group of 6. In the blink of an eye, only 50 or 60 angels remained. In the face of this flood-like surge of soldiers of the Infernal Realm, and against the hammer blows that fell down upon them from the skies, another half instantly died. Retreat! A frantic retreat! The ordinary soldiers of the Celestial Realm were not angels, they had egos and personal desires. They could make their own choices. We won't make it in time. The 500 angels from the other corridor had finally arrived at the borders of this one. However, it was the crumbling, retreating Celestial Realm army which welcomed them. Charge in! The 500 12-winged angels, when faced with this wave of defeated soldiers, found it difficult to advance deeper, especially while the Infernal Realm's sight filled the skies with material attacks and soul attacks as they struck out with abandon. In all but the blink of an eye, the Infernal Realm's soldiers charged all the way to the end of the stellar corridor. Rumble! The rainbow light above the stellar corridor vanished. Both sides had each obtained victory in a corridor. This planar war was a draw, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 21, Chapter 38, Lies. Book 21, The Peak, Chapter 38, Lies. Ha ha! Loud, excited, jubilant laughter rang out from the stellar corridor. Success! It's over! Those surviving emissaries, including Bressel's group of 6, and the soldiers of the Infernal Realm all revealed smiles on their faces. They were excited, not because they had fought to a draw, but because they were still alive. They had managed to survive this terrifying planar war. Of the 307 star fiends, only 40 or so remained alive. Naturally, the survivors would rejoice. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, at the peak of the mountain, the sovereigns were all chatting amongst themselves energetically as well. Orloff, this time, you lose. The chief sovereign of destruction, Woedard, finally revealed a hint of a smile on his face. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, chuckled. Ha, Woedard, since we fought to a draw, it can be said that I lost this round. However, Woedard, the main reason why your Infernal Realms side was able to win was because of those 6 emissaries who set up a formation. Which sovereign is in control of those 6? Orloff didn't seem dispirited or discouraged by the defeat at all. He smiled, as cheerful as ever. Those are the 6 emissaries under Linley's command. The chief sovereign of destruction said. Oh? The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, couldn't help but turn and look at Linley. The sovereigns that were listening to the conversation between these 2 chief sovereigns also turned to look towards Linley. So those 6 individuals who had such a major impact on this planar war were emissaries under Linley's command. Linley, you helped out Woedard tremendously, this time. Orloff laughed as he looked at Linley. Linley said with a calm laugh, all I provided was 6 emissaries. If you, Lord Orloff, had been able to locate a high god paragon, that person would have been able to kill 1 or 212 winged angels with ease, if going all out. A paragon would have been able to change the results of the battle as well, but when the 6 of them joined forces in the battle, they were indeed roughly as effective as a paragon would have been. High god paragon? How many of those high god paragons would be willing to risk their lives and participate in this planar war? The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, laughed softly. If there was no danger involved, they might be willing to assist, but given how dangerous this event was, none of them were willing to enter. To paragons, not even sovereign artifacts were that important. What else, then, could sovereigns use to entice high god paragons into participating? Nothing. And so, naturally, none of the paragons were willing to take place in the battle. Linley, I'm quite curious. Which of the emissaries under your control was able to develop that battle formation? The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, suddenly asked. This battle formation is known as the Samsara Battle Formation. It was developed by one of my emissaries, who spent countless years researching it. Linley didn't try to hide anything. Samsara Battle Formation, Samsara, Samsara. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, murmured these words a few times, then nodded slightly to himself. Then, he turned to look at Linley, smiling and nodding towards him as well. That emissary under your command is, without a doubt, a supreme master at developing magical formations. He was able to develop such a queer union that wastes so little energy. Even I have to admit feeling admiration for him. Hey, Orloff, how is it that you are so happy, even after losing? The chief sovereign of death laughed lightly. The chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, said with a calm smile, victory, defeat? To gain, to lose, these are only comparative concepts. You can't judge victory or defeat just from the surface of events. The chief sovereign of fate laughed happily and without worry. Everyone, I won't remain here any longer. I'll return to the celestial realm now. Right, Linley. Orloff suddenly turned to look towards Linley, then said with a laugh, when you are free, you must come for a stroll in my Orloff gardens. I've invited you over many times now. Definitely, definitely. Linley immediately responded. And so, Orloff immediately led the sovereigns of the celestial realm into a spatial tear that he created. Orloff, Linley had to let out a praising sigh in his heart. In recent days, he had interacted with the chief sovereign of fate, Orloff, on numerous occasions. Linley was beginning to rather admire this Orloff. Regardless of victory or defeat, he appears so calm and collected, as though there is nothing in the world which can enrage him. Linley let out a sigh of praise. If Orloff had won this planar war, he would have gained an additional portion of will as reward. But Orloff didn't seem to be moved at all by either victory or defeat. He didn't seem even the slightest bit dispirited. This sort of mental equanimity was something which none of the other sovereigns could match. The Infernal Realm. The Skyrite Mountains. Half a year had passed since the conclusion of the planar war. Linley's residence was as peaceful as ever. Wade's gone out for adventuring as well. Linley walked onto his spacious balcony, staring towards the distant Baruch clan descendants who were in a grassy area. All of them have a love for battle. It seems as though they won't be able to stay here for long. Soon, these descendants will all go out and test themselves in adventures. Linley exited the walkway, turning and entering a quiet, secluded garden. Bibi and Nis were chatting about something in one corner of the garden, and the two were both laughing gaily. Linley turned and saw his father, Hogg, and his mother, Lena. They walked out from the gates of the garden. Linley. A constant smile was on Hogg's face. Father. Mother. Linley immediately bowed. There's something I want to discuss with you, Hogg said with a laugh. Recently, your mother and I are preparing to go traveling through some of the material planes for a tour. Would you and Delia like to accompany us? There were simply too many material planes, and many of them had their own unique attributes. Some had unique races, while others had different, unique cultures. To go touring the countless material planes of the universe was far more interesting than simply remaining in the infernal realm. No need. Linley laughed, refusing as he shook his head. This kid, Hogg couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle resignedly. His mother, Lena, said with a laugh, Hogg, don't force Linley. He can go whenever he feels like it. Linley had a divine fire clone, and was able to enter any material plane he desired. Linley bade his parents farewell, then left by himself. Within a secluded courtyard. This was the place where Linley normally trained. He stood there, atop the grass, spreading his fused divine sense across the entire infernal realm. 10,000 years, such a long journey. Within Linley's mind, images of his history, starting from when he was a toddler, began to flash past. Father. Grandpa Doring. Bibi. Wharton. Delia. Boss Yale. George. Reynolds, all of their appearances floated through his mind. These people had imprinted themselves deep within Linley's soul. But suddenly, Linley thought of someone. Mother. When Linley thought of his mother, Lena, Linley couldn't help but sigh to himself. Although his mother, Lena, quickly grew close with his father, Hogg, after the passage of countless years, there was still a certain distance between Lena and Linley and Wharton. Lena didn't truly hold any motherly love towards her two children, Linley and Wharton. How could Linley and Wharton not tell? Alas. That's because Mother lost all of her memories from before she was an angel. Linley sighed in his heart. But right at this moment. Whoosh! A figure descended from the skies. Lord Woedard. Linley saw that the newcomer was the chief sovereign of destruction, Woedard. The black-robed Woedard had a smile on his face. Linley, last time, during the Planar War, the 6 emissaries you sent out were extremely effective. I know that you spent centuries in your search for the 6 of them. I've never come to thank you for what you did. Lord Woedard, I had to find emissaries for myself eventually. Linley laughed. Linley was on excellent terms with the chief sovereign of destruction. Ha, enough of that, Linley. I definitely owe you a favor. The chief sovereign of destruction, Woedard, said with a laugh, if there's anything you need, as long as I can accomplish it, you can have me do it. In fact, even if you want to learn some supreme secrets, I can reveal them to you. But of course, you can forget about learning my space-time paradox. Woedard was quite forthright about this. Although space-time paradox was inferior to the fused innate divine ability of the 4 divine beasts, it still increased one's power 1,000-fold. Even someone like Linley, upon learning this technique, would be able to threaten the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts. Thus, Woedard couldn't possibly teach it to him. Ha, Lord Woedard, even if you didn't say that outright, I wouldn't possibly have asked you to teach me your supreme technique, just because I helped out a bit. You, Lord Woedard, put far too much effort into devising it. Linley laughed calmly. Right. After the Planar War concluded and Lord Orloff lost, did he have any sort of special reaction? Him? What sort of a reaction could he have? Same as always, he stays in his Orloff gardens, absorbed in training and research. The chief sovereign of destruction, Woedard, let out a sigh. Orloff, that madman. He has no idea what being tired even means. To be honest, of the chief sovereigns of the edicts, Orloff is the only one who makes me feel uneasy. You can never know what sort of supreme technique Orloff might come up with, because that madman simply can't be judged in accordance with normal logic. Linley couldn't help but laugh. He could feel the chief sovereign of destruction's discontent. He had worked so hard to develop his supreme technique, space-time paradox, and yet wasn't able to defeat Orloff. But of course, that was only because Orloff had an over-god artifact. Enough about him. Just now, when I came over, I saw that you were in a rather poor mood. You had a rather unhappy look on your face. Did something troublesome occur? Woedard smiled. Even chief sovereigns had emotions and personalities. Although the 4 chief sovereigns of the edicts were rather arrogant and aloof, they, too, needed friends. After Linley had displayed his power, their attitude towards Linley had changed somewhat as well. In addition, because of the Planar War, Woedard had come to view Linley as the second most powerful figure on his side. As for who the number 1 figure was, that was naturally Woedard himself. And so, because they were on somewhat closer terms now, they became more casual in their manner of speech as well. Oh. There is indeed something rather troublesome. Only, there's no point in telling you. Linley let out a sigh. His mother had become an angel, but her former memories were lost. There was nothing that could be changed about that. Why don't you give it a try? Woedard said with a laugh. Linley let out another sigh. This has to do with my mother. When my mother was in her material plane, she was seized by the local light-aligned religion, and her soul was sacrificed to the sovereigns. My mother became an angel, and a 12-winged angel at that. I once sought out Augusta and paid a very high price to have him restore my mother to her freedom. She does have her freedom now, but my mother's former memories are forever lost. What did you say? The chief sovereign of destruction, Woedard, actually frowned. What? Is there a way for angels to regain their memories? Linley couldn't help but grow rather excited. How could he have possibly chosen to let your mother regain her free will? The chief sovereign of destruction stared solemnly at Linley. Linley, let me tell you this. To release an angel and let the angel regain freedom, there are only 2 methods, and I dare say that Augusta wouldn't choose either of them. Linley was stunned. What are you saying? But that day, Augusta seemed to have been badly injured, his soul. Ha ha. The chief sovereign of destruction began to laugh coldly. An injury to his soul? That was nothing more than a pretense. Linley, I can tell you one thing, if an angel truly regains free will, then that angel will naturally regain its former memories as well. What did you say? Linley's face changed. How can this be? Your mother doesn't have her memories back, which signifies one thing, your mother is still under control, and hasn't regained her freedom at all. The chief sovereign of destruction laughed coldly. As I see it, your mother is just obeying his orders. She's intentionally putting on a pretense of being free, that way, without having to pay any price at all, Augusta was able to make you pay a heavy price. Why wouldn't he want to carry out such an excellent bargain? Linley's face changed dramatically as he listened. And, given how poor the relationship is between you and him, why would he have to worry about keeping his word to you? The chief sovereign of destruction snickered. But Orloff was also, Linley said hurriedly. Orloff? Orloff had something he wanted from Augusta, and in addition, Augusta has helped out Orloff multiple times. Orloff owed Augusta a favor. You tell me. Would Orloff help him, or help you? The chief sovereign of destruction laughed coldly. Orloff doesn't get involved in any worldly affairs or struggles, but that doesn't mean he's this wonderful, altruistic person. Let me put it to you simply. You were completely and utterly deceived by Augusta. The chief sovereign of destruction said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.